Chapter 345. Redclaw Tribunal. Swa has come to this, huh? Diana leaned forward, interlacing her fingers below her chin with a serious expression. An all-out war between regional titans. The land isn't big enough for two rulers, a fact Vincent Nitros has known all too well. Hence, he made efforts to curb any possibilities of resistance. I actually don't mind if other powers are nearby, Ashlock corrected her. As his roots expanded in all directions, there was a possible future where his roots covered the entire realm. If he couldn't stand sharing his land with others, would he turn into the next Vincent Nitros and slaughter anyone who got too close to his cultivation stage? That seemed tiresome. This is personal. Vincent Nitros wants Stella dead, so he has to die. It's as simple as that. Not to mention the credits and control he would get for killing such a foe. Vincent was now less of a threat and more of an opportunity to further his personal growth and political influence in the region. All the while removing a threat to Stella and the weaker ones in the sect. Still, it is amazing to think that the tyrant who has ruled the Blood Lotus sect with an iron fist since before my father's time could actually die. To a tree, no less, Diana leaned back in her chair and smirked, all because he happened to pick on Stella. I wonder if he will curse his luck in the afterlife. Afterlife. Such scum doesn't deserve to venture to such a place. Ashlock would devour his soul and turn him into thousands of sacrificial credits. Nothing would be left to even reincarnate as a mere blade of grass in his next life, let alone curse him in death. Vincent Nitros would be reduced to nothing but a memory in the minds of those who knew and feared him. Such was the fate of a cultivator who believed he was invincible and above everyone else. Stella jumped up, suddenly full of energy. I'm all for this plan. Let's kill him right now. He has been a shadow looming over me and this sect for too long, like a reaper. We can't move forward with confidence until he is gone and Ashfallen takes over the Blood Lotus sect. Well said, Ashlock agreed. Any objections? Do we know Vincent's cultivation stage for sure? Elaine asked the room. My father was always vague regarding Vincent. Maybe your family knew more than we did. You think we would have known more than the Voidman family? Nobody knows Vincent's true cultivation as far as I know. It's a well-guarded secret. Diana said. Estimates range from the middle of the nascent soul realm to the first step into the monarch realm. Has nobody seen him fight? Stella asked. Diana shrugged. The disciplinary committee disposed of anyone who stepped into the nascent soul realm, such as my father. Also, the well-designed laws of the sect prevented any one family from gaining enough influence by having any winnings from wars shared with the Nitros family. Since no family rose above the rest, the Nitros family could use other families to deal with infighting. Yeah, it's as Diana said, Elaine nodded. He has so many layers of people below him that he rarely has to intervene directly. The few times he's had to fight, his enemies have been crushed one-sidedly. Or so the stories go. Those stories have some legitimacy behind them, with Vincent Nitros having the highest bounty in the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion at 100,000 and his ability to single-handedly defend the Blood Lotus sect all this time from other demonic sects, Ashlock pointed out. Phew, this is a lot to take in. Douglas jokingly pulled at the collar of his beige suit. Forget the Nitros family. When I was a rogue struggling in Darklight City, you noble families seemed like untouchable gods. Now, you tell me the collective strength of all these noble families put together couldn't stand up to this one guy. And we are going to be the ones to put an end to his rule. Don't worry. I won't take action until I have verified Vincent Nitros's strength by analyzing his soul with my eye in a few days, Ashlock reassured Douglas. He understood that many lives depended on him and his leadership to survive. If he decided to poke the hornet's nest, it wouldn't just be him who had to deal with it. Everyone under the Ashfallen banner would suffer if he tried and failed to punch above his weight. It would be like the fight with the Lunarshade Grand Elder but on a far larger scale, Ashlock mused. He knew he had a chance of victory, especially if he could bait Vincent Nitros to fight near Red Vine Peak. The problem is that it brought the fight toward vulnerable cities like Darklight and Ashfallen City. That's a relief. Douglas let out a sigh. I only just reached the Star Core realm at the end of the Mystic realm and haven't had time to get used to my new strength. So heading straight into a war wouldn't have been ideal. That's a good point, and I should congratulate you and Elaine on your successful ascensions. Now, all of Ashfallen's Grand Elders are in the Star Core realm, which is much more fitting. When Ashlock first discovered the Redclaw family, only the Grand Elder was in the Star Core realm. Elder Brent, Margaret, and Mo were stuck in the Soulfire realm due to heart demons creating bottlenecks. So it hadn't been weird to have Douglas and Elaine as elders despite being in the Soulfire realm, but now that the Ashfallen sect rivaled the top-tier families like the Silverspires who had Star Core realm butlers for their scions, it had been a little embarrassing. Elaine and Douglas gave a bow of appreciation at his words. Now, Douglas. Douglas straightened up, and a worrisome expression bloomed on his face. Yes, boss. While we wait to see if Vincent Nitros is defeatable, don't you agree we hold the tournament here in my inner world so as not to repeat the alchemy tournament incident? Right. Douglas nodded slowly. His worsening expression clearly indicated that the conversation was heading in an unfavorable direction. Unfortunately, we lack a suitable venue for such an event here, Ashlock said. Could you build a floating arena surrounded by a town to host our events for the foreseeable future? My inner world has expanded in size, so there should be plenty of room. It would be my pleasure, Douglas said with a strained smile. How long do I have? Would a week be long enough? Ashlock suggested. The tournament had been scheduled to occur straight after the Mystic Realm, but sometimes plans had to be changed. Douglas's eye twitched. A week. Yeah, the tournament aimed to welcome cultivators into the White Stone Palace and elevate the prestige of the Ashfallen sect. News of it had already spread throughout Darklight City and all the mortals who had gained the ability to cultivate due to the welcome packages provided for joining the cult of the All-Seeing Eye. If they were to delay the tournament for long, it would reflect poorly on them and give the Ashfallen sect a bad name. It can't be helped, Douglas sighed as he stood up. An arena in a week. It should be possible, and I needed the practice anyway. Douglas. Stella mumbled. Could you build me a new alchemy lab and study, too? This house is nice, but it doesn't have enough room, and I have to stay here until Vincent dies. How could I say no to an earnest request from the princess? Douglas said as sarcastically as possible. I'll go get the mudcloaks. This tale has been unlawfully lifted without the author's consent. Report any. Appearances on Amazon. Magnus Redclaw stood in the White Stone Palace's courtyard flanked by his family's elders. His arms rested behind his back as he stared down at three members of the younger generation. He usually looked upon these youths with fondness, as they were the future of the family, but today, there was only coldness in his gaze. A total of 60 members from the younger generation, aged between 12 and 40, had entered the Mystic Realm, yet only 48 returned safely home. The pocket realms were dangerous, so Magnus had steeled his heart with the knowledge that someone may not return alive, but this was far too many casualties. All three of the singled-out youths were in a line before him, kneeling with one leg raised and their gazes fixated on the floor. Before entering the Mystic Realm, everyone had been assigned groups. These three had emerged and could not provide a coherent reason for the deaths of the others in their pocket realms. Hence, they were lined up to face judgment. It was midday, yet the sky was overcast, and a cold winter breeze accompanied the solemn occasion. In all his years as family head, he had never had to punish his own family. Every cultivator was to be cherished in a family as small and tight as the Redclaws, especially with how abundant cultivation resources were now. All I can hope is Elder Margaret found no wrongdoings during the last few hours of interrogation. Either way, I need to give an example so we do not repeat this tragedy again. Magnus thought as he took a calming breath before addressing the crowd of Redclaws that had gathered around the edges of the White Stone Palace. Everyone, look around. Who stands beside you? Who stands before you? That's right, it's a fellow Redclaw, your family. We have survived and stood together through thick and thin under one proud name. In the past, we were war heroes, and in the present, we thrive under the canopy of a god as his flaming swords. Magnus paused as his gaze swept the crowd. Ashfallen rewarded our loyalty by granting us access to the Mystic Realm, a passageway into pocket realms from past and present Monarch Realm cultivators. An opportunity I'm sure you can all understand is an unprecedented privilege that even the Nitros family couldn't grant us. However, with opportunity comes danger. While some pocket realms contain inheritances or treasures beyond what can be found on our layer of creation, others are filled with unthinkable monsters and threats. In the face of such danger, we should band together to support one another. Magnus glared down at the three kneeling before him, not turn on our own blood due to greed. Whispers broke out among the Redclaws gathered. Many looked at the kneeling group with disgust, others with worry. The boys' and girls' parents, siblings, and friends were in the crowd. Everyone was emotionally invested in this, so it was no simple affair and had to be handled correctly. Silence, Magnus said calmly, and the courtyard went deathly still. Magnus glanced over his shoulder. Elder Margaret, please announce the interrogation results and pass your judgment. Elder Margaret nodded and stepped forward with a clipboard in hand. Terrence, Isabella, and Nathan, you three were part of a larger group that included 12 others, all of whom are unaccounted for. In light of this oddity and the suspiciously high number of casualties, you were separated, asked to give testimonies, and we inspected your spatial rings. While we may never know the whole truth of what occurred in the mystic realm, I believe I have drawn a reasonable conclusion based on the evidence. Elder Margaret paused as she switched the parchment on the clipboard. First of all, inspecting your spatial rings revealed a bundle of potent, undocumented flowers, likely originating from the pocket realm. I believe these flowers were a source of conflict. Elder Margaret, we didn't do anything. Isabella, a usually quiet and studious girl, looked up from the ground and shouted. Right, guys. Some flowers don't mean anything. Magnus flared a fraction of his peak star core presence, forcing Isabella's head down and silencing her. He hated having to do this to his own family. It tore his heart in two, but if putting on a show of strength would prevent a tragedy like this from occurring in the future, then he had to suck it up and do it. This was his role as a leader. Really, Isabella, then how do you care to explain the abundant amount of spirit stones in your spatial ring? Elder Margaret said. Spirit stones. How does that show anything? I have been saving up for a long time. Elder Margaret raised a brow. What about the pendant known to have been worn by Harris, who never made it out alive? That's. Isabella froze up for a moment. It was a gift from him. Bullshit. Harris always hated you. I know you killed my boy. A curly, red-haired woman who Magnus knew was the mother of Harris pushed through the crowd and pointed an accusing finger at Isabella. Because of you, my boy is dead. Samantha, please hold on. Let me seek justice for your boy, Elder Margaret said softly. Magnus knew the two were good friends, so Elder Margaret shared Samantha's pain. Harris had been a good kid and had only just turned 12. Hence, they had sent him with the largest group. Magnus's gaze fell to the floor. When they decided on the groups, he promised Samantha it would be the safest group for her boy, but it turned out to be the worst option. He couldn't foresee the future, but he still felt he was partially to blame. Elder Margaret coughed to refocus everyone's attention on the matter at hand. Isabella, you say this was a gift from Harris. If so, when did he give it to you? As I told you, toward the end of the month. While we were all busy harvesting those flowers, a fire drake appeared and killed everyone. Isabella had tears trailing down the side of her cheeks. We didn't stand a chance. I tried to help those I could, but in the end, only Terrence, Nathan, and I survived. Right, guys. Neither of the boys answered her. They kept their gazes firmly on the ground. I separated you three and compared your recollection of events. Elder Margaret tapped the clipboard. Your story does not match Nathan and Terrence's, Isabella. Her eyes widened, and she looked between the two in panic. What? How did they differ? Almost every detail matches. However, it's said that Harris died earlier due to unforeseen circumstances, but in your report, you say he was alive until the fire drake attacked. Elder Margaret's gaze hardened. Nathan and Terrence were very vague about how Harris died, even though the death of a family member would have been a very polarizing and notable event. The only thing they both agreed on was that Harris died at the end of the first week. Isabella's shock turned to anger. You too. Silence. Elder Margaret snapped. The appearance of the fire drake is also strange. You all described the location with the high elevation flowers and that after a few days, a single fire drake egg was discovered in a hole. This is odd since fire drakes prefer to lay their eggs in low elevation areas and always in groups of 3. This means someone put the egg there to bait the fire drake to attack. Elder Margaret stepped toward Isabella. You were the only one out of the 3 able to mention details about the egg. So, in conclusion, I have reason to suspect after killing Harris, for whatever reason, you wanted to wipe out the witnesses by baiting a fire drake to attack. Is that correct? No. Yes, Elder Margaret. Terrence stood up. He was an older boy in his 20s with messy red hair that fell over his face. It was also partially mine and Nathan's fault that Harris died. The 3 of us and Harris went exploring and Terrence, shut up. Isabella hit him in the shoulder, sending him staggering to the side. You're just sprouting lies. Samantha deserves to know the truth, Terrence retorted. Despite being stronger, we used him as a scout. He died because we were too cowardly to go first. Magnus closed his eyes as he imagined the terrible scene and heard a thump followed by a howl as Samantha dropped to her knees. Somehow, the story was even more horrific than he had imagined it. To use the youngest and weakest in the group as a scout. They were a family of war heroes, not savages. The thought of doing such a thing made him almost spit out with disgust. Nathan stood up last and looked at his father, a usually cheerful, round-faced man with a bushy red beard, in the crowd with shame. His father returned a wrathful glare. It's as Terrence says. Nathan looked between the two youths. When we returned, the others said they would tell the elders about what we had done. When the fire drake attacked and killed everyone, we all agreed to keep how Harris died a secret, but now I see the fire drake attack wasn't by chance. Magnus opened his eyes, and his voice carried a fiery rage he had long kept restrained. You three had committed an unforgivable sin by leading a fellow Redclaw to their untimely demise. However, Isabella took it further by committing an act reminiscent of a cold-hearted demon. You slaughtered your family and planned to hide it. You even looted the dead in hopes it would fuel your own selfish growth. Isabella stepped back, her lip quivering as she looked between the elders facing her down. No. How did it turn out like this? A sudden pressure descended on White Stone Peak, and divine energy crackled through the air. The immortal had arrived to witness the judgment on those who had defiled the mystic realm. Magnus slowly raised his hand to give judgment while under the immortal's gaze. For these crimes, Nathan and Terrence will have their cultivation stripped, and they will be reduced to cripples. Meanwhile, Isabella, you will be sentenced to death. Hold on, Grand Elder. Magnus glanced to the side and was surprised to see Elder Brent, of all people, gripping his arm. I have a more fitting punishment for these evildoers. Magnus raised a brow. What is it? These three took talented youths and loved ones from us with their actions. Crippling them and executing another just creates more death and suffering. Are you suggesting we spare them? Magnus couldn't understand his brother's line of thinking. Elder Brent shook his head. I suggest we have the immortal turn them into trees right here in the courtyard so they may benefit our family forever by bathing the courtyard in their chi while serving as a constant reminder to the others. Magnus looked at Elder Mo and saw his old war buddy nodding profoundly at the suggestion. Elder Margaret also seemed to agree. Magnus lowered his arm and looked up at the sky. Immortal, would such a punishment be acceptable? The immortal answered his question through action. The ground below split open, and 3-person thick, ethereal black roots covered in thorns and ending in spikes emerged like coiling snakes and wrapped around the youths. They howled in pain as their flesh was torn to shreds and their bones crushed. Everyone watched on with mixed expressions. It was gruesome and brutal but also deserved. After a while, the 3 crushed and bloodied bodies were thrown to the floor a few meters from one another. Immediately, their unconscious bodies began to twist upwards as if they were trying to stand and solidify into black wood. After a while, they took on the general shape of a tree, and blood-red leaves sprouted from their branches that resembled arms ending in gnarled fingers. Most stayed deathly silent during the transformation, though sobbing could be heard from the crowd. Today was a dark day for the Redclaw family, but also the start of a new beginning, Magnus thought as he saw the 3 trees rise in the courtyard. Chapter 346. Interlude, Spiritual Springs. Far north of Red Vine Peak, a monster stirred awake under a sea of stars in a spiritual spring. Curled around a mountain peak, the titanic creature slowly opened his silver eyes. To the weak, he was known as the Celestial Star Dragon. To the more powerful, he was known as Astralis. Something's wrong. Astralis growled and slowly raised his head. Foliage that had grown on his black scales decorated with silver speckles during his long sleep fell to the wayside as he looked up at the stars. As a peak nascent soul-level monster cultivating cosmic affinity, he could tell the exact time from a quick glance at the position and brightness of the stars littering the vast cosmos overhead. Why have I awakened 3 years early? Astralis narrowed his eyes as he verified the date a second time just to be sure, but the stars never lied. He had awoken from his deep cultivation 3 years too early. Looking within himself, he noted that his beast core was still a few decades from reaching the stage that cultivators called the Monarch Realm, confirming that he had awoken early. A part of him wanted to shrug off the strange feeling that had disturbed his rest and let one of the other primal overlords handle it. I'm likely the only one to have noticed this disturbance so far, as none of those ancient monsters are as adept at sensing disturbances in chi as I am. Well, except Zephyrine, Astralis thought, and the image of an ethereal celestial white stag who ruled over them appeared in his mind. Zephyrine was what every monster strived to become, as she was as intelligent as she was powerful. It had been a century since Astralis had last dealt with her, and his soul still trembled at the memory of when she had flexed a hint of her cultivation at him. Monarch Realm monsters were terrifying existences. Imagining Zephyrine's wrath at him for not investigating filled Astralis with dread. I guess I have no choice, he said, spreading his titanic wings. His silver claws curled into the rock as he arched his back, and with a gentle leap, he soared into the sky, accompanied by the thundering boom of destroying the mountain he had been resting on. Without even flexing his cultivation, the clouds parted as if welcoming their king. Feeling the wind rushing past and the starlight bathing his scales, Astralis glided through the night sky, casting a shadow on the land below. Before investigating, a snack after such a long sleep wouldn't hurt. Astralis's lips curled up into a cruel smirk as he spread out his spiritual senses. The spiritual spring the monsters lived on was divided into undefined levels. Zephyrine's domain was to the north, at the dead center of the spiritual spring. Around her were areas controlled by the primal overlords, monsters in the nascent soul realm capable of taking on other forms and complex thoughts. They mostly spent their time sleeping like Astralis had, as nobody dared to fight them. Other than the initial few years of fighting over territory between the primal overlords, these areas were usually the most peaceful. Vast swaths of land dominated by single powers where no others dare to venture by sheer virtue of the primal overlord natural presence. Guarding the area. Meanwhile, the lower levels to the south, which contained Star Core realm level monsters with some levels of intelligence, were total war zones. There were factions of like-minded or similar race monsters at constant war over the ever-shrinking land of the spiritual spring. The weaker ones were pushed out and forced into lower levels with less chi, while the stronger ones dominated the land at the borders to the primal overlord's regions. Astralis knew the struggle well, as he hadn't always been a primal overlord respected and feared by all below him. In a long distant past, from before the last era of ascension, he was a newborn lizard. It had taken a lot of luck, ruthlessness and time to reach the level he was at now. What's this? Astralis was surprised to find some life signs within his territory. Although they were near the border, they had definitely dared to step into his area. Tilting his body, he changed his course and headed toward them. Drakes, and 3 of them. Astralis didn't even bother to conceal his presence and enjoyed how all 3 looked to the sky in unison as he loomed on the horizon. Total darkness followed, and the shadow of his body blocking out the moonlight came as a prelude to his arrival. Instead of running, all 3 dropped their heads on the ground in surrender. Astralis flapped his wings once, wiping out all trees for many miles. Setting his body down before the 3, the ground trembled and cracked beneath him. All 3 of the drakes were visibly trembling under his pressure. I miss the days my food uselessly fought and struggled for survival, Astralis said as he loomed over them. Though dull, I can't say I hate skipping the useless steps and presenting your heads on a platter. Eating around the meat filled with crushed bones was always a pain. Lord Celestial Star Dragon, who said you could speak in my presence? Astralis moved the faintest hint of his chi and called upon a star. A beam of starlight struck down, obliterating the drake's head and freezing its neck. The drake's body stood for a moment before losing strength in its limbs and falling to the side. Reaching forward with his claw, Astralis picked up the drake's body. It was unsatisfyingly small, only the size of a large cow with wings, so it barely qualified as a snack. He gobbled it down with one hearty bite. Feeling a little less moody from being awoken from his sleep after a snack, he decided to humor the drakes who had dared to venture onto his territory, as at least they knew his title and could communicate. Speak. Why have you come here, drakes? Lord Celestial Star Dragon, the left drake growled in barely comprehensible draconic compared to the last one who had spoken in the common beast tongue. We have come on behalf of your daughter. Astralis. Laughter boomed across the land. My daughter, you say? You're going to have to be more specific. I have as many children as there are stars in the sky. Nymeria, my lord. The other drake answered in the common tongue. We came to seek your help. Astralis reached forward and crushed the drake under his claw with a satisfying crunch. Coming into his territory and speaking to him without making an effort to learn Draconic was an insult. The common tongue was based purely on conveying concepts through grunts. It was the way weaklings communicated. You are supposedly under my daughter, yet talk to me in the common tongue. Astralis mused as he licked his second snack off his claws. Nymeria though, I believe I had her with a human. Does she allow you to speak the common language in her presence, Drake? The remaining Drake grumbled even harder. While proud of her dragon lineage, Mistress Nymeria understands that Draconic is the hardest language to master, so she allows the common language to be spoken in her presence, my lord. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. Astralis huffed out his nostrils. This displeased him greatly, and this Drake's Draconic language was barely passable. It was rather unpleasant and grating to his ears. So, why have you trespassed into the domain of a primal overlord? You know such an act means certain death, do you not? Yes, my lord. However, Nymeria was desperate. Something has gone terribly wrong in the spiritual spring. She is leaving quickly. Hordes of beasts have attacked her land, pushing her to the border. She hoped to call upon your might in this time of need, so she sent us here. Call upon my might. Astralis had never heard something so laughable in all his long years. Dragons were prideful creatures at the peak of power. To admit defeat and call upon their daddy for help. Laughable. Those weren't the acts of a dragon at all. Her cowardly human side must have led her to believe I would honor such a request. It's just her luck that I was awakened by another disturbance. Otherwise, I would have struck her down myself if you had awoken me. Astralis placed the tip of his bloodied claw on the bowing drake's forehead. I suppose I can overlook her cowardly request just this once, as she sent me 3 drakes for breakfast. 3, my lord. Yes. Astralis put some strength into his claw and skewered the drake's brain, silencing it. 3 dared to trespass, so 3 will die. Astralis's bloodied lips curled as he picked up the drake and dangled it overhead. It swung from his claw as he opened his maw wide and let the corpse slide off and drop into the abyss of his throat. Licking his lips, he felt mildly satisfied as the chi from the 3-star core drakes traveled through his spirit roots and was absorbed into his beast core. Hunting other monsters usually resulted in spending more chi than he gained, but this had been an easy meal courtesy of his dear daughter. While waiting for his beast core to settle and picking bones out of his teeth, he thought about the information the now dead drake had provided. She is leaving the spiritual springs. If Zephyrine's prediction was correct, and she is never wrong, that shouldn't happen for another 3 years. Even when the process does start, it takes months or sometimes years. Yet, by how the drake spoke, it seemed like the process was happening so quickly that it sent the monsters into a panic for higher ground. It's almost like a reverse beast tide, where the beasts don't want to leave for the next spiritual spring yet, but the chi-rich land is rapidly shrinking. If that was true, it was a problem. The cultivator sects built along the ley lines sometimes put up a resistance, so the primal overlords preferred to let the weaker monsters wipe them out so they didn't have to waste their precious chi. If monsters fought each other or formed a sparse beast tide along the ley line, the cultivators might be able to fight back and cull their numbers. Who will I eat then if all the monsters die? Astralis sighed as he spread out his wings once again. This was a strange and unprecedented situation, which could only mean one thing. It would be a pain to solve. While the primal overlords could sometimes come together and work toward a common goal, they were still selfish monsters at the end of the day, driven by greed. Unless something threatened all of their peace or Zephyrine made a move, they wouldn't work together. Astralis soared into the sky toward his region's border. I guess I'll see if I can handle it myself. But to think one of my children reached out to me for help. Nymeria may be half human, but I remember her as one of my more capable children despite her mixed bloodline. What a bold child to call upon me. Lost in his thoughts, he soon arrived at the border. Sure enough, it was chaos. Innumerable monsters from different factions surrounded a crude fortress city built into a towering mountain. She flew around like it was free as hundreds of drakes fought off the monsters clawing their way up the sides of the mountain. Why are they all gathered here at my border? Fights here are normal, but never on this scale. Spreading out his spiritual senses further, Astralis made a disturbing discovery. The spiritual spring was gone. What should have been 100 miles of chi-rich land was barren like the chi-deprived lands between the ley lines. This wasn't just a disturbance. Something had sucked the area dry of chi, and he could see the edge of the spiritual spring moving in closer. Soon, even his own region would be at risk of vanishing. If that were to happen, he couldn't move deeper as that was Zephyrine's territory. He would have no choice but to move on to the next spiritual spring earlier than intended and once again waste chi fighting his fellow primal overlords over the best cultivation spots. I wonder if the other primal overlords also have this situation on their borders. Astralis thought as he confirmed with his spiritual senses that his daughter was residing in the city. Was this city hers? Either way, as a primal overlord, he could go as he pleased, so he dived down toward the mountain. He needed answers, and while he did not want to help his daughter directly, his presence here was bound to assist her. Before hitting the peak, his body shape shifted into a smaller, human-like form, as his usual body would crush this city under his weight. Bombing through the mountain and all its crude runic enhancements, he stopped in a large chamber. Cracking the stone where he landed, he stood within a cloud of dust and checked that his shapeshift had been successful. He stood over 2 meters tall, with silver scales instead of skin, a meter-long tail, 2 smaller black folded wings against his back, and claws sharp enough to impale stone. He also had dark hair with star-like sparkles flowing down his back, complementing his bright silver eyes and calm, ethereal presence. Astralis had crafted this secondary appearance from his nascent soul, which was something almost every primal overlord had done. Their large monstrous forms were sometimes inconvenient, especially when interacting with smaller monsters in their makeshift cities. Smaller forms were also sometimes easier to fight in. Being a city-sized dragon made him a rather large target on the battlefield, and using weapons looted from the cultivators was difficult without appropriately sized hands. A human girl with silver serpentine eyes and a small horn jutting from her forehead rushed into the room. She only had scales running down the sides of her body like armor, but another could tell from a glance that she was half dragon. She paused a reasonable distance away and dropped to one knee. "Father, I am honored by your arrival," Nymeria said in fluent Draconic. It was like music to his ears as it flowed so beautifully compared to the grunts of the common tongue. I see you have kept up your studies over the last century. Though you still have a slight accent from the human language. Nymeria smiled weary. "I apologize for my failings, father, and I hope my subordinates weren't too much of a bother." Astralis smirked and picked at his teeth. "They served their purpose to quell my mood." "That's a relief." Nymeria bowed her head again. "Father, I know it's presumptuous of me, but I find myself in dire straits." The spiritual spring suddenly began shrinking over the last month, leaving the beasts nowhere to go. Now, they are at the base of my mountain, and I find myself cornered. In respect for you, father, I dared not step into your domain and protected it from these vile creatures. So you called on me. A foolish mistake, Astralis said, putting his claw under his daughter's chin. Forcefully raising her head, they locked eyes. He could see and smell her fear. "Did you think us sharing blood would give you the right to seek my help? My dear daughter, I hope you understand the cost of calling on me." "Father, please. I was desperate." Nymeria begged. "I didn't want to die." Astralis leaned in closer and hissed through his teeth. "You should have just died. A dragon's greatest pride is their own strength. Calling on me disgraces yourself as a dragon and my name." "Father, I was wrong," Nymeria cried, switching to the human tongue in panic. "I shouldn't have." Astralis kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying across the room and smashing into the far wall, making the whole room tremble. If this were any other day, he might strip her cultivation and feed her to the horde outside. But this was a strange set of events that he couldn't blame her for not foreseeing. So, the spiritual spring began to shrink rapidly a month ago. How interesting. Primal overlords, awaken from your slumbers. A voice carried by the winds that Astralis recognized all too well as Zephyrine tickled his ear and sent a shiver down his spine. Whenever she had something to say, it was never good. "The beast tide has begun 3 years early. Prepare to move south toward the next spiritual spring and have my area prepared. That is all. So it's time to move." Astralis clicked his tongue. Irritating times and pointless fights lay ahead. Astralis spread out his wings and soared into the sky once more. Flexing his presence, the monsters froze up before they all began to flee in fear toward the chi-less lands to the south. If he could get these monsters moving, he could beat the other primal overlords to the next spiritual spring and get set up for his next sleep. Chapter 347. Brewing Storm. The clouds from a week ago had developed into a ferocious storm that roared in the ears of any who dared to step outside. Freezing winds tore through Ashlock's canopy, and he hadn't relished in the sun's warmth in days. Due to this, he had spent most of his time focusing within himself on his inner world and helping Douglas with the construction of the floating arena surrounded by a town. Since many low-level cultivators in the Chi and Soul Fire realm were going to participate, the usual amenities mortals require, such as housing, food, and water, were needed. The floating island was easy enough to make. Ashlock simply tore a mountain in two by warping space, flipped it upside down, and suspended it above his inner world with his spatial chi. Being a god over his inner world made such feats as easy as breathing. He had then opened a portal to this floating land for the Mudcloaks and Douglas so they could get to work. Besides floating up more material and opening portals to the outside world now and then so Douglas could weather the worsening storm to purchase materials from Darklight and Ashfallen City with seemingly endless funds, Ashlock didn't have any other ways to contribute, so he left them to it. After a week of effort, the arena and town seemed nearly finished. The arena itself was a grandiose structure similar to a coliseum. It was built from polished obsidian decorated with ruby eyes and an ominous decal to give it the vibe of a place owned by the all-seeing eye. Seats carved from the same dark stone spiraled upward, providing ample space for thousands of spectators. All of the spirit stones looted from Elder Vortexian of the Azure Clan's spatial ring were infused into every inch of the arena to power a plethora of arrays that Stella had directed construction on using her bloodline's library. Other than reinforcement arrays that made use of the inner world's metal and earth Tao to keep the arena from taking damage during fights, there was also a spatial bubble that would protect the spectators and an illusion array that made use of Dreamweaver orchids to allow Ashlock to alter how the arena looked to those under a certain cultivation level. That way, he could theme the place based on the event. Such a structure would have taken much more to construct outside, but in his inner world, he had absolute control over everything. Surrounding the Colosseum was a currently empty town with a rustic charm due to the rushed job being left to the Mudcloak's discretion. Yet Ashlock was still quite impressed. Human-sized wooden cottages with tiled roofs lined the uneven cobblestone streets, interspersed with vibrant spaces for marketplaces and serene gardens made from a plethora of Ashlock's flowers and mushrooms. By tomorrow, a team of maids from Whitestone Peak will temporarily move here to staff the taverns, shops, and other places. Then, the tournament can begin to find the first generation of cultivators that will join the Ashfallen sect ranks. Satisfied with the progress, Ashlock returned to looking at the outside world. This storm is getting quite ridiculous. He had experienced many intense weather events brought on by the presence of Chi, but this was something else. It also seems to only be getting worse. I wonder how the new trees are holding up. His vision blurred as he arrived over Whitestone Peak and looked down at the courtyard. The 3 red claws he had turned into trees as punishment stood tall despite the storm's relentless punishment. A few red claws braved the storms and sat solemnly under the trees with fire chi swirling around them. Some were cultivating, others were mourning. Harris's mother sat in deathly silence under Isabella, clutching the pendant her son had once worn. Interestingly, all 3 of their souls had been distorted and damaged beyond recognition during the transformation into trees. He hadn't expected that, as Nox had been mostly fine apart from the missing memories brought on by lacking half her soul. From this, Ashlock concluded that the strength of the person's soul affected how well they survived the transformation. How are you 3 holding up? Ashlock asked them through the root network and received waves of more complex emotions than his other trees could provide. He felt deep fear, confusion, and pain from them. Still non-verbal. But I can see a significant improvement in your egos after only a week. I suspect one of your souls will have healed enough to string a sentence together by next month. Ashlock readily agreed to Elder Brent's proposed punishment as he needed test subjects to see how strong his upgraded cursed sap was and how fast he could heal a soul. All 3 red claws turned trees were enjoying nights under the 9 moons. Ashlock also instructed Kanazar Crest, along with the other alchemists working under Whitestone Peak, to create a new fertilizer from his new soul meditation fruit, which induces a level of meditation so deep it heals the soul. This fertilizer was then fed to Nathan and Terrence. Isabella, the one who was said to have killed Harris, was left out. She deserved to suffer a fractured soul a little longer than the other 2, and she served as a good control variable to make sure blending fruits into fertilizer actually worked. Out of curiosity, Ashlock fed himself some fertilizer, but he didn't feel the effects. His system explained it as something to do with the fertilizer being made from his fruits, which were altered versions of his already existing skills, so it was simply recycling energy he had expended back into himself. Speaking of his new fruits, he had planted many fire Dao seeds around Whitestone Peak. Once these trees finished growing, he hoped they would develop fire soul cores and maybe even release chi that carried Daos. To further make the courtyard a great place to cultivate when it wasn't shitting down with rain, he had analyzed the flowers the Red Claws looted from their pocket realm and had them growing along the walls. The Crimson Ember Lily turned out to be a rather rare and majestic flower, and Ashlock could see why the Red Claws may have felt the need to kill over it. Even in the storm, their vibrant red petals shimmered like molten lava. The petals were edged with a faint golden hue, giving the impression of flames dancing in the chaotic wind. In the day, they were exquisite, but at night, they were simply beautiful. The flower's elongated stamen emitted a gentle, warm glow, and tiny embers would float off through the dark like drowsy fireflies. With how many he had grown, the courtyard was flooded with dancing embers from twilight until dawn. He hoped their beauty would help lift the Red Claw's spirits after their devastating recent loss. Having loved ones die was bad enough, but knowing the killers were family was a quick way to sow discord among a once tight-knit group of cultivators. I'll have to keep an eye on them, Ashlock sighed. If he wasn't careful, the Red Claws could soon resemble the other families in the Blood Lotus sect, all of whom were rife with backstabbing between the various side branches over resources and to curry favor with the family Grand Elder. Having finished his daily checkup on his experiments on Whitestone Peak, Ashlock returned to Red Vine Peak and peered into Quill's library atop the citadel. Quill had grown a lot over the last few months, and his canopy now shrouded the entire library, keeping the insides dry from the storm. Both of his summons were also taking shelter in the library. Larry sat quietly on the shoreline near the bookcases in all his divine glory. His crown of ash swirled slowly around his horns, and even while resting, he gave off the appearance of a heavenly creature. Having spent the month in a nascent soul-level realm, his cultivation had advanced to near monarch realm status. Ashlock wasn't sure who was the outright strongest in the sect, but the divine spider was a strong contender. The ink lake rippled before parting and giving way to a long snake-like head followed by two muscular arms ending in claws. Ashlock got a good look at Kata's regrown scales engraved with runic words like tattoos as he clawed his way onto the shore. Ever since the Midnight Ink Lindworm had consumed his scales to nuke the Lunarshade Grand Elder with dozens of techniques at once, his cultivation had been significantly set back, and he had been recovering ever since. Did you know this story is from Royal Road? Read the official version for free and support the author. If not for this incident, Kata would have been ready to evolve by now after the most recent Mystic Realm. Instead, he had spent the month regenerating his scales and progressing his cultivation. Considering how much he had grown and the presence he was giving off, Kata's evolution to a grade was just around the corner. Kata turned to look at the ceiling with curious golden eyes as if sensing his gaze. Sorry to intrude. I was just looking around. Ashlock said, then noticed something was missing. Where is the midnight inkwing egg that was in the lake? Larry was the one to answer in his usual gruff voice. Stella requested it. Stella wanted the egg. Ashlock hadn't expected that answer. What could she possibly need a divine creature's egg for? To create an artifact to conceal her bloodline, Larry helpfully informed him. Ashlock had been the one to suggest the creation of such an artifact, but he still didn't see what that had to do with the divine inkwing egg. It was the last one left after Larry had eaten the rest to get his divine evolution option, so he hoped to see it hatch. What does the egg have to do with that? According to her ancestors, the divine nature of the inkwing soul could overpower the smell of her bloodline. When combined with the ingredients of the spiritual nullification pill to hide her cultivation, she would appear like a normal mortal girl. Larry huffed. Honestly, most of it went over my head. That girl has an intense way with words when she is dead set on something. I'm still hiding here to recover from her lecture on why it was a good idea. Ashlock was a bit taken aback by what he was hearing. It all made some sense, but didn't that mean she would need to kill the inkwing to take out its soul? You let her take it, Kata. Ashlock asked his summon. He couldn't imagine Kata willingly parting with the egg he had been looking after for months simply because Stella asked for it. Kata hissed loudly and shook his head. She stole it before Kata could react. Larry explained the Lindworm's reaction. The new ether chi she can wield is quite deadly. She appeared silently wreathed in white flames and vanished with the egg before Kata could stop her. I see. Let me go and talk to her. Ashlock left his summons and went hunting for his unruly daughter. Finding her was pretty easy as she was inside her newly built alchemy lab, sitting on the floor cross-legged and surrounded by piles of half-opened books. Her arms were crossed in deep contemplation. She had a frown on her face as she squinted at two books floating before her. That's not going to work. Stella flicked her finger, and the book to the left flew off to the side and haphazardly joined the pile. Another book became bathed in white soul flames and rose from the mess behind her. Its pages rapidly flipped as it floated over to take the place to her left that the useless book had previously occupied. She briefly looked at the new book, compared it to something noted in the right one, and reached the same conclusion. This time, she was slightly more annoyed. Useless again. Stella. Her ear twitched at his words, but otherwise, she hardly reacted as the left book flew and another rose from the piles to take its place. The sound of pages flipping and books flying was only occasionally broken by Stella's mumbling and cursing. She reminded him of a crazed researcher or perhaps an overworked university student, just with magical powers. Stella, don't ignore me. Huh. Stella was so shocked by his voice that she fell backward. Both books fell on her stomach, and judging by her pained expression, they were as heavy as they looked. Leather-bound tomes as thick as a person's arm were not to be messed with. Pushing them off, Stella winced as she uprighted herself and looked to the ceiling. Oh, hi tree, what's up? I heard from Kata that you stole the inkwing egg. Stole. Stella tilted her head. Who did I steal from? Well, Ashlock trailed off. That was a fair point. Though Kata had been tasked with protecting the egg, he hadn't been given ownership. Technically, it was his as the egg was under the ownership of the Ashfallen sect, and he had been the one to steal it, but he had never withheld anything from Stella before. What was his was typically hers as well. She was the second highest authority in the sect under only him, and he hadn't explicitly told her not to touch the egg. Are you going to kill it? What? The egg. That was the plan, yes. Stella nodded. I need its soul for the artifact you suggested I make so I can step out of here without endangering all of us. But killing it is no longer necessary as the inkwing inside the egg is already dead. Huh, really? Yup, Stella said confidently. The little guy's soul had almost faded, too. I had to enlist the help of the Blightbane family to extract what was left of it and its remaining life force. Thankfully, it should be enough for my needs. Elder Mo is creating the artifact as we speak with his spirit fire, and it should be ready soon. Ashlock's slight anger faded. If the fetus in the egg had already died, then he was just glad they found a use for it before it ended up having no use other than making a divine omelet. I hadn't been keeping tabs on it, but it was rather strange that it hadn't shown any signs of maturing or hatching, Ashlock mused. Though I suppose it would be quite worthless for a long time even if it did hatch. Unlike my system summons that progress as quickly as I can evolve them, a random inkwing I hatched wouldn't enjoy the same benefits. Has the tournament started yet? Stella's question broke him out of his thoughts. I have been rather busy studying, so I haven't stepped outside here in the last few days. No, not yet. Everything should be ready by tomorrow, though. Will you be watching? Stella smirked. Of course. My little terror is participating. How could I not enjoy the show? Little terror. Do you mean Jasmine? Ashlock chuckled. The name was rather fitting for Stella's disciple. How do you think she will fare against the other soul fire cultivators? Honestly, I have no idea. Stella stood up and stretched her back. She has the drive and a sprinkle of insanity a cultivator needs to succeed, as shown by her willingness to endure being poisoned. Because of that, she has the advantage of having a poisoned body constitution, but she is still lacking in many areas. Oh, such as? Ashlock was quite curious. He wielded immense power but had gained it in a very unnatural way. Unlike a normal cultivator who also had to spend a lot of time practicing the sword and contemplating techniques, he skipped many of those steps. Her talent in combat is mediocre at best and is made all the worse by her lack of bloodlust and the intent to kill. Stella shrugged. Understandable, considering her sheltered upbringing as a noble mortal in Slemir and then as taking her in and showering her with resources. The mystic realm was definitely good for her, and I've noticed an improvement in her reflexes and general sense of survival, but it seems she did little combat while in there. Likely in part because Saul went in with her. Ashlock agreed that sending in Saul had likely robbed Jasmine of a life-altering moment that would give rise to her bloodlust, but Saul's presence had undoubtedly saved her from the maw of a poisonous plant. Those with intense instincts to kill, like Stella, had experienced and survived insane things. Few were born with that desire to kill out the gate unless they were a demon of some kind. Or a man-eating tree. Stella leaned against a nearby wall and hummed to herself, you know what? Even if Jasmine loses, I'm hoping this tournament will sharpen that mental blade of hers. There's no room for anything but ruthlessness in the real world. I want her to understand that. I don't have the patience to train someone who can't kill. That's fair. So you have little hope she will win then? Stella smirked. She is still my disciple, trained personally by me and given the best resources in the wilderness by you. It will take someone quite impressive to utterly defeat her. Has she learned any techniques yet? Ashlock asked. Since she had stepped into the soul fire realm, she could now exert her will onto chi beyond her body, meaning she could finally start learning techniques. Not really, Stella sighed. It's a work in progress. Since nobody in the sect is an expert in nature affinity, we are trying to decipher those darn books written by people who should be poets instead of teachers. Ashlock now had the whole picture and could see why Stella wasn't super confident that Jasmine would secure first place against the other soul fire realm cultivators. While she had many advantages, she was inexperienced and lacked the fighting skills and instincts to thrive in a tournament environment. Either she would impress them both, or this would be a rude awakening for the little terror. I suppose we will find out tomorrow just how effective your teachings have been thus far, Stella, Ashlock said. After all, the tournament was soon to begin. But first, Ashlock had to check in with Nox. Tartarus had undergone some changes since he acquired it. Chapter 348. Shadow Realm. Ashlock followed his ethereal roots through the endless void. Despite knowing there should be a collection of pocket realms here, like lanterns floating in the darkness. Yet, there was simply nothing. Either the void obscured their existence, or they were elsewhere. He also couldn't see the upper layers of creation, which should have been overhead, whichever direction overhead was supposed to be. It was hard to tell up from down when surrounded by nothingness. I thought I felt the presence of someone familiar, a perfectly neutral voice echoed through the void. Then, a giant red eye opened before him as if it had always been there. Mars, it's good to see you again, Ashlock replied to Maple's sibling, using abyssal whispers as he paused his journey through his route. How have you been? The eye seemed amused by his words. Same old, same old. If I get lazy, time ceases to flow, and since our last meeting, I have been rather bored. Tendrils of darkness slipped out from a giant mass of something hidden behind the eye and seemed to come toward Ashlock's vision with curiosity. So imagine my surprise when I awoke from a nap and sensed something traversing the void. I had hoped for a tasty fool trying to sneak between the layers, but it turned out to be my sibling's favorite spirit tree. What brings you to the void? Finally, starting the era of ascension again. That's always fun. Sadly, not yet, Ashlock replied. I have just entered the nascent soul realm, and my sect members are far from strong enough to deal with even middling sects on the 8th layer of creation. We have a long way to go until then. Ashlock could feel Mars' disappointment. He had promised to help them enter heaven's reality once he reached the 8th layer of creation and retrieved the next divine fragment. Until then, they were stuck in the endless void, dying of boredom. I suppose I can't blame you. It hasn't been that long since we last spoke. Right. Ashlock had lost track. It can't have been more than a few months ago. You were in the Star Core realm back then. Wow, you are growing quickly. Ashlock laughed. It was weird being flattered by an eldritch abomination. Say Mars, where are the pocket realms? The mystic realm made it seem like they were close together. The void is as vast as it wants to be, Mars answered cryptically. Those unattuned to the void or without a path like you using your route have no chance of traversing it. I see. Ashlock didn't fully get it, as he kept thinking of the void as a magical version of space. It was hard to wrap his head around sometimes. So, Ashlock, may I ask where this route leads? Mars asked as their eye trailed the path through the void. Ashlock saw no reason to lie. I'm heading to check on my pocket realm. Oh, I see. Mars blinked in confusion. Hold on. Pocket realm. How can someone in the nascent soul realm own a pocket realm? I stole control of one from the Shadow Sovereigns. Was that something unheard of? Maybe he should have given a different answer. You stole one. Mars seemed baffled. Can I come? I promise I won't devour it. I just want to look around to cull my boredom a little. Ashlock was taken aback as he hadn't expected that request. He couldn't help the Worldwalkers infiltrate heaven's carefully woven reality, but pocket realms were separate spaces created and ruled over by individuals. So, it might be possible to let a Worldwalker in. I can try and let you in, but what do you mean by devouring it? Ah, you wouldn't know. Mars paused. How can I explain this? Monarch realm cultivators can create a pocket realm from their knowledge of Tao's and a large amount of Qi. They then cast this seed, filled with intent out into the void and let it slowly grow over time by absorbing the Qi that trickles down from the heavens. Imagine it as a lake. The cultivator figuratively creates the hole in the ground that will house the lake and also carves out the path for a river. They then let the flow of water do the rest. It's a far less Qi-intensive process than forming an inner world, but it takes much longer. Ashlock kinda understood what Mars was saying. So cultivators lay the foundations, and the pocket realms grow on their own. Correct. The size of a pocket realm depends on how well it is designed to absorb Qi, what it is used for, and, most importantly, how old it is. If Qi is drained from a pocket realm, like a lake, it will eventually dry out and turn into barren land. That sounded really bad. Thankfully, Ashlock hadn't drawn any Qi from Tartarus over the last week since he'd gained control over it, and he was glad he hadn't. If he had greedily drawn Qi from it like he did from the world tree's roots, it would have become useless with time. However, there was a slight issue. If cultivating in Tartarus drained it of Qi, how was he supposed to use the pocket realm to raise shadow cultivators for the cult? I've seen pocket realms covered in Qi gathering arrays. Ashlock said, if pocket realms have limited Qi, they don't make sense as places to cultivate. Are the cultivators simply unaware that cultivating inside a pocket realm kills it over time? Otherwise, I can't see logic in their actions. Nowhere except the heavens has infinite Qi. Mars replied, while using a pocket realm as a cultivation space will slow down its growth, so long as it's well designed to catch the ambient Qi of heaven and not overused, it can maintain its size or even grow. Ashlock felt a light bulb go off in his head. So, a pocket realm was a giant Qi battery he could tap into. Continuing the lake analogy, The heavens, she was like a constant rain pour. The better the lake captured the rain, the faster it would fill. But no matter what, if he opened the dam and let all the water flow out, it would eventually empty. I had wondered why the pocket realm filled with chi gathering formations that Stella found had been left empty. They were likely giving it some time to recharge, and I bet those chi gathering formations also helped the pocket realm capture heaven ambient chi. Ashlock was grateful for this insight from Mars as it explained a lot about pocket realms and hinted at how he would form them in the future. But he was still apprehensive about letting a worldwalker enter his. Now that he owned a chi-filled reality, he felt even more averse to letting in a worldwalker whose one desire was to devour reality itself to grow in power. He could hardly blame heaven for wanting to keep them out. Letting Maple in had resulted in enough slaughter thus far, and he was still a baby worldwalker. Ashlock sighed. As much as he wanted to say no, it wasn't a good idea to deny a worldwalker's honest request. Can you pinky promise you won't devour my new pocket realm? I only just got it and would be quite mad if you ate it. Pinky promise. Is that how spirit trees make pacts? Kinda. Ashlock realized he had used a phrase from his old world and had assumed it was one here, too. Just promise me, okay. No eating it. A case of content theft. This narrative is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. I already promised not to. You just don't believe me, Mars retorted, and they were right. He didn't. But could you blame him for ensuring they were on the same page here? Mars was a world-eating eldritch monster that even heaven, the very fabric of reality itself, seemed to fear. He could be naive sometimes, but even he wasn't that trusting. Unfortunately, there wasn't much he could do here. If Mars did end up eating the realm, he would now have a good reason to never trust the worldwalkers again, and maybe that would save the 8th layer of creation from being devoured in the future. Fine. You can come visit with me. Ashlock gave in. Seriously though, if you absorb any chi from there, consider our friendship over. Wait. Did worldwalkers even understand the concept of friendship? That's fine by me. Mars' SI began to collapse in on itself until they were a comparatively tiny dot. Zooming in, Ashlock noticed they had changed into their naked, androgynous humanoid body with no defining features like a plastic toy other than shoulder-length red hair. The form still had a slightly feminine figure as Mars and Neptune had copied Diana's DNA to make their human forms, while Maple had used Stella as his template. Mars floated down and touched the outside of his ethereal root. Let me inside, Mars said, and Ashlock complied by creating a slit. Once inside his hollowed-out ethereal root, Mars looked both ways. It seemed they briefly debated taking the route that would lead back to Red Vine Peak but thought better of trying to survive reality's suppression and began walking the correct way. Since space was compressed inside his root, Ashlock barely managed to keep up with Mars as they moved through. Now entering Tartarus, Ashlock saw a system notification flash in his vision announcing his arrival. As before, surrounded by a swirling vortex of shadow law was Nox. She had grown in cultivation since he had last seen her and was now in the second stage of the nascent soul realm. Her shadow dryad form, which was peacefully cultivating under her canopy, had gained more definition and looked even more mesmerizing and deadly than before. Her trunk had also grown, now towering at around 50 meters tall. The ground near her roots cracked open, and from the rough crevice, an unnaturally white hand emerged. Who goes there? Nox said as she slowly opened her eyes and began siphoning shadow law from the swirling vortex. She gathered it in her open palm and turned her head to the intruder. Nox received no reply as the ground tore open, and Mars emerged. The worldwalker's humanoid features were perfectly muted despite Nox's threatening posture of pointing a finger swirling with shadow law at them, and their black eyes, which carried the emptiness of the void, didn't help matters. Who are you? Nox asked again, finally standing up. You are invading a pocket realm belonging to the all-seeing eye. What business do you have here? Ignoring the talking shadow, Mars looked to the sky. Spirit tree, if this human attacks me, am I allowed to eat them? No. Shame. Mars replied with the same monotonous tone as always. Ashlock, you're here. Nox lowered her hand. Who is this exactly? They are one of Maple's siblings, a worldwalker. I ran into them on my way here, and they asked me to check out my new pocket realm. Ashlock explained and enjoyed that he didn't have to hold anything back. Nox had become one of his most trusted aides, partially due to the level of control he had over her. You can call them Mars. Mars stared at Nox with a blank face. Sorry to intrude. No problem. Nox seemed unsure how to converse with Mars, which was understandable. A lot of nuance regarding human communication was lost on the Worldwalker, and their flat tone and expressions made them hard to read. Mars looked around with slightly off-putting movements like an owl. Their neck twisted just slightly too far, and they never blinked. This seems to be quite an old pocket realm judging by its size and chi quality. I'd estimate it was made at least 10 cycles ago. You have gotten control of something quite special, Spirit Tree. 10 World Tree cycles. Wouldn't that make the Shadow Sovereigns a very old family? Yes, if I remember correctly, they are one of the more powerful groups on the first layer of creation and have been around for a long time. Mars paused. This was likely a tomb of some sort if it was left down here, right? Yes, it had statues of dead cultivators defended by shadow liches. Upon his first return here a week ago, he'd checked out the statues after dealing with the Redclaw traders. Whoever's soul had been stored in them had long passed, so they were nothing but lifeless husks of stone. He sadly couldn't extract any credits from devouring them or turn them into ents as there was no soul left to consume or enslave. Ashlock waited to see if Mars had anything else to say, but the Worldwalker seemed quiet, perhaps lost in thought. Since he was on a time crunch, and the tournament starting tomorrow would absorb most of his attention for the foreseeable future, he asked Nox, "How has the progress on our plans for converting this place been?" The plan was simple. Ashlock wanted to turn Tartarus into the ultimate all-purpose realm for the cult of the all-seeing eye. Or at least those with shadow affinity. The Duskwalker family, such as Evelyn, would also obviously be encouraged to use it as their strength was his. Since most cultivators under the all-seeing eye were in the Chi and Soul Fire realms, the nascent Soul realm Shadow Law Chi in this room would do more harm than good. So Ashlock had tasked Nox with finding a solution and left her with many Shadow Dao-filled seeds, as he wanted to raise powerful offspring here. Nox looked away from squinting at the motionless Mars, which looked like a creepy naked life-sized doll, and replied, "I've got some good and bad news." "What's the bad news?" "There are no monsters left anywhere in the Pocket Realm. You devoured them all." Ashlock had half expected this. There had been a disturbing number of Leviathans in this room. Now that he thought about it, they had likely bred like crazy here over the many eons they had been left alone. "That's fine. Next time, I'll find some monsters in another shadow realm and turn them into ents to guard this place." "I assume the good news concerns changing the chi level." Nox nodded. "Yeah, it wasn't too tricky. As I have total domain over shadow chi in this place, I simply willed for the level to be lower in the outer rooms and have it scaling up until this room." "Perfect." Ashlock moved away from the bastion and was surprised to find his vision able to phase through walls despite Nox's roots not spreading that far. "I guess her roots linking with the Dark Throne gave me total access to this place," Ashlock mused as he looked around and realized why the castle had been such a nightmare to navigate. While it appeared somewhat normal on the outside, besides its immense size, the inside was like a strange pocket dimension with floating rooms only connected by a complex network of shadow rifts. "Hold on. I can open and close these rifts at will and even float the rooms around." If someone had been sitting on the Dark Throne and controlling this place when we arrived, there's no chance we could have made it to the throne room unless we smashed through the heavily enchanted walls. This place is a true labyrinth fortress. Ashlock followed the shadow rift path and noticed that Nox had created a very clear pathway but had disconnected the throne room from the rest of the castle, making it impossible to reach for anyone coming in. Looking at it from afar, Ashlock noticed the rooms connected by shadow rifts were arranged in a slanted stack like a Titan's staircase. The one at the bottom had Soul Fire Realm level chi. Each subsequent room went up a single stage for a total of 21 steps, going from the first stage of the Soul Fire Realm all the way up to the nascent Soul Realm. Looking closer, each room had a literal staircase of darkness with a shadow rift at the top linking to the next room, or step, as it could be called. Flanking the side of the shadow staircase were groves of Ashlock's offspring that had grown from his Dao seeds. His offspring were all only a few meters tall at this point, with the ones growing in more chi-dense floors having grown up faster and were now upwards of 10 meters tall. To prevent people from getting overconfident and climbing up to a room beyond their level, I constantly release my presence. The higher they go, the more suppressive it becomes until they can't proceed without more training. Nox explained as if sensing where he was looking. "I also planted your Dao seeds along the sides to give concentrated areas of shadow chi for people to cultivate under. While I have total control of the shadow chi in here, your offspring do a good job of assisting me in managing the flow of it." "This is perfect," Ashlock praised Nox. He could foresee this place becoming a legend to those in the all-seeing eye, resulting in divine energy for himself. The only change to his original plan was how often he could open this place to the public, due to the knowledge given by Mars. When Tartarus is not in use, my offspring here should do a good job capturing the ambient chi from heaven and feeding it back into the pocket realm like chi gathering arrays to prevent it from shrinking, Ashlock mused. Once my offspring reach the star core realm, they will passively generate chi on their own like mini power stations, and the issue will be even less. That is how things worked back in reality as well. Ashlock drew chi from his many forests across the land during intense battles to fuel his techniques and skills. Once the battle was over, he would return the chi and extra in hopes that once his offspring reached Star Core realm, he would have a new consistent source of chi. Ashlock glanced over the many rooms in the castle once more, and while imagining how one room could be used as a jail cell to trap powerful cultivators, he realized something. Isn't this basically like a dungeon from those fantasy games? Ashlock laughed. It definitely has a stairway to heaven vibe, or should it be a stairway to hell with the dark theme I've got going on? Either way, a dungeon is no fun without rewards and monsters to kill. Ashlock realized he had just found a great new way to distribute rewards for free, while making his cult members feel like they worked for them. Chapter 349, Beast. Core. Sam covered his face with his drenched robes in a poor attempt to shield his eyes from the intense storm. The main street of Ashfallen City, which had been bustling with life when he arrived here a week ago, was now nearly vacant. Few dared to move around in this winter storm that had only gotten worse with every day that passed. The freezing rain seemed to come from every direction, and if not for the chi he was cycling through his body to keep the chill from seeping deep into his bones, he might have suffered frostbite within minutes. Can my old man even protect the harvest from this? Sam thought as he plodded through the freezing mud toward his temporary home, which he was sharing with others while waiting for the tournament to start. We were mere weeks away from the last big harvest of the year, but even chi-enhanced crops would struggle to survive this storm. If the farmers' crops die over the winter season, things will get really ugly. Sam wouldn't have been so worried if the Ashfallen sect hadn't been buying up every last crop to feed the growing population of Ashfallen City. It had been lucrative for the farmers, but little crops were left in storage for freak events like this. Whatever, the fate of the farm is no longer my concern. Sam balled his fists, which were numb and red from the cold. My sole focus is advancing my cultivation and winning this tournament to impress my master. How can the life of a farmer compare to that of a cultivator anyway? Why would I want to live as a slave to the land when I can defy the heavens and soar through the skies? Lofty dreams, he had to admit. But he was hopeful. Ever since the service to the all-seeing eye, his cultivation progress had exploded to the 9th stage of the chi realm. His rapid progress through the stages was a perfect combination of his master's gift opening his spirit roots, getting access to a cultivation technique and free resources through the cult, and the insight he received the night of the service after watching Stella annihilate dozens of cultivators more powerful than he could ever imagine being with a snap of her finger. He supplemented all these advantages with intense cultivation, where he would keep going until he fainted from hunger. Yet despite this explosive progress, he couldn't help but feel bitter. Before his master returned to gift him the truffle, he had tried this hard for months yet seen no results. All that had changed between now and then was his access to resources. He had once looked up to cultivators, but this realization that resources overshadowed effort lessened his respect for them. It also soured his motivation to train whenever he pondered how different his life would have been if he had been born to a noble cultivator family rather than to a poor farmer. Would he have to train to the brink of death every day if he had the wealth of a noble family behind him? He doubted it. But what could he do? These were the cards he had been dealt, and he would make the most of them. A sudden feeling of nearby spiritual pressure broke Sam out of his bitter thoughts. Looking to the other side of the street, he saw a middle-aged woman moving through the rain with skin so white he had to double-check she wasn't a ghost. No, that's definitely a person. She was one of the most beautiful people Sam had ever laid eyes on. Although his master still held the crown for her youthful beauty, this woman exuded a commanding presence that captured his attention. Her purposeful and unbothered gait through the mud made her seem like a true noble, untouched by the world around her. Her pristine white cloak, trimmed with fluffy fur, clung elegantly to her figure, and she was decorated with incredibly expensive-looking and well-made jewelry, and her fingers sparkled with a collection of spatial rings. In comparison, Sam looked like a dirty beggar with his drenched and dirtied cloak from the mud he had waded through on his journey back from the Ashfallen Trading Company's building. There, he exchanged some crowns for a bottle of body-strengthening pills, as he had been falling behind on his physical training in favor of progressing his soul. Sam didn't understand how she was so unfazed by the storm until he noticed the rain was bouncing off subtle blue soul flames flicking across her body. A water cultivator. If she possesses an affinity and can bring forth soul flames, she must be in the soul fire realm. Sam thought as he stood rooted in place, and his head slowly swiveled to watch the cultivator casually walk through a storm that would be lethal to most mortals. Of course, there's a chance she's in the star core realm, but I heard from others who have had the honor, or horror, of seeing a star core cultivator in the flesh say they usually always have an overbearing pressure surrounding them that makes the world bow to them. The cultivator paused and tilted her head toward him as if sensing his gaze. See something you like, boy. Despite the roaring wind and the distance separating them, the cultivator's words effortlessly reached his ears through the rain as if she were whispering right into his ear. Her tone was soft and aloof, but even from here, Sam could feel the coldness in her eyes and the prickle of bloodlust. He had messed up. I was just enchanted by your power, mistress, Sam shouted and discarded all pride as he threw himself into a 90-degree bow. The freezing rain pierced his back like icicles, and water dripped onto the mud below from his blonde hair, which stuck to his face. His whole body was tense as his muscles hardened by training turned rock solid. If the cultivator wanted him to stay here as a living statue, he would. The memory of the Winterwrath cultivator killing a miner still sometimes haunted him at night, and he refused to suffer a similar fate. Cultivators were not to be messed with. Mortals should keep their eyes on the dirt where they belong, the woman said, but she didn't sound angry. No, she found amusement in tormenting a lesser. Don't you agree? Sam went to reply when his eyes widened. What was he doing? While their level was clearly different, he wasn't a mortal anymore. Bowing in respect was one thing, but groveling at another cultivator's feet made no sense when he was also a cultivator. He had trained so hard to escape this fate. This woman must have mistaken me for a mortal because I kept my chi internally to keep my body warm. Once she sees I am a cultivator, she will surely apologize and treat me with the respect a cultivator demands. Whether I agree or not doesn't matter, Sam said confidently as he straightened his back and met her amused gaze, because I'm a cultivator. He pulled on the untamed chi stored inside his soul and let it cycle through his muscles. The woman blinked in disbelief before losing her ethereal composure and burst out laughing. You're in the chi realm and call yourself a cultivator. Is this some childish joke? Sam was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a response. I meditate the heavens whisper. How am I not a cultiva? The woman vanished in the rain and reappeared before him in an instant. A blue flame palm came out of the corner of his vision, followed by intense pain as it slammed him in the cheek, and his world spun as he went flying. What just happened? Eating a face full of wet mud, Sam groaned as he pushed his body up and kneeled over on all fours. He had double vision and felt nauseous. Spitting on the ground, he saw a blurry puddle of red decorated with a few of his teeth that had been knocked out of his mouth. Still think you're a cultivator, or did that knock some sense into you? The woman's haunted laughter echoed in his ears. Keep your head down next time, mortal. Lest you earn the ire of someone less forgiving than me. Barely managing to look over his shoulder, he saw the woman continue her unbothered stroll toward the Ashfallen Trading Company's main building, looming in the distance. That was the only reason a cultivator of her caliber would be here. To purchase pills or to register for the upcoming tournament, maybe even both. Whatever her reason, she had thankfully decided that almost breaking his neck was enough punishment for looking in her direction. Sam lay in the mud for a long time, with dark thoughts swimming through his disorientated mind. Soon, his warm tears joined the rain streaking down his cheeks. He didn't even know who or what to aim his frustration at. Should he be mad at himself for not being strong enough or for being foolish enough to talk back to a superior cultivator? Or should he direct his anger outwards, onto that woman for hitting him or the people who raised her to be such a bitch? You might be reading a pirated copy. Look for the official release to support the author. Nobody cares about you. Sam spat more blood, and if not for the rain numbing his cheek, he was sure he would be in a lot of pain right now. You're just a farmer's son who dared to dream of something more. His fingers dug into the mud as he tried and failed to contain his anger. Eventually, he staggered to his feet and began to trudge through the mud toward his home. Lost in bitter thoughts, he turned a corner off the main street and limped past rows of almost identical stone homes. The dirt roads had turned into rivers of mud that clamped to his feet, and the rain was so intense that it obscured everything in fog. Due to his intense headache and the conditions, he took a few wrong turns until he finally found the right road. I think this is it. Sam stood before a house that looked the same as any other. The only identifiable feature was 3 blood-red lines streaking across the wood like a claw scratch. A rather ominous symbol he had asked Brother Hugo about before, but the guy had always avoided the topic. Sliding the bolt, the hefty wooden door flew inwards before Sam could react due to the ferocious winds. He winced as it slammed into the wall with a bang. "Who the fuck?" a voice thundered from within. The hairs on the back of Sam's neck prickled as a spiritual pressure washed over him, and he saw the vague figure of a large man wreathed in dark brown soul flames climb up from the basement. "It's me, Hugo," Sam shouted over the roaring winds. "Sam, what in the 9 realms are you standing around for? Close the door, you fool, you're letting all the rain in." "Oh right. Sorry." Sam stepped inside and attempted to close the door behind him. The intense winds made the door creak on its hinges, and it felt like trying to push a boulder up a hill. Gritting his teeth as Hugo stood there glaring at him, he expended a little of his stored chi to empower his muscles and almost fell forward with how easily the door closed once he used his chi. "I'm really not a cultivator," Sam thought as he bolted the door closed. "I almost lost a fight to a door." "You're back late. Run into some trouble?" Hugo asked. Sam stood there for a moment, frozen in place. His pride was in the dumps, and he just wanted to crawl into a hole and die rather than show his beaten and broken self to Hugo. This gentle giant of a man had offered him a place to sleep for the next week, and then they would enter the tournament together. Apparently, he had been part of a gang back in Darklight City and had moved here for a better life and a new start to calm his mind and quell something he called heart demons. Or at least that was his reasoning for being willing to take in a random lost kid. Sam tensed as a strong hand clamped on his shoulder and slowly turned him around. Sam looked at Hugo's concerned face and gave him a weary, blood-stained smile. "I did run into some trouble." "Whoa, you're messed up, brother." "Who was it?" Hugo said as if impressed by how crap he looked. "The Iron Fist Brotherhood. The Blood Blades. Maybe the Savage Boar Gang." "No, none of those rogue cultivator groups." Sam shook his head. Hugo had described these groups when telling stories of his time in Darklight City. He had been part of the Iron Fist Brotherhood. A small group of mostly earth cultivators were known to be ruthless and cause a lot of property damage while fighting. The Enforcers. Sam knew that was the name others gave the group run by the tyrant Mr. Choi from the mines. While a large and influential group of rogue cultivators, everyone knew they were under orders from the Red Claws. He shook his head, doubting that the cultivator that slapped him had been part of that group. Hugo's eyes narrowed. "You didn't anger the Red Claws, did you? Because if you did, even I can't save you." His voice dropped to a whisper. "Everyone knows they answer straight to the all-seeing eye, and there is no escaping that God's gaze. Run to another sect, and they will still find you." Sam kept that in mind but shook his head. The Red Claws rarely sought out trouble anymore and simply strode around like they owned the place, or at least they had on the day he arrived before the storm started. It seemed they disliked the freezing rain, as he hadn't seen one of those red-haired nobles in days. Hugo sighed in relief, knowing he hadn't dared to anger the ruling noble family of this region. If it isn't any of those. Did you get hit by a stray attack from the princess?" Sam knew that was the name the people of Ashfallen City gave his master. She had a ruthless reputation, known for slaughtering people she deemed an eyesore with ease. While the cult of the all-seeing eye was seen as benevolent, people didn't dare take advantage of them as the princess was the cult's head priestess. Anything run by her couldn't possibly be tolerant of enemies. "No, I haven't seen the princess," he replied but refrained from calling Stella his master, because, after hearing her reputation, he thought it best to keep his relationship with her a secret. With a sigh, he decided to stop avoiding the topic. He had to come clean about the humiliation. Hugo's grin grew as he explained what happened earlier without missing out on a single detail. "Welcome to the club, kid." Hugo patted his shoulder enthusiastically and laughed. "The club." Hugo pulled his lips apart and proudly showed off his crooked and gap-filled teeth. "Exact same shit happened to me. I thought I was a tough guy before another cultivator put me in my place." "Don't look so down, brother, getting slapped about builds character." Sam had once again not expected this reaction. He thought he would get laughed at or scolded by Hugo and called a fool. Instead, he felt welcomed into a brotherhood of other cultivators who had been beaten to a pulp before. "She ain't wrong, though." Hugo pulled away his hand, and his tone turned more serious. "It's not that you aren't a cultivator, Sam. It's just that you might as well be immortal in her eyes. The difference in power between realms only gets more extreme the further you ascend. To you, she seemed powerful, right?" Sam nodded. His face still stung, and he hadn't even had time to react to her attack. If he hadn't been tensing his muscles and flexing his cultivation at that moment, that slap would have snapped his neck, and he would be dead right now. Well, as a fellow Soul Fire Realm cultivator, let me tell you, we are basically mortals in the eyes of Star Core realms. It's all a matter of perspective. Hugo rubbed his chin for a moment and smirked as an idea seemed to come to him. You said she was heading toward the Ashfallen Trading Company's building, right? I bet she will register for the tournament. How about you get revenge on her at the tournament? How? Sam frowned. I'm stuck at the peak of the Chi realm, and there's no way I can gather enough Chi to push myself to form a soul core before the tournament starts. Hugo reached into his pocket, as he couldn't afford a spatial ring, and revealed a black rock. Chi wafted from it, which felt slightly off as if it were tainted. What's that? Sam asked, taking a step back. This is a beast core, fresh from a peak soul fire realm monster. If you absorb all the Chi from it, I bet you can make it to the soul fire realm. Sam gulped. Is it safe? The Chi coming from it feels weird. Hugo chuckled. Safe. Of course, it is. I've absorbed many during my life, and look at me, I'm fine, aren't I? He held it out, and Sam subconsciously reached to take it. The stone was cold and he felt a little ill holding it. It's expensive, you know. Hugo said and patted him on the shoulder. I was going to use it to get a quick boost before the tournament, but I think you need it more than me. I doubt you will get far if you're stuck in the Chi realm without an affinity. Sam bit his lip. Hugo was right. While his master's disciple had appeared to be in the Chi realm like him, there was no guarantee she hadn't already advanced to the Soul Fire realm with all the resources she likely had access to. Thank you, Sam said, bowing to Hugo. The man had not only somehow managed to lift his spirits after being humbled but had given him a new path to power. After some rest, Sam headed back into the storm and trekked his way up the mountain, past the Sleemier Noble area and as close to Whitestone Peak as he dared to go. He wasn't sure why, but the closer he got to Red Vine Peak, the purer the Chi felt and the easier it was to listen to heaven's whispers. Hanging up his drenched cloak on a branch, Sam sat in his damp underwear on an exposed root under a cluster of demonic trees for shelter. Shivering from the cold, he stared at the beast core in his hands for a long time. Hugo seemed mostly alright, but surely absorbing the Chi from a monster is a bad idea. But at this rate, I will just get beaten up at the tournament if I don't advance to the next realm. That woman showed me that I can't bridge the gap between realms with technique or determination alone. I didn't even have time to react before I almost died. Gritting his teeth, he opened his soul to the strange Chi and began absorbing it. Black miasma surged out of the stone, through his pure spirit roots, and reached his soul. He threw his head back in pure ecstasy as the Chi rapidly poured into and expanded his soul. Within an hour, the rock became dim, as almost all the Chi that had once belonged to a peak soul fire realm beast was now assimilated into his soul. Checking his body, he couldn't see anything obviously wrong. There was a slight buildup of some miasma in his spirit roots, but he was sure that would clear out with time. Okay, time to form a soul core. Sam hyped himself up. Closing his eyes, he entered his deep consciousness, and in the serene darkness of his mind, he could feel himself surrounded by heaven-woven reality. Presented with seemingly endless Chi types to try and cultivate, he mentally reached out and pulled on the earth Chi below him. It was Hugo who had told him he likely had an affinity to earth Chi due to his stubborn personality to keep training, his tough body, and, embarrassingly, his life spent on the farm. He had never considered earth Chi much, but after Hugo's advice, he gave it more attention and noticed that he felt a kinship with the affinity when he listened to heaven's whispers. Throughout the night, he carefully cycled earth Chi through his spirit roots, turning the untamed raw Chi in his soul a slightly dark brown. By morning, Sam was drenched in both rain and sweat as his soul core finished forming. It wasn't stable or perfect. But Sam now had an affinity and, more importantly, was in the same realm as that bitch who had humbled him and should be equal to or better than his master's favored disciple. I can't believe it. I really made it to the soul fire realm in time, and it's all thanks to Hugo giving me that beast core. I wonder how I can get more of those. Standing up, he was eager to test his newfound strength. Brown soul flames flickered to life across his foot, and with a simple stamp, the ground fractured in a line down the mountainside for many meters. This power from an affinity couldn't compare to wielding untamed Chi. The tournament should be starting soon. Sam thought as he looked through the heavy rain at the Ashfallen Trading Company's building, a megastructure of black stone looming over Ashfallen City. I better get going. Chapter 350. Little Terror. Too fast. Jasmine thought as she desperately swung her sword upward to meet the overhead blade coming for her face. If not for Elder Mo's fighting spirit imbued in her sword subtly guiding her to have a better form, she wouldn't have been able to react in time. With a loud clang, her arms went numb as she barely managed to parry the sword to the side. Clumsily, she followed Elder Mo's fighting spirit, letting it tell her what to do next. Shifting her weight onto her back foot, Jasmine twisted her sword a second too late. Even she could tell the angle was too awkward to put up much of a defense. Jasmine could feel the intense heat radiating from her foe's blade, roaring with crimson flames as it slid up her sword in a shower of sparks and impacted its guard. She lost her grip on the sword hilt as her hands were numb from previous exchanges. Ah! She cried out as her sword flew to the side, leaving her wide open. You're mine now. Oliver Redclaw smirked as he spun around and skillfully aimed at her neck. Jasmine helplessly raised her hands and closed her eyes as the sword made contact, and she was thrown to the ground with immense force. The soft grass of Ashlock's inner word did little to cushion her fall as the wind was knocked out of her. Oliver! Jasmine heard a girl shout, likely the boy's twin sister. You can't mistreat Stella's disciple like that. You already won once she lost her sword. There was no need to go so far. She even raised her hands in surrender. No. It's okay. Jasmine wheezed as she pushed her body up and looked at the arguing twins with a strained smile. They were both 14 years old, meaning they were 6 years older than her. Despite their cultivation realms being the same at the second stage of the Soulfire realm, the gap in experience and sword reach from being taller showed. Despite their claims of disliking fighting and wanting to follow the path of alchemy under Stella, Jasmine hadn't won a single round against either of them. Are you sure you're okay with this, Jasmine? Olivia gave her a concerned look. Jasmine nodded slowly as she rubbed her neck. Besides, Master asked us to test Soul's shielding ability for the tournament. So it wouldn't be a good test if you didn't go for the kill. Stella had proposed the idea of using Sol to wrap the tournament contestants in a light chi shield that would absorb attacks. Since the tournament focused on testing those in the Chi and Soulfire realm and Sol was at the peak of the Star Core realm, his light shield could easily absorb such weak attacks. This way, people could go all out without the risk of getting disqualified for accidentally killing their opponent. Apparently, Stella had been inspired by the mystic realm she visited but didn't specify how. If not for Sol's light shield, Oliver would have decapitated her. Scary, I suppose. Olivia didn't seem so sure as she glanced at the Ent standing at the side. Still, Oliver didn't need to go so far. Don't blame Oliver. It's my fault for being too weak. Just give me a moment to recover, and we can go again, Jasmine said, sprawling out on the lush grass. She gazed up at the 9 moons as she tried to control her breathing. Her whole body ached, and her hands were still numb from trying to resist the impact of Oliver's sword. How did he have so much strength? Had he dabbled in body cultivation? Speaking of the devil, Oliver came into view with a playful smirk. I'll be ready to go again anytime, he said as he dropped her sword beside her. However, I don't think the sword really suits you. Your movements are clunky and off as if you were being guided by someone else rather than listening to your own instincts. He wasn't wrong. Jasmine really was hopeless with the sword. Something Stella had pointed out as well. But she had hoped with her improved cultivation and the guidance of Elder Mo's spirit that she could close the gap. Apparently, she was still utterly lacking in talent with the sword. I'm not lying when I say I'm subpar with the sword. So to be losing to me is concerning, Oliver said with a thoughtful expression. Despite his aggression during duels, he was a nice guy at heart. His twin sister Olivia came over and pushed him aside. Ignore him, Jasmine. We will spar instead, okay? It's not like you are any easier to beat. Jasmine rolled her eyes. Olivia actually had some skill with the sword compared to Oliver, and it showed by how short their bouts had been. Olivia grinned at her brother as if to say, see, she fears me too. But Oliver wasn't paying attention to them anymore. Instead, he looked off into the distance with an expression of shock. He really beat her, Oliver muttered under his breath. What a little monster. He did. Olivia matched her brother's expression. Tilting her head to the side, Jasmine saw a lone silver-haired child standing defiantly before a red-haired girl who had collapsed to one knee. Soul's shield enveloped them in a faint light, but the red-haired girl's shield was flickering. Jasmine knew both of them. The little monster was Riker Silverspire, and the girl was Amber Redclaw. Riker was a few years younger than Jasmine, yet somehow, after his most recent Mystic Realm visit, he was in the same realm of power as her master. A coil of shimmering silver calmly orbited Riker as the boy put his hands behind his back. Please surrender, Big Sister Amber, Riker said. This fighting between us is pointless. Amber looked genuinely distressed at having been beaten. No, I can still fight. The coil of silver orbiting Riker lashed out like a snake, silencing Amber by smacking her in the face and shattering Sol's shield. Riker wins, Sebastian announced as Amber fell on her butt. There was a moment of stifling silence followed by an eruption of angry shouts from the group of Redclaws, who had come to watch the fight. Sebastian moved with the gait of a butler to stand before his young master and protect him from the furious crowd. I understand you are all upset, but ganging up on a child to this degree is rather unbecoming of a noble family in service. To the immortal, let's cease this nonsense before it gets us all kicked out of here, okay? Sebastian said calmly. He flexed his star core cultivation to add weight to his warning, and the Redclaws took a hesitant step back. Because of the intense storm outside, everyone had sought refuge in the inner world to cultivate. To keep them away from Stella's home, Ashlock had created groves of trees that focused certain types of chi into areas. The metal chi and fire chi groves were right next to one another. From afar, both groves looked identical, just a group of demonic trees. However, when one got closer, there was a noticeable difference in the types of flowers growing and releasing chi. Jasmine had seen the fire flowers before on Whitestone Peak, but the metallic flowers in the metal chi grove were unbelievable. A flower made from silver or gold felt like something only Ashlock could do, but apparently, they had been sourced from the pocket realm. Riker had given her a brief tour of the grove, and Jasmine had been awed at how the inner world's light shimmered and bounced between the shiny flowers. After the tour and wanting to get some practice before the tournament, Jasmine had ventured into the Redclaws Grove in search of a suitable sparring partner, as Riker was too strong. That is where she found Oliver and Olivia. The story has been taken without consent. If you see it on Amazon, report the incident. The Redclaws weren't supposed to participate in the tournament, as its purpose was to find new talents to welcome into the sect. The same was true for Star Cores. There was no point in testing them as Star Core realm cultivators were incredibly rare, and if there were any, they would likely be welcomed in after a background check. However, after seeing Jasmine training for the upcoming tournament with the twins, the hot-headed Redclaws got bored of cultivating and wanted to join in on the fun. Add in the safety provided by Sol's shield, and things got absurd really fast. After fighting amongst themselves, a few left to check out the neighboring Metal Chi Grove. There, they challenged Riker one by one to duels, and after a whole group of Soulfire Realm Redclaws ganged up and lost to him, they managed to convince Amber to avenge them. Yet, despite Amber being 2 stages in the Star Core realm above Riker, it had gone surprisingly poorly. Riker had won once again. Jasmine watched from afar and couldn't believe her wanting to get a little practice in before the tournament had resulted in the scene before her. I wonder what is going to happen now. The Redclaws don't seem like the type to back down after a loss, but Sebastian is too strong for them to defy without getting their own elders involved. Amber got up from the ground. Under everyone's gaze, she patted herself down and rolled her shoulders. With a sigh, she picked up her sword and stowed it away in a flash of silver light before walking toward Riker. Sebastian moved to stop her. Don't stop, Big Sister Amber, Sebastian. Riker stepped around his butler and grinned at Amber as he held out his hand. It was a good fight. Amber shook the offered hand and nodded. You're very impressive for someone so young. Thank you. Riker grinned at the praise. His positivity was almost blinding, or was it his silver hair and eyes? Jasmine wasn't sure, but she hoped that she would have a similar attitude when she was as strong as Riker. Amber bid Riker farewell and rejoined the group of Redclaws. She had to join Sebastian in flexing her Star Core's pressure to get the rowdy group to finally give it a rest and return to their grove. Everyone in my family is a hot-headed fool, Olivia said as she sat on the grass beside Jasmine. Why are they fools? Jasmine asked. From her perspective, it was Riker who made no sense here. How was someone her age so powerful? Because metal affinity is a terrible matchup for us, Oliver chimed in. Fire chi is all about widespread destruction, which is perfect in large-scale wars. Meanwhile, metal affinity is about single target killing. It's like comparing the effectiveness of a wildfire and a sword in a duel. Olivia hummed in agreement. It's important to play to your strengths as a cultivator. For example, if Riker had gone up against an earth cultivator, his metal attacks would have been much less effective. But against less tangible affinities like fire or water, he has the upper hand, for sure. That liquid metal of his can simply ignore our fire and go right through it, Olivia turned and grinned at Jasmine. This is actually something Stella taught us. Jasmine nodded. She taught me this too. Stella had drilled the idea that no cultivator was all-powerful into her head many times. It's why keeping the appearance of always being in control was so important. Until you show weakness, the enemy will be more careful, as they can never know your true strength and capabilities from a glance. You have a good master, Olivia said. Despite having never done alchemy before, she overshadowed us almost immediately. Even Elder Margaret was impressed. Oliver agreed with his sister. Yeah. It must be nice knowing you have a master who is open to learning new things. Many masters are locked in their old ways and can be stubborn and dismissive of fields outside their expertise. Jasmine smiled a little. She liked it when others praised her master. Is someone speaking about me? Stella manifested before them in a burst of white flames, and her restrained pressure bore down on them. Oliver, who had remained standing, fell backward in shock at Stella's sudden appearance out of thin air. Jasmine couldn't blame him as her heart had also almost jumped out of her chest. Phew, you scared us, Grand Elder Stella, Olivia said while resting a hand on her likely pounding heart. Luckily, she had been sitting down, so she didn't suffer the same embarrassment as her brother. Sorry, Stella said, but Jasmine could tell through their link that she wasn't sorry at all. How did you even do that? Oliver asked. Do what? Stella asked with a playful smirk. Appear like some ghost. Didn't you have to make a portal first? Olivia paused. Hold on, your soul flames are white now, too. Did something happen? Yeah, I comprehended a higher tier affinity. Ether chi, Stella said nonchalantly as she summoned some white flames to her fingers. They seemed to reach through reality to somewhere else. See, no need for portals anymore. I can seamlessly move between here and the ether plane. You upgraded your affinity. I've never heard of something so ridiculous before. Oliver seemed at a loss for words, like, how is that even possible? I didn't know affinities could even be upgraded. Stella shrugged. Wasn't too hard. I just had to slaughter dozens of weaklings in a tournament, make a deal with a monarch realm, fix an origin stone, and then comprehend multiple new DAOs. Oliver crossed his arms. Not that hard. I didn't even understand half of what you just said. I'm sure you could do it too. Stella patted him on the shoulder like an antagonistic big sister. Jasmine had long gotten used to Stella's antics and was many years younger, so she didn't feel inferior or intimidated by her master's capabilities. But these twins were only a few years younger than Stella, yet the difference between them was vast. Actually, Stella is far above almost everyone in the sect. Forget the twins feeling inferior. I bet the Redclaw Grand Elder would spit blood if he heard what Stella was saying. You jest, Grand Elder Stella, Oliver said politely, but his face betrayed his true thoughts. How can I possibly compare to the princess of the sect? There are people far better than me. Are you trying to make me so depressed I form heart demons? Oliver cut her off with a strained smile. Stella was about to reply but was cut off by a distant voice. Big sister. Riker came running over with Sebastian in tow. He stopped a few steps away and was practically jumping with excitement. Can we have a duel? The amusement on Stella's face faded, and Jasmine felt her master's annoyance through their mental link, though Stella didn't show it on her face. She withdrew her hand from Oliver's shoulder and turned to face the little terror. And what is in it for me? Riker seemed taken aback by Stella's retort. Riker frowned. Is there anything you want from me, big sister? Not really. I just want to be left alone by loud people. Oh, Riker grinned. Okay. If you win, I will leave you alone. Wait. His smile faded as he seemed to process what he had said. Perfect, Stella said and snapped her fingers. White flames swallowed Riker in an instant, and the boy was gone. The duel was over just like that. Stella casually dusted off her hands under everyone's baffled gaze, including Jasmine's. Her master had always awed her, but this was a new level of power. She actually snapped a star core realm out of existence that easily. Mistress Stella, is the young master. Stella raised a brow at Sebastian. What? Spit it out. Sebastian gulped. Did you kill him? Of course not. Stella snorted. Do you think I'm that heartless? The following silence from everyone said 1,000 words. Stella looked at everyone and clicked her tongue. No, I didn't kill him. See, she snapped her fingers, and a very distressed-looking Riker reappeared. The boy collapsed to his knees and hugged the ground. Oh, thank the heavens. Riker rubbed his face on the grass. The ground has never felt so firm under me. That was horrifying. Shish, Stella raised a finger to her lips. Remember my reward. Or I'll send you back there. Riker went silent and gestured that his lips were sealed. Good. Stella nodded, clearly pleased at the quiet. Now for why I'm here. How did Soul's shield hold up in your duels? Jasmine spoke up. No problems for us. It would block a few Soul Fire Realm strikes before breaking. Even when Oliver went for a lethal attack against my neck with full force, it held up. Oliver shot her a death stare, and Olivia chuckled. Oh, did he now? Stella merely side-eyed Oliver, and the poor kid froze up. Oliver stuttered. Stella shook her head. It's a good thing the shield held up. But seriously, how did you let that happen, Jasmine? My disciple shouldn't lose so one-sidedly. Jasmine regretted her jab at Oliver as she gulped. Sorry, Master. Stella eyed the sword at her feet. Did you try using a sword again? Jasmine hesitantly nodded. You have a talent when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, and your body creates a fast-acting paralyzing poison that you can inflict through your nails and teeth, yet you insist on crippling yourself with a sword. Stella snapped her fingers, and Elder Mo's sword vanished in a flash of white soul flames. I'll give it back to you after the tournament. But until then, you aren't allowed to wield any swords. Jasmine bit her lip. But Master, I don't feel comfortable fighting people like that when they have swords. She expected to get scolded for voicing her opinion on the matter since Stella had given her an ultimatum to use her fists, but to her surprise, Stella knelt down before Jasmine and looked her in the eyes. Then let's find a fighting style you are comfortable with, she said. But what about the tournament? Jasmine looked up at the sky. It was already night, and it was set to begin tomorrow morning. Don't stress about it, Stella smirked as she stood. Did you forget who was running the tournament? Master. Jasmine didn't like the idea of delaying it because of her. Don't worry. Tomorrow will be the Chi Realm bracket. The Soul Fire matches don't start for a few days. Stella dismissed her worries. So do your best until then. Okay. Jasmine nodded with determination. She had a few days to develop a fighting style incorporating her talents and advantages to make her master proud. Chapter 351. New Fighting Style. Ashlock returned to Red Vine Peak at nightfall, pleased with Nox's efforts to turn Tartarus into a place he could use to do what he did best, power up those around him. The nightmares inflicted on him by past world trees had taught him early on the importance of having strong allies, and this insight had only been further reinforced by the many battles that he wouldn't have been able to win on his own. The Ashfallen sect was arguably at the same level of personal power as his system. Both were borrowed powers that he invested heavily in, whether through resources or by devouring corpses, but in return, he had gained the capabilities to carve out a place of belonging in this hostile world. Because of this, for his own survival, he needed to use every resource possible to uplift those around him, which is why the upcoming tournament was so important. As his sect members' cultivation advanced, the number and quality of resources required would increase drastically. While manageable to a degree right now, it wouldn't be anymore if he offered unlimited cultivation resources and opened the gates of the Ashfallen sect to anybody, including the millions of mortals in Darklight City, that he could turn into cultivators like Sam and Jasmine. His cultivation would stagnate with how much chi he would have to spend on growing all the required truffles and fruits. My chi generation is immense by siphoning off the world tree, and my vast body is adept at capturing chi, but it's nowhere near enough. While my chi intake is like a burst dam, my soul is the size of an ocean. I also want to divert some chi to my offspring to help them advance so that I can depend on them in a future crisis to provide the chi I need. Not to mention the headache of trying to house and manage so many new cultivators. The Red Claws are already spread thin. That is why he was holding a tournament, to filter out people that resources would be wasted on and keep the numbers manageable. However, he planned to run this tournament in a rather unique way. He would watch the matches personally alongside some grand elders from his sect. As a group, they would decide who passed based on potential rather than results. If someone showed amazing talent with the sword but fell short of a win because of corrupted spirit roots, that was something Ashlock could fix. So, sending such a person away simply because they lost made no sense. Ashfallen will be known as a sect that only cares for talent and potential. Background does not matter. If there's one thing we have, it's the resources and capabilities to polish a diamond in the rough. People that other sects would look down their noses at may be the perfect fit for us. Ashlock was getting excited already. He hoped this odd way of selecting individuals would also work as an advertisement and spread his name to attract more talents. There was little point in hiding anymore. Every power in the realm knew of the Ashfallen sect's existence by now. Which meant it was time for all hands on deck. Disaster could strike at any moment, and Ashlock wanted his sect to be as prepared as possible. Perhaps it was because the sun had dipped below the mountains, engulfing him in cold darkness, but Ashlock felt beyond exhausted. At this point, his body covered an area as vast as a country. He was also the god of a religion, head of a sect, and overseer of multiple cities, yet he was only one tree. His attention was spread so thin these days that he always felt he was overlooking or forgetting something. Hey, a mortal. Huh. Ashlock glanced away from the distant horizon and saw Stella, Jasmine, and Elder Mo standing below his trunk. Compared to his towering height reaching for the heavens, which was slowly growing every day, the three humans looked tiny in comparison. But that was no excuse. He would usually notice Stella's presence near him immediately. Why do you feel so different? Ashlock asked Stella. He prodded her with his spiritual senses but returned empty. He couldn't feel any soul fluctuations coming from her. It was as if she had been reduced to a mere mortal. Even Jasmine was giving off more presence despite being in the soul fire realm. Why don't you take a closer look and see if you can figure it out? Stella said cheekily. She was acting like a child who had done something impressive and wanted to make their parents guess what it was. Ashlock had been a little slow, but he was pretty sure he had figured out what had happened, considering Elder Mo's presence. But he decided to play along. Opening his evil eye, he stared down at Stella. Spiritually, she seemed utterly devoid of chi. As if she were a random rock on the wayside. This, however, was suspicious. Even a clueless mortal would be at the first stage of the chi realm if they grew up on a ley line. So, to have no chi. Any cultivator worth their salt would raise a brow at that. Stella stood under his gaze, utterly unfazed. Found it yet? Hold on. Ashlock didn't want to cheat, so he searched her spiritual presence rather than looking at her attire, and only by knowing he was looking for something did he finally find it. Switching back to his normal sight, he identified a new piece of jewelry hanging from her neck. It's the amulet. Stella nodded. Yep. How easily did you notice that it was the thing hiding my cultivation? I think it will fool almost anyone under the heavens, Ashlock replied, and he meant it. His gaze was very unique and even he struggled. But the utter lack of chi coming from you is quite suspicious. Stella sighed. Yeah, that was a concern we had as well. She exchanged a glance with Elder Mo, but to completely erase the smell of my bloodline, we can't let the faintest slither of chi leak. I see, though I have to say, being able to hide your presence to this extent is very impressive. How was it made? Elder Mo stepped forward and coughed into his hand. Ahem. May I do the honors of presenting my finest craftsmanship to date to you, my lord? Please do, Ashlock replied. He had always appreciated this old man's enthusiasm. Thank you, Elder Mo said, giving a short bow before gesturing to the amulet. It was a black stone with gold veins running throughout it. The stone was shaped like a teardrop and was held by a silver claw hanging from a chain that suited Stella very well. I have named this artifact the Phantom Veil Amulet. The central piece is crafted from a divine creature's crystallized flesh and blood, and the stone is cradled by an enchanted mithril claw. The chain securing the artifact to the princess's neck is also made from mithril, so it shouldn't ever break during a fight. You might be reading a pirated copy. Look for the official release to support the author. Where did you get the mithril? Ashlock asked. It wasn't a metal he had heard much about thus far on this layer of creation. There was a whole load of it in the Azure Clan Elder's spatial ring that I got as a reward for winning the tournament. Stella said, there should be enough left in there to make a few weapons at least. That's good to know. Was there much else of use in there? Ashlock had left the ring's contents for his sect members to look through as he was already busy dealing with other things. I found some books about ether chi that have helped me relearn many of my old techniques, Stella shrugged. Besides that, we are still trying to figure out what some of the items are supposed to be. It definitely seemed to be the ring that the elder threw random things into without much thought. I see, Ashlock mused as he returned his attention to the amulet. Actually, one more question. How are you powering that thing? Elder Mo answered. The array within the amulet absorbs Grand Elder Stella's chi, which doubles as one of the ways it masks her presence. However, the princess must also feed the amulet a special liquid made from the juices of your soul protection fruit and the ingredients of the spiritual nullification pill every day for it to function. I see. Ashlock suppressed a yawn. The explanation was interesting, but the cold darkness called him to the land of dreams. Maybe noticing his fading interest, Stella spoke up. Before you sleep, I had a problem I was hoping to get your advice on. Oh, Ashlock perked up. Nowadays, it was rare for his prideful daughter to ask for his help. Stella patted Jasmine on the head. I hate to admit it, but I'm struggling to come up with a suitable fighting style for Jasmine. We spent the last hour having duels with the Redclaw twins, but despite her talent in hand-to-hand combat, she is too frightened to go unarmed against people with swords. Upon Stella's explanation, Jasmine looked down at the floor in defeat. Ashlock looked at the little girl and could hardly blame her. What 8-year-old who only recently became a cultivator would be suicidal enough to punch swords with bare hands? Wait, I know who would. Ashlock's dear adopted daughter, who had slaughtered dozens of servants at Jasmine's age. She would definitely have faced down a cultivator with nothing but her fists if she had to. Stella, you frame it like this as something out of the ordinary or to be concerned about. While being talented in hand-to-hand combat is great, if Jasmine faced a foe with superior cultivation, her fists would be unable to block their blade, and she would find herself missing her arms very quickly. Ashlock explained his point of view. So I think we should figure out which weapon she is able to wield effectively. Elder Mo helpfully relayed what Ashlock said to Jasmine, and the little girl seemed to experience a new rush of life as she went from depressed to hopeful. It appeared that being unable to triumph over her meekness and become a suicidal berserker had weighed deeply on her. I suppose that does make sense, Stella nodded thoughtfully. I wasn't adverse to Jasmine using a weapon. It's just clear the sword isn't suited for her. Okay. So not a sword. Ashlock pondered while fighting off the desire to sleep. What would be suitable? Oh, how about heavily armored gauntlets? That way, she puts some metal between herself and enemies' swords while still leaning into her strengths at hand-to-hand combat. Stella's spatial ring flashed, and she brought out a pair of small gauntlets. I had the same trail of thought. So when I went to pick up the amulet from Elder Mo, I asked him to make these. While the design could have been much better if Elder Mo had been given more time, Jasmine still struggled with them during practice. Ashlock agreed they were a bit basic. In his mind, he imagined gauntlets that ran all the way up her forearm and maybe had spikes. What was her problem with them? My body freezes up when people come at me with swords, Jasmine explained after being relayed Ashlock's question. I can only raise my arms and defend, which isn't going to win me any duels. I could maybe get used to it with time, though. No, finding a way that works for you is for the best. Ashlock barely restrained himself from delving into gamer terminology that would undoubtedly go over people's heads in this world. Let's see. Nature affinity encompasses the domain of plant life. While having similar advantages as Earth Chi in close-quarter combat with high resilience, strength, and regeneration, nature cultivators can spec into a more mage-style build by controlling plants to snare opponents. Just like me, this style is perfect for Jasmine because she can synergize it with her body's ability to produce poison. The only problem is that because she is at the soul fire realm, she doesn't have the chi reserves to create plant life from nothing, and she hasn't learned any techniques yet to control plants. Basically, she is a mage without a mana pool or spells to cast. Definitely not ideal for her chances of winning in the upcoming tournament. Strictly speaking, Jasmine has no reason to win or even participate, but it has given her a focus for her training and a chance to show off her progress. Also, it will be a vital opportunity for Jasmine to hone her battle sense. Ashlock sighed, but it's also a double-edged sword. If she gets completely wrecked in the tournament, it will shatter her confidence and reflect badly on Stella as a master. Ashlock also feared how Stella would react if she had to sit there and watch random people beat her dear disciple half to death. She wasn't known to take such things in stride. While Ashlock wished Stella would control herself a bit more, he mostly let her do as she pleased. She never deliberately acted with ill intentions toward the Ashfallen sect, and while he didn't always fully agree with her solutions to things, it was hard to deny the results. Her way of handling situations had gotten them very far, and he didn't like the idea of forcing her to change her personality and outlook on life. All he could hope was that, over time, she would mature and realize that killing wasn't always the solution to every problem. But who was he to judge? He was a man-eating tree whose main power source was killing. Ashlock brought his wandering thoughts about trying to prevent a slaughter at the tournament back to the problem at hand. What weapon would suit Jasmine? Thinking some more, a strike of inspiration hit him. While she couldn't manifest plants out of her own chi, nothing said she couldn't use a weapon to achieve a similar result. What about a spiked whip coated with her poison? Ashlock suggested. It can be used to disarm an opponent of their sword, forcing the fight into a situation that lets Jasmine excel. If they try to grab the whip, Jasmine's fast-acting paralyzing poison will disable them and give her an advantage. What do you think of that idea, Jasmine? Stella asked her disciple. I like it. Jasmine clenched her fists and seemed quite thrilled, but master, I don't know how to use a whip. That's fine. You didn't know how to use a sword either, Stella joked and rubbed Jasmine's head as the little girl pouted. Don't worry, I'll teach you. You know how to use a whip, master. Nope, but I can learn anything I put my mind to. Stella tapped her head. While they had been trying to find a weapon for Jasmine, Ashlock imagined that a whip would be quite lethal in Stella's hands. Her ether chi would give the whip effectively infinite reach and the ability to strike from anywhere. It really was a hidden blessing that Stella had picked up a disciple. While Ashlock gained power by empowering his sect members, Stella now had a reason to pursue new knowledge via her bloodline with a disciple who depended on her for guidance. Now you just need a suitable whip, Stella mused and turned to Elder Mo. Do you think you could make one? Elder Mo crossed his arms and hummed in thought. While I could, I don't think I'm suitable for the job. I've never used a whip, so it would be difficult to imbue any useful intent into the weapon, but more importantly, it would be made from either rope or metal. He gestured to Jasmine with his thumb, neither of which Jasmine can control any more than a mortal. So she needs a whip that would be controllable with her nature affinity. Stella frowned in thought. Couldn't I use Ashlock's vine as a whip? Jasmine whispered. Stella's eyes widened. That's, actually a good idea. Chapter 352. Master Assassin. Ashlock had to agree that it was a pretty good idea. A whip made from one of his vines should be challenging for those in the Star Core realm and below to cut, and if it ever got destroyed, he could always grow another. Let's give it a try, Ashlock said to Stella and cast Abyssal Devourer. He didn't summon the Void Lake or Tendrils, as that would be a waste of sacrificial credits. The ground cracked open, causing Elder Mo to take a hesitant step back. Two black thorn-covered vines ending in a spike slowly emerged. Ashlock tried to restrain their size as much as possible as his usual person-thick vines he used to dissolve colossal monsters like the Eclipse Behemoth wouldn't be usable as a whip for little Jasmine. To his surprise, his skill seemed quite happy to make the vines as small as he wanted, so they both came out as suitable sizes. One for Jasmine and another slightly larger one for Stella. To think there was a time many years ago when I had so little control over Devour and my hunger that once I activated the skill, I basically lost all control, and I would keep trying to eat my target until they died. Ashlock mused. It hadn't even been a decade since he arrived in this world, yet he had already made such progress. You're really fine with this? Stella asked as she eyed the wiggling vines poking out the ground. Of course, go ahead and cut them. Ashlock insisted. Very well then. Stella held out her hand to Elder Mo. Axe. As you wish, princess. Elder Mo's spatial ring flashed with silver light, and a suspiciously good quality axe appeared in his hand. The dark wooden handle supported an enchanted axe head the size of Jasmine. Despite the axe's likely weight, Elder Mo passed it to Stella as if it were a toy, and Stella received it gracefully without making any expression acknowledging its weight. White soul flames spiraled up the shaft from Stella's hand and ignited the axe head. Ashlock was confused. He could see Stella's white soul flames but couldn't feel anything from them. Even while using her flames, she appeared as an ordinary mortal in his spiritual sight. Seeing that she was about to make her cut, he drained his chi from the vines to make them as easy to cut as possible. Stella effortlessly swung the axe, and it seemed to phase through his vines, and despite focusing on them, he didn't feel any pain. Did you miss? Ashlock swallowed his words as he felt a sharp pain. The vines fell with a thump on the ground a second later. You really think I would miss? That was an ether dimension slash, Stella smirked as she balanced the axe on her shoulder and dismissed her soul flames. Unlike spatial chi, which directly tears through reality and can therefore be blocked, ether chi operates on a separate plane parallel to reality. It takes a moment for actions done in the ether plane to appear in reality. Fascinating, Ashlock said. How can someone block it? Physical defenses are basically useless, Stella said as she passed the axe back to Elder Mo. However, if you had spatial chi flooding your vines, I likely would have struggled to make the cut as your chi would have reacted violently with the ether chi. But the axe's blade would have finished the job in that situation. Oh, I see. So ether chi also gets disrupted by other chi types, Ashlock said. While it still has the same issue as spatial chi, it's to a lesser degree. Ether chi really is quite good, isn't it? I know, right? Stella nodded. That is why I've been researching how to teach it to you. While I have knowledge of the affinity and its Taos, that's not enough. Otherwise, people wouldn't have to listen to heaven's whispers, and we could all teach each other Taos. Stella's expression turned serious. I promise you, I will figure out a way. I look forward to it, Ashlock said, genuinely appreciating his adopted daughter's determination to help him. The more he saw her use ether chi, the more he desired it. Though I have to ask, why did I feel nothing from you even when you used your soul flames? Is that another advantage of ether chi? Stella shook her head and put a hand on her amulet. This artifact absorbs my chi, remember? So long as I don't overwhelm its absorption rate by using too much chi or send chi too far away from my body, it will maintain the shroud. Ashlock hadn't realized Stella could still fight while appearing like immortal. This totally changed things. He had expected her to simply be able to wander around on the surface, having to keep her chi to herself until they got rid of Vincent Nitros. But now, the development of this amulet and her new affinity had opened up a whole new way for Stella to benefit the sect. Stella, in my spiritual gaze right now, you are even more unassuming than chaos. While the void ents are totally silent as they move around, they leave a dead zone in my spiritual sense, which is noticeable if I'm paying attention. However, you appear as a chi-less mortal. So, Stella asked, seemingly confused at why he sounded so excited. Why would appearing as a mortal be a good thing? Nobody will respect or fear me when I can't show my cultivation. Exactly. Ashlock said, you currently have the perfect setup for an assassin. Dare I say, you could become one of the most feared assassins in the realm if you wanted. That little sales pitch seemed to grab Stella's attention. Oh, go on, she urged, what makes me such a good assassin? The most essential quality of an assassin is looking unassuming. It's easiest to kill people when they have their guard down. Imagine how quickly we could have killed the Lunarshade Grand Elder if you rammed a dagger through his head while he was relaxing in his gambling house surrounded by whores. True. Stella slowly nodded. That is something you would be capable of right now. The amulet makes you nearly impossible to detect, and your youthful appearance would make arrogant cultivators overlook any possibility of you being stronger than them. Ashlock paused. Combined with your killer instincts, ether chi that lets you effortlessly phase through reality without leaving a trace and my realm spanning support. I fail to see how anyone could match you. Stolen novel. Please report. Stella's eyes were practically sparkling at this point. Jasmine was proudly looking up at her master, and Elder Mo had a wide grin. The only thing holding Stella back now was her cultivation realm being in the Star Core realm and her pride. Being an assassin required patience, and Ashlock worried she wouldn't be able to bow her head when necessary to an enemy to get them to lower their guard. If anything, going down this path will hopefully teach you many things. The best assassins are the masters of all. They have to be able to adapt to any situation, wield every weapon, sweet-talk people, and infiltrate their target's inner circles before striking. Ashlock continued. While killing someone like Vincent Nitros might be a little too much for you now, I'm sure you could get a lot of practice doing missions for the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion. While Stella hadn't gone into details about her time in the Azure Crest tournament realm, she had briefly mentioned that she had assumed the identity of the daughter of Elder Vortexian, which sounded like an infiltration attempt. Ashlock doubted she did it flawlessly, considering she followed that up by telling him that she slaughtered everyone in the tournament, which was not exactly something an assassin would do, but it was a good start. Okay. Stella seemed pumped up. If becoming the realm's best assassin is how I can benefit you and the Ashfallen sect the most, then I'd be happy to pursue it. By the sounds of it, while excited, her reasons for doing it were for the benefit of others. Ashlock wanted her to pursue a path that suited her and would make her happy. You should only do it if you really want to. Of course I do, Stella grinned, it sounds cool. Oh, okay then. Ashlock chuckled. It seemed his worries were unnecessary. Speaking of my support, I have some new fruits that I think would also help you. What do they do? Stella asked as Ashlock floated down a few bundles of fruits from his branches 100 meters over their heads. These small black ones are called void protection fruits. When you eat it, a thin barrier of void capable of blocking any single attack for a short duration will appear around you at the cost of a large amount of your chi. Ashlock explained, I would eat one of these right before going for a kill on a target, just in case they react in time or have a defensive artifact that might harm or trap you. Stella's eyes widened as she took the fruits. Isn't this really powerful? Why don't we use these for the tournament instead of Soul's Light Shield? Because it consumes a lot of chi and only blocks a single attack. Very worth it when that one attack is lethal, but what if a wind cultivator simply threw a gust of wind in your direction, and you wasted a week of chi to block it? Oh, Stella nodded in understanding, I see now. Powerful but with some caveats. What about these fruits that look like rainbow crystals? Those are mystic realmorp fruits. After eating the fruit, you will teleport out of any pocket realm and return to your last position in reality or a soul anchor point. Ashlock explained. What was a soul anchor point, again? Stella asked, and Ashlock paused. That was a good question. If he remembered correctly, there was a technique in the Azure clan's technique book called Anchor Seal that had likely been the technique Elder Vortexian used to escape when Maple devoured his arm. Bringing the book out of his storage, which was now a giant cave deep in his inner world, he flicked through the pages and found it. Anchor Seal. The ability to plant a seal that serves as an anchor for a cultivator's soul. When the seal is activated due to the condition set upon its creation, the cultivator will return to the seal's location instantly, regardless of distance or difference in realms. Ashlock read down the page and almost missed the warning in small print at the bottom. Do not use this technique on those below the nascent soul realm if the target's soul is not aligned with an affinity suitable for dimensional travel. Put such an important warning in red at the top of the page. Ashlock understood this book was written for those with spatial affinity, but it was still ridiculous. Though the warning did give him a good idea. What if when Diana and the others reached nascent soul realm, he put this seal on their infant souls with the condition that if their main soul died, the seal would activate and bring their infant souls back here to him where he could keep them safe. While useless for anyone except Stella and maybe my summons right now, I'll have Quill write this technique on his bark and then transfer the knowledge to me. Ashlock then explained to Stella what an anchor point was. That's definitely what Elder Vortexian used. Stella agreed with his theory. The moment Maple ate his arm, he vanished. The condition he put on his seal must have been taking any form of permanent damage. Stella snorted. What a coward. He has a second soul as a monarch realm, yet he protects his main soul to such an extent. Cowards who are obsessed with self-preservation are the ones who survive long enough to reach the monarch realm in this world, Stella. You should learn something from him, Ashlock said. Stella pouted. Fair. Once I learn this technique, I'll set an anchor point for you. We can decide what the seal's condition will be later. Ashlock trailed off as he mentally yawned. God, I'm tired. I'll explain the other fruit another time. Ashlock gave Stella a bundle of every one of his new fruits. She graciously took them and placed them in her spatial ring. Elder Mo and Jasmine stood there quietly as Ashlock and Stella conversed. Naturally, Ashlock refrained from telling Elder Mo too much regarding the Azure clan and anything else that concerned his biology. The Redclaws still thought he was an immortal human slumbering under the tree, or at least he hoped they did. Now, back to the whips, Ashlock had gotten a little sidetracked there. Since they aren't part of my body, you don't have to worry about cursed sap. But there is corrosive fluid inside that you will need to remove first. I already drained them of my chi, so you can fill them with your own. I guess Jasmine will be able to control the vine with nature chi, and you can manipulate it via telekinesis with ether chi. I see. Stella nodded and relayed the relevant bits to Elder Mo. These will make fine whips. Elder Mo agreed as he carefully picked one of the vines up and avoided pricking his fingers with the thorns dripping with corrosive fluids. I worried the vine would be too inflexible to make a whip, but this is bendable enough. He placed it back on the ground and stepped back while rubbing his chin. We could fasten a mithril handle to the bottom, and for Jasmine's, this handle would have holes so she can feed her paralyzing poison into the whip. Would that work? Yes, I think that sounds perfect, Ashlock agreed. Then I would like to get started right away. Elder Mo bowed slightly. I wouldn't want our princess's dear disciple to fight empty-handed. Couldn't agree more. Ashlock opened a portal to Elder Mo's workshop and levitated the two cut vines through. Elder Mo followed the vines through, leaving Stella and Jasmine on the mountain peak. What are you going to do now? Drill some more practice into Jasmine, Stella sighed, and the little girl flinched. She still has a lot to learn if she is to not embarrass me, so there's no time to waste. No, Jasmine dashed out from beside Stella and stumbled toward him. Ashlock, save me. Stella vanished in a flash of white soul flames and reappeared before Jasmine. You should know running from me is impossible, my dear disciple. Grabbing her hand, Stella dragged Jasmine into the ether. A quiet winter breeze went by, and Ashlock was finally left alone. As much as he would love to save Jasmine, Stella was right. She had a lot to learn and not enough hours to do so. All she could do was accept her fate and double her efforts. Letting out a long yawn, Ashlock felt his body shutting down. I'll let Quill know about Anchor Seal and then head to sleep. I need to be well rested for tomorrow. So long as nothing goes wrong, I will open multiple portals to the tournament island in my inner world in the morning. I wonder how many Chi Realm people will try their luck at joining the Ashfallen sect. We are still quite low-key, so hopefully, it won't be too many. Ashlock went to sleep blissfully. only to discover the next day that he had severely misjudged the Ashfallen sect's fame across the realm. Chapter 353, Blacktide. Serena Blacktide left the blonde-haired twerp half dead in the mud. She hadn't planned to do anything to the kid until he started spouting such nonsense as being a cultivator despite lacking a soul flame. These land dwellers are so strange. Are their heads on straight? In the Abyssal Tide sect, saying something so ridiculous would result in death. Serena Blacktide pondered as she strode through the storm toward the distant looming building dominating the center of Ashfallen City. 5 years ago, a land dweller stole the Stone of Abyssal Tides from her sect. Furious, the patriarch of her sect ordered everyone capable of taking a ship to the continent's shores to conduct a realm-spanning search. Without the stone, the sect was crippled. In the patriarch's words, the Abyssal Tide affinity was not naturally occurring, and originated from a higher realm. The crazed man had spared no expense, raiding the sect's ancestral grounds to outfit every cultivator that agreed to leave with as many spirit stones and treasures as they wanted. Serena Blacktide had naturally jumped at the opportunity to leave the small island they called home with a large starting fund and explore the rest of the world. So here she was, aimlessly drifting from one city to the next while keeping her eyes and ears open for any sign of her sect's treasure. Of course, she had no plans to return if she were to stumble across it. Time inside the abyssal chamber was reserved for the talented disciples, a group she hadn't belonged to and despised. She hated people that were talented. No matter how much effort she put in, her progress in getting to the point she was at now had been grueling, which made the twerp's claim of being a cultivator so laughable. Using her peak soul fire realm chi, she warded off the rain and guarded her shoes from the mud as she walked through Ashfallen City. So far, it was one of the strangest cities she had seen. It seemed built among a forest of selectively bred demonic trees. The usual smell of decay that lingered around demonic trees she had seen in the wild was absent. There wasn't even any evidence of half-dissolved carcasses. Serena Blacktide stepped under the canopy of a nearby tree. 2 stone huts sat on either side of its trunk, and with her spiritual senses, she could feel groups of people inside. More strong mortals. Serena raised a brow. While she had knocked some sense into that boy earlier, it was true that he was above a mortal, as were these people. While none of them were in the soul fire realm, she could tell they were cultivating while waiting out the storm by the chi's flow. This place is so strange. I've never seen so many people capable of cultivating while all being so weak. It's as if this is the land of the weakest sect in existence, or the strongest, where even their servants and farmers are cultivators. Both options are ridiculous. Serena frowned as she noticed more oddities with the demonic tree. Wait, how is this possible? Wrapping around the demonic tree like a snake was a root. Running her finger along it, she felt a level of chi far beyond her own and also a hint of divinity. There were also blaze serpent roses that she had seen growing in volcanic regions sprouting from the root. While not an especially rare flower, they wouldn't be left alone to grow like this. Especially with how poor the people who live here look. Did they simply not know the value of this flower? Plucking one, she twirled it between her fingers. Did they leave them alone because they release fire chi, which heats up the air? Serena mused. Due to the sheer number of blaze serpent roses that were growing, the air temperature in Ashfallen City was a few degrees higher than it had been in Darklight City just down the road. This root was also strange. I should cut off a bit. It's very rare to find anything with divinity out here in the wilderness, and it's sure to be a good ingredient for a pill. Besides, they drained the world tree of its sap, and that was a monarch realm tree. While stronger than her, whatever plant this root belonged to was undoubtedly weaker than the world tree, so it probably wouldn't fight back. Bringing out a small hatchet from her spatial ring, she held it overhead before swinging down. It bounced off the root like it had hit metal, not wood. Annoyed that she would have to waste some of her precious abyssal tide chi, which was nearly impossible to come across, she wreathed the hatchet in dark blue soul flames and tried again. This time, the hatchet made the slightest indent, no greater than a paper cut. Withdrawing the hatchet, she noticed a black sap coating the blade tip. Running her finger along it, she frowned at how it had a similar viscosity to blood. I wouldn't do that, miss. Oh. Serena looked to the side and saw a man leaning in the doorframe of his hut with his arms crossed. He was quite a broad fellow with sun-kissed skin and a rogue appearance that alluded to a life spent tending to the fields. Serena had encountered many such people during her travels. What should I not do exactly? Serena asked, genuinely curious. That flower. The man's gaze was deathly serious. It doesn't belong to you. Serena raised a brow. She had expected the man to be angry because she cut at the root. Not the fact she plucked a single flower. Who does it belong to? Our savior, the Ashfallen sect. The man uncrossed his arms and moved toward her. When the wrath of the heavens came to strike us down, they alone came to save us. They gave us shelter, food, and unfathomable opportunities. He stopped before her and looked down at her with contempt in his emerald eyes. There's just one rule. What would that be? The man slapped the hatchet out of her hand, making it fall to the mud below. Thunder roared as lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the man's furious expression. Don't touch the fucking trees. The man hissed. Serena smirked. And why shouldn't I? The man leaned in so close she could smell his putrid breath. They give us respite from the cold and chi-rich mushrooms to fend off hunger. But most importantly, if you touch them, the overlords of this place will fucking kill you. I see. How amusing. Serena wiped off the man's spittle from her face. Do you know who else will fucking kill you? She asked cheerfully as she bent down and curled her spatial ring-laden fingers around the handle of her hatchet. Who? Me. She brought the hatchet up and embedded it deep in the man's chin. He yelped and stumbled back, garbling on the blood flowing down his brown shirt from his sliced open throat. Seriously, Serena shook her head in disbelief. What is with people in this shoddy excuse of a city not understanding the natural order? A mere mortal stands up to a cultivator over fucking trees. Really? Serena kicked the man to the ground and sneered. Besides, your story doesn't make any sense. Why would a sect have any reason to help mortals to such an extent? Serena crouched down and leaned closer. What was that? I didn't quite hear you over the sound of you dying. I worship the all-seeing eye, the man said, barely audible over the gargling. His eyes widened as if he saw something she did not. Your actions won't escape its gaze. The all-seeing eye. Serena snorted. Never heard of it. Is that a cult or something? The trees have eyes. Your death won't be painless. The man gave her a crazed, blood-stained grin before his lips relaxed and his eyes rolled into the back of his head. He was dead. Will it now? Serena placed the flower she had plucked in the man's half-open mouth and stood. Somehow. I doubt that. She was at the peak of the soul fire realm. In such a backwater city, only the grand elder of a sect could match her in strength, and those old fools were usually in closed-door cultivation. They would only appear if the sect was in trouble, not over the death of some crazed mortal believing in an eye or whatever. She deposited the hatchet in her carefully organized spatial ring, which was still quite healthy with spirit stones and other life-saving treasures she had gotten from her sect. I should get going. She looked at the building in the distance. Apparently, the Ashfallen Trading Company is the only good place to buy pills out here. She clicked her tongue. If not for the airship route to Sleemere being blocked until further notice, I wouldn't have even bothered coming here. What a shithole. You could be reading stolen content. Head to the original site for the genuine story. Taking one step away from the corpse, she froze. She turned her head and saw over her shoulder that the flower she had put in the man's mouth was rising. The man's veins had turned black like sprawling roots, and the flower was lifted by what could only be described as a demonic tree sapling. Even in a place rich with chi, a tree didn't grow so fast, and why was it sprouting from this corpse? Serena's eyes darted between the strange demonic trees as she slowly stepped back. Within moments, the tree growing from the corpse was already a meter tall. Gulping, she turned and ran off into the storm. Maybe the trees really did have eyes. Ashfallen Trading Company. Serena Blacktide muttered as she read the words engraved in a refreshingly simplistic style compared to the overly flowery calligraphy favored by cultivators. Serena had no idea whether it was done this way to be easier for the mortals in this city to read or because they couldn't afford a professional. But after the man turning into a tree incident, she found herself looking at things with more scrutiny. She had to admit the building was impressive. Dominating the heart of Ashfallen City, it stood as a striking contrast to the surrounding dull gray huts. Crafted from glossy black marble, it soared skyward in the unmistakable silhouette of a towering tree. Straining her neck to look at the top of the tower, she could see more demonic trees growing on its roof. The whole structure had those same divine black roots spiraling up its exterior, likely to feed the trees on the top nutrients and water. Serena also noted an immense number of spirit stones embedded into the building, likely to power a grand defensive formation. This felt less like a merchant guild building and resembled a powerful sect's treasury. The entrance to such a building was no less impressive than the rest. Two towering demonic trees flanked the doorway like pillars, and Serena could feel the fire chi emanating from them. Walking through the open doorway, she felt the presence of a formation wash over her, and her spiritual senses flooded the room. Whoa, there's a lot of people in here. From the outside, She hadn't felt the presence of anyone, but the inside told a different story. It was packed with Chi realm mortals like the man she had killed earlier. They all had a wide variety of weapons of questionable quality strapped to their backs or resting at their sides as they chatted among themselves. Mainly about the fierce storm, the upcoming bad harvest, and a tournament. Question mark. Excuse me, Serena said, tapping a random mortal woman's shoulder. What? The woman turned around with a hint of annoyance at being interrupted from chatting up a guy. She looked Serena up and down before a hint of disgust flashed across her face. A noble? No, I'm a cultivator, Serena replied. Noble was a title given to those who ruled over others, such as wealthy mortals who ran cities or noble cultivators who lorded from above on mountain peaks. While she was rich, her family name wouldn't inspire any reaction as she was so far from home. Duh, we all are. The woman rolled her eyes. What do you want, Miss Cultivator? Serena looked around and realized the reason for this hostility. Everyone here was dressed like mortals, so she stuck out like a sore thumb. Just as she hated the talented people back at her sect, who seemed born with a silver spoon in their mouth, she likely appeared the same to mortals who were born in the mud. While she would have killed this woman for having such an attitude, Serena was smart enough to realize that wouldn't go so well here. So, with a strained smile, she restrained her bloodlust and asked the rude woman, "What's this about a tournament? Why do you want to know?" The woman snorted, "Does someone like you have a reason to enter? How could I know if I wish to enter if I'm not privy to the details?" Serena tilted her head. The woman clicked her tongue. Fine. It's a tournament to try and join the Ashfallen sect. There's a round for Chi realm cultivators and another for those in the Soul Fire realm in a few days. Is it to the death? Serena asked. While she wasn't averse to death matches, she had no willingness to endanger her life and waste Chi to be granted entry into a sect she knew nothing about. Why are you asking me? The woman seemed genuinely disgusted by Serena's presence. Go speak to one of the representatives. They might be more open to humoring your questions. I will do that then, Serena said and mentally marked this woman for death. If she saw her outside this building, well, there might be another tree growing from the mud. The crowd at least had the decency to part and give her a route to a grand counter manned by many people wearing black robes adorned with red eyes. Welcome to the Ashfallen Trading Company, miss. What can I do for you? A man with short brown hair and a well-kept mustache said as she approached. Tell me about the tournament, Serena said calmly. Very well. The man withdrew a parchment from under the table and placed it between them. This outlines the details if you can read. But in short, the tournament is open to all who wish to enter. It begins tomorrow morning. From where? Portals will open at various locations, including here and in Darklight City. Participants will then be welcomed to a tournament realm where housing and food will be provided for free during the duration of the tournament. What? Portals? Serena didn't show the shock on her face, but her mind was racing. It wasn't unusual for sects to have spatial arrays that allowed the sect's elders to traverse the cities under a sect's rule, but they were expensive to build and spirit stone hungry to operate. Few sects would go through such effort for initiates, let alone for Chi realm ones. Also, a tournament realm. What did they mean by that? The tournament is safe. Participants will be shielded during the fights. The mustache man continued. Also, victory is not determined by who wins the fight. Rather, the Ashfallen sect seeks those with latent talent. Latent talent? Serena asked. While some are born with talent, others need a little help to make it appear, the man grinned. The Ashfallen sect is the only one in the world with the capabilities to awaken said talent, and that is what they seek. Serena had never heard such garbage in her life. Latent talent. There were no such things. Just like how cultivators were chosen at birth by the heavens, so was their talent. There was no way to change a person's heaven-decided fate. Before she could voice her thoughts, the man added, complimentary pills will also be provided so participants don't have their cultivation set back. Remembering that was her original reason for coming here, Serena wondered what pills the Ashfallen Trading Company sold to afford such a grand building. If they were willing to give them out for free, they were likely of low quality, and this place made money through other more devious means. What types of pills? The man grinned. I'm glad you asked. With a flash of silver, many pill bottles and wooden boxes appeared on the counter. We have quite a few for sale. Though for you, miss, may I recommend starting with our signature pill? Picking up one of the wooden boxes, he opened it with a satisfying click and presented a single pill on a cushion. This is the Spirit Root Improvement Pill. Taking one will permanently improve the quality of your spirit roots, making every aspect of cultivating easier. Serena stared at the pill in bafflement. How could he make such an outlandish claim with a straight face? If that doesn't tickle your fancy, the man set that box down and opened another. This is the heart demon removal pill. Take one and say goodbye to bottlenecks. Though you must be supervised while taking the pill so we can assist in slaying the heart demon once it emerges. The man held both boxes up and smiled. So miss, which will it be? I'll take both. Serena decided to give them a go. If they were lying, she would demand her money back. Great. Are you part of the Ashfallen sect, the cult of the all-seeing eye, or related to an employee of the Ashfallen Trading Company? We offer staff discounts. The man smiled. No, I'm not part of any of those. Serena winced hearing the name. All-seeing eye, again. Would you like to join the all-seeing eye? You can register here and enjoy up to 50% off on pill purchases made with us alongside free pills every month. What kind of marketing tactic is this? Serena had never heard something so absurd. No, wait, she had. Everything coming from the mouths of these people had been absurd from the start, and she now dreaded the reality that these pills worked, as that would lend some legitimacy to the rest of this madness. So, will you join? No, that's a shame. For you, each pill will be 100 high-grade spirit stones then. The man said, snapping the 2 boxes closed before pushing them to her side. Do you wish to pay now or after you have tested the pills? You can even pay after using the pills. Just how sure are these people that these pills work? Serena bit her lip. I'll pay after. On the off chance they did work, maybe she would join the cult for that discount. Very well. The man gestured to a room off to the side with a knowing grin. Please feel free to use our meditation room. After using both pills, come back here, and we can speak again about payment and maybe joining the all-seeing eye. Right, Serena said, taking the 2 boxes and going to the room. Shutting the door, she let out a long sigh. This place was far too weird. Sitting on the floor, she opened one of the boxes and first popped the spirit root improvement pill. It's not like these fairy tale pills could possibly work. Well, how were they? The mustache man asked. It had been a few hours, and it was now morning. Serena felt like she had gone through a rebirth after literally fighting her demons and improving her spirit roots. They were all right, Serena said with a straight face. There was no way she would admit to this smug-faced worker that she wanted to kiss the pill's creator. So about payment. I'll join the cult. She didn't even get to finish her words as a black cloak, just like the man's, was shoved into her hands along with a welcome package. Perfect. That will be 100 high-grade spirit stones for both boxes. The man sounded like a demon as he gestured to the other bottles on the table. Could I interest you in any others? Serena was about to ask about them when a sudden pressure descended on the room. Whipping her head toward it along with everyone else in the room, the air crackled before it was torn apart as a portal manifested without a formation. This was simply the raw power of a spatial cultivator. Oh, it looks like the tournament is about to begin, the mustache man said from behind. Serena ignored the demon salesman as she scanned the crowd to see their reaction and to locate the spatial cultivator. She couldn't find one with the presence of a spatial master. However, the room now had a few soul fire realm cultivators, her eyes locked with one of them. The blonde-haired cultivator returned a fierce gaze. Hold on, is that the twerp? How the hell is he in the soul fire realm now? Chapter 354. Thrill of the Hunt. Ashlock awoke at dawn, and his sign-in system greeted him as usual. Idletree Daily Sign-in System. Day. 3640. Daily Credit. 74. Sacrifice Credit. 1008. Sign in. Huh, my credits grew in my sleep. Ashlock slurred as his body fought off the winter cold, and his mind kicked into gear. While his biology had many advantages, waking up quickly in the mornings wasn't one of them. Did something happen to earn me divine energy? The only reason he could think of was the tournament that was supposed to start today. Looking out at Red Vine Peak, it was desolate, and the storm had gotten even worse. The heavy rain had transitioned into hail that relentlessly pelted his canopy. While he had his senses beyond his trunk muted to save his sanity, there was no way to entirely ignore the sensations his main body was experiencing. So he would have to accept being pummeled by hail. No, this is getting ridiculous. Ashlock pulled on his soul, and a spatial barrier manifested around his entire body. He pushed the falling hail away from him by constantly pulsing the space like a vibrating speaker. While not very chi efficient, it gave him respite from the storm. I don't remember previous winter storms being this long or intense. Has something affected the weather in this realm? Maybe instead of climate change, they have chi change here. Whatever was causing it, he hoped it would stop sometime soon. The lack of sunlight made him more sluggish than usual, and he felt bad for the mortals who had to stay inside their huts. Hopefully, the tournament will cheer some of them up. Who doesn't like a good bit of fighting to let out some anger? Dismissing his system message, he cast Eye of the Tree God, and his viewpoint became detached like a floating eye. I'll open a portal in the Ashfallen Trading Company first and then a few throughout Darklight City. With this intense storm, I don't want to force people to travel to a single location. His vision blurred slightly as he moved quickly through the hail over the demonic tree-covered mountain range. Whitestone Peak was deathly quiet, with nobody outside cultivating under his new offspring. He went down the side of the mountain, passing over where Nox had once resided before she set up home in Tartarus. I need to decide what to do about that, as Nox was Ashfallen City's defender. I could find or raise a replacement or figure out a way to have Nox in both locations simultaneously. Ashlock mused as he left that area and headed for the Ashfallen Trading Company's building at the city's heart. Following the main road and surveying the storm's effect on the buildings, he paused as something odd caught his eye. Having helped place every single tree and knowing the city's layout intrinsically through his root network, a random demonic tree sprouting in the road looked really out of place. Did I place this here? Ashlock thought back and didn't remember having a reason to grow another tree here. Its positioning was terrible as it cut into the road, making it narrower, and it partially blocked the entrance of a hut. Maybe it spawned from one of my freshly grown Dao fruits. Fusing his ethereal roots with the tree, he took a closer look at it. This tree has a warped soul and no evidence of developing an affinity, Ashlock mused, so it isn't likely to have grown from my Dao fruit, and judging by how much it has grown already, it had a food source to start with. A corpse, perhaps. There were no monsters in Ashfallen City, so it had to be from a human corpse. The warped soul also suggests it was a human and likely in the Chi realm as it has no affinity. He tried to ask it questions, but as expected, like with the red claws turning to trees, the soul was far too warped to form anything more than simple waves of emotions. He felt pride, satisfaction, and anger from the tree. A strange combo. So a mortal of Ashfallen City somehow ingested my cursed sap and turned into a tree overnight. Ashlock hummed in thought. Something didn't add up here. His cursed sap wasn't freely available on the market to buy, so the only way to acquire it would be to chop at his roots and harvest it, just like what is happening to the world tree. But my roots are quite tough. Someone in the Chi realm would lack the strength to even leave a dent. Ashlock looked around the crime scene, but the intense storm had washed away any evidence. If someone had managed to cut into one of the roots spiraling up the demonic trees, it had healed by now, as he couldn't see any damage to them. For a split moment, he opened his senses to the few demonic trees surrounding the out-of-place tree, and, as expected, he was assaulted by a confusing mess of emotions from his offspring. All of you be quiet for a minute. Shish, yes, I know the storm is cold. Ashlock tried to soothe his children like a good father. Once the few offspring he focused on calmed down, he asked them, which of you got hurt? Rage surged from the tree to the left. Okay, so it was you. The tree showed no injury, and nothing else looked out of place. Let's see. Get more angry if a cultivator damaged my root wrapped around your trunk. As expected, his offspring got angrier, which confirmed his hypothesis. A mortal man had been killed and somehow fed his cursed sap, which was harvested by a cultivator from this tree. He referred to the victim as a mortal man, as those in the Chi realm would never possess the strength to damage his roots. The culprit was likely around the Star Core realm. Was it a man or a woman that did it? Ashlock asked in hopes of more clues to narrow down the suspects but simply received confusion from the tree. Ah, you can't tell the gender of humans apart. More confusion. It seems my soul fire realm offspring are rather clueless. No, don't get sad. Dad still loves you. It's okay. You were very helpful, thank you. Ashlock cut off his attention to those offspring and returned to his inner world in search of Stella. If a cultivator participated in the tournament with some of his cursed sap, things could quickly go wrong. His offspring didn't serve as great witnesses, so he needed someone to go undercover and investigate. Ashlock found Stella outside her house, training with Jasmine and the Redclaws. He caught Stella up on the situation. Don't they know that touching the trees leads to a death sentence? Stella scowled. Open a portal. She demanded, pointing at the space before her. Let me see the situation. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but calm down, Ashlock said. This is an ideal opportunity for training. An assassin first needs to locate their target before they can kill. The clues are few, But if you put your mind to it, I'm sure you can find them. Stella crossed her arms and nodded thoughtfully. And if I find them? Kill them. Ashlock said simply. As you said, harming my offspring is a death sentence. Great. Stella smirked. The hunt is on then. Ashlock watched Stella, wearing her cult clothes and a Jade Eternal Pursuit pavilion mask, knock on the door of a hut thrice. She had her hood up to cover her ears and hair. The door opened slightly as someone from inside peeked through the crack with understandable wariness of such a suspicious-looking figure. Who is it? An investigator from the cult of the all-seeing eye, Stella said simply. She was widely known throughout Ashfallen City, and the mere mention of her name would have anyone groveling at her feet and spilling everything they knew. But that wasn't the way an assassin did things. She had to act discreetly and learn to get things from people without brute force or flexing her status. What is it you wish to know, investigator? The man opened the door wider. While still cautious, he didn't seem overly guarded as he leaned on the doorframe. When did this tree appear? Stella asked, gesturing to the still-growing demonic tree behind her. The man's eyes widened as he looked at the tree in disbelief. What in the nine realms? I know this sounds ridiculous, investigator, but that wasn't there yesterday. I see. Stella nodded. Has someone you know gone missing recently? No. Wait. The man rubbed his chin in thought. Old Bill said he felt the presence of a cultivator outside and went to investigate. Now that I think about it, he never returned. The man suddenly became worried. Did something happen to Old Bill? This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. That's what I'm trying to find out. Did you hear anything when Old Bill went to investigate the cultivator? Some shouting or sounds of battle. The man shook his head. Old Bill was never one to get easily angry. While a passionate and upstanding person, he would rarely resort to violence. I didn't hear anything, and I doubt he would fight with a cultivator over nothing. I see, Stella said thoughtfully as she looked at the tree before glancing back at the man. If Old Bill returns or you remember any more information, please leave it with the workers in the Ashfallen Trading Company. You will be rewarded. Thank you. I'll be sure to stop by if I learn of anything, the man said with a small bow. Though I have to say, I'm surprised Ashfallen cares enough about us mortals to send someone to check on us, and I'm sorry those cultivators made you brave the storm in search of answers only to end up questioning a useless person like me. The man shook his head. Don't those cultivators understand the cold isn't easy on us mortals? I'm not. Ahem. Stella caught herself from refuting the man thinking she was a mortal. Yes, the cold is less than ideal. I'll be heading off now as I have more duties to attend to. Thank you for the information. As Stella turned to leave, the man called out. If you don't mind me asking, how did you know Old Bill had gone missing? Even I hadn't noticed his disappearance until you pointed it out. Stella chuckled as she disappeared into the storm. The trees have eyes. The trees have eyes. Old Bill used to say that too. The man stood there for a moment contemplating what Stella had said, but having lost sight of her through the hail, he shrugged and closed his door. Meanwhile, Stella rounded the corner across the street, and Ashlock opened a portal for her to walk through. Appearing in her living room, Stella took off her mask with a frown as the portal snapped closed behind her. Did you figure out who hurt Ashlock's offspring? Jasmine asked from the couch. She looked totally exhausted, and Stella's reappearance seemed to have stirred her awake from a quick nap. Those in the soul fire realm still needed to sleep and eat, though far less than mortals. No, Stella flashed her white soul fire to quickly dry her drenched cloak. But that only makes it all the more intriguing. Her frown faded, and she smiled. It does. Jasmine tilted her head. Why? It sounds more of a hassle than anything, and I thought you found killing a chore. You're right, I do, my dear disciple. Killing weaklings in the tournament realm left a sour taste in my mouth, so I had wanted to focus on research, but this, the thrill of the hunt. Stella's eyes gleamed. I know you might not understand yet, but let me tell you. It adds a whole new meaning to the kill. Rather than a simple conquest of strength, it's also a battle of wits. They cover their tracks and lurk in the shadows while I analyze the hints and draw ever closer to revealing their identity. The one who wins this hunt is superior in all aspects. That does sound more fun, I guess. Jasmine chuckled nervously. Indeed, Stella nodded and began pacing around the room. So far, I know it's a cultivator of at least the soul fire realm, but more likely to be in the star core realm if they manage to cut Ashlock's roots. Logically, such cultivators are rare around here. Anyone that strong is either under us, part of Mr. Choi's group, or in Darklight City. The only reason someone of that strength would have to come to Ashfallen City is to visit the Ashfallen Trading Company to buy pills or join the tournament. Stella slowly put the mask back on. Now I know where to investigate next. Ashlock agreed with Stella's deduction, so his vision blurred until he reached the Ashfallen Trading Company's building. What the hell? He muttered as he looked at the sheer number of people crammed inside. He had expected the fierce storm to affect turnout, and he hadn't widely advertised that the Ashfallen sect was opening its doors besides having it mentioned in Darklight City's academy and here at the trading company's building. Despite the hail outside, the line to join the tournament extended outside, with people huddling under the canopies of the demonic trees lining the road. Curious, he switched his view to Darklight City's Coliseum, which was next to the academy, as that is where he had agreed to open the portal, and was even more surprised. The place was utterly full. Every seat was taken by a colorful sea of reds, browns, blues, and more as cultivators flexed their soul fires to ward off the storm, and the sandy arena was packed. Shit. This is way more than I expected. Ashlock rushed to call on his sect elders and anyone else he could. This was going to need far more organizing than he had initially planned. Serena Blacktide broke eye contact with the twerp and turned around to face the mustache man. Along with these 2 boxes, I'll buy a bottle and box of every pill you have. With the portal open, the tournament was about to begin. If this sect really could awaken latent talent, she wanted to put on the best show for them. Excellent. The man rubbed his hands together gleefully like a demon and quickly counted up her order. With your discount, your total comes to 400 high-grade spirit stones. Trust me, this is a far better price than we sell them to the Eternal Pursuit Pavilion. Serena's spatial ring flashed, and a pile of silver stones appeared on the table. Pleasure doing business with you. The man waved his hands, and the pile disappeared. Having completed their transaction, Serena took the pills. Looking back into the crowd, she locked eyes with that darn kid again. All I did was knock some sense into him. Does he think he's a big shot now that he's broken into the soul fire realm? Serena debated walking over and knocking some more sense into the kid. Excuse me. Serena turned to the voice and was about to reply when she realized the woman wasn't talking to her. She was speaking with the mustache man behind her. Serena stepped aside to give way. Yes, how can I help you, miss? I'm an investigator for the All-Seeing Eye, the woman said. I'm looking into 2 likely connected incidents. One of the trees on the main street was harmed, followed by the murder of a mortal. His name was Old Bill, and he was a devoted believer in the All-Seeing Eye. We believe he was murdered by a cultivator of at least the soul fire realm. That's terrible. The mustache man's eyes widened. Who would be foolish enough to do such a thing? Everyone knows harming the trees is the fastest way to earn the princess's wrath. You wouldn't happen to know anything? The investigator asked. Have you seen anyone suspicious or perhaps sold any pills to cultivators you have never seen before? Serena's blood ran cold. That was most likely referring to what she had done last night. What in the 9 realms? Why would they care to investigate the death of a random person? No, it's not the mortal's death they care about. It's the harming of that darn tree. Serena stepped away as casually as she could and faded into the crowd. While keeping within earshot, she put on the cult cloak given to her so she wouldn't stand out, as over half the people were also part of the All-Seeing Eye. Suspicious? Not really. The man twirled his mustache in thought, though I have sold many pills to quite a few cultivators I've never seen before. The tournament has drawn quite the crowd, as you can see. That it has, the investigator replied. Any of these new patrons catch your interest? There was this one woman that was here just a moment ago. Actually, the mustache man's gaze swept across the crowd, and Serena barely put her hood up in time to hide. I've lost sight of her now, but she had many spatial rings and. Serena could not hear the rest as the mustache man leaned in closer, and something around the investigator seemed to disrupt her spiritual sense, which she had been using to eavesdrop. Cursing to herself, Serena shuffled through the crowd toward the portal nobody had dared to enter yet as a few employees of the trading company stood before it, telling people to wait. Shit, what is wrong with this place? How was I supposed to know the rules? Surrounding the trees, Serena thought as she took off her spatial rings and hid them inside her fur coat under the cloak, as it seemed having so many would be a way for the investigator to identify her. I should figure out what that investigator looks like to avoid them. Serena glanced back, but the woman was gone like a ghost. Spreading out her spiritual sense, she tried to locate the woman when something dawned on her. The investigator had the presence of a mortal, making it harder to find her. However, it gave her an easy solution. There's a short list of people that are currently risks to me. If I kill the investigator, the mustache man, and the twerp, I can start my life here in Ashfallen with a clean slate. A domineering pressure suddenly washed over the room. Serena looked toward the portal and saw a man wearing dark red robes that matched his striking red hair step through. She had only ever felt this level of spiritual pressure when the patriarch of the Abyssal Tide sect made a rare appearance. That must be the patriarch of the Ashfallen sect. Serena mused. The man certainly had the aura of a ruler and the level of cultivation to match. The portal then rippled as another person stepped through. The newcomer was a taller than average woman. Lustrous black hair with a blue tint ran all the way down her back, but her most striking features were her inhuman ones. She had cute fangs and elongated nails that were like claws, but the most striking feature was the giant raven-style wings sprouting from her back. A demon. And a strong one at that. Easily as strong as the red-haired man here. What's going on? The woman was as beautiful as she seemed dangerous, and Serena felt the hairs on the back of her neck spike as she looked into the woman's chilling gray eyes. As if the appearance of two such powerful cultivators in this backwater city wasn't enough, a third person stepped through the portal and took up the other side of the red-haired cultivator. This third cultivator was a muscular man in a well-tailored beige suit with a strange stone crown encrusted with gems adorning his head. While he had a lesser presence than the other two, he was still in the Starcore realm. Greetings, everyone. My name is Grand Elder Redclaw. To my right is Grand Elder Diana, and to my left is Grand Elder Douglas. At the red-haired man's introduction, the demon gave a fang-filled smile, and the man called Douglas gave a firm nod. Serena could feel the excited tension from those around her. To these mortals, these three people were like living gods. Even to Serena, they were an almost untouchable existence that could make her kneel with their mere presence, and there were three of them. We will oversee the tournament alongside many other Grand Elders of the Ashfallen sect to ensure those with talent don't go unnoticed. There are more of them. Serena thought in disbelief. Also, how powerful is the patriarch of this place? Don't tell me they are in the nascent soul realm. While the tournament realm is built to accommodate you all, this is the first time we have done this. Despite the storm, there's an unexpectedly large turnout, and we are a bit stretched for personnel. So we will let those bearing the cloak of the all-seeing eye in first, and then the non-believers in second. Grand Elder Redclaw gestured to the counter. Sign-ups are always welcome. Another devious marketing tactic. Does anyone have any questions? Grand Elder Redclaw asked. A hand shot up, and he nodded toward it. Will the princess also be making an appearance? A young girl with a sword strapped to her back and holding what looked to be a blonde-haired doll with pink eyes tightly in her arms asked. She's my hero. Diana seemed to look strangely at the doll as the Redclaw Grand Elder nodded. Yes, the princess will be making an appearance. The immortal of Ashfallen will also be watching. So everyone, do your best. He then flicked his robe gracefully and returned through the portal with the other two Grand Elders in tow. The trading company's employees stepped aside and let those wearing the all-seeing eye cloaks through while many disgruntled people headed over to the counter to sign up. Serena gulped as she followed the excited crowd through the portal while trying to keep her head down. It seems I need to keep an eye out, especially for this wrathful princess known to hunt down those who harm the trees. Chapter 355. Cornered Rat. Stella had her arms crossed and was drumming her fingers with impatience. She stood on the slanted roof of a house near the portal in the tournament realm, and her eyes flickered between the hundreds of cloaked individuals streaming through the portal and down the main cobbled stone road. The mustache man said that out of all the people he sold pills to, the one that stood out the most was a rich-looking outsider who had made their appearance around midnight. Which just so happens to line up with the time when Old Bill was likely murdered and turned into a tree. While not enough to mark her as the suspect, she is worth investigating. Mustache Man described her as having ghostly white hair, skin, and icy blue eyes. She also had many silver spatial rings, which are rare for those outside noble families to own. With features like that, she should stand out from the crowd. Stella frowned. She had quite a lot to go off, yet it was serving rather useless when everyone streaming through the portal wore the same style of black cloak, marking them as members of the all-seeing eye, and many had their hoods up, obscuring their features. Their proximity to each other also made sensing for cultivators in the soul fire realm and above impossible for her. Tree, are you able to pick her out? Stella said under her breath. An assassin used any means available to them to gather intel. While she would love to handle this herself, asking Tree for help wasn't cheating. While outnumbered by 100 to 1, there are still more than 100 soul fire realms present, and I don't know her affinity. Ash's voice reverberated through her mind. So no, I can't easily pick her out. You need to find a way to narrow down the search even more, regardless of their appearance, as appearances can be obscured or changed. Just like what you are doing now. Thousands of people are walking below you with no idea the princess of the sect is watching over them. Stella silently nodded in agreement. By blanketing her spiritual senses over the people, she reached a similar conclusion to Ash. There were too many soul fire realm cultivators to investigate them all individually. I can't detect any star core cultivators besides those in the Ashfallen sect here, so the culprit, assuming they are still around, is definitely in the soul fire realm. However, to harm Ash's roots in such a realm, they must be in the upper stages or possess a rare and powerful affinity. That definitely narrows down the possibilities even more. This is really bad, Ash said, to think someone would get a hold of my sap during an event like this. I can track people infected with my sap now, but that also came with an upgrade to its potency. If the culprit infects the water supply, everyone in the Chi realm will turn into trees before I have time to react and save them. Stella winced. That would be an absolute disaster, as the disappearance of everyone participating in the tournament wouldn't go unnoticed by these people's families. Ashfallen's reputation would crumble, along with faith in the all-seeing eye. Don't worry, Tree, I'll find them before that happens. Realizing that standing here was a waste of time, she needed a new approach. If the culprit was here, the best way to single them out would be to use the tournament to her advantage. It forced participants to show off their cultivation level and affinities, which would help narrow down the suspects further. There was still one problem, though. Unless there is only a single person with the possible cultivation level or affinity to damage Ashlock's roots, how would she discern the culprit between the options? Stella turned on her heel, walked over the cusp of the slanted roof, and then traversed through the ether. During the brief journey, her spatial ring flashed as she removed her mask and cult cloak and changed into her usual princess attire, which consisted of comfortable white cotton clothes that left her arms and ankles exposed and had tree decals on them. She exited the ether plane in a flash of white flames and appeared next to the Redclaw Grand Elder. The man was standing in the judge's box. His arms were behind his back as he oversaw the arena, gradually filling up with Chi realm cultivators in preparation for the first round. Grand Elder, Stella said as the man hadn't noticed her presence. Oh, Princess. Welcome. The Redclaw Grand Elder said over his shoulder. We are about an hour from starting the first round. The other judges are currently busy assisting with getting everything prepared but will be here soon. Good, Stella nodded to him as she sat on a cushioned stone throne. When will the Soul Fire Realm matches begin? Not for a few days, Princess. There are far too many Chi Realm people to get through first. I see. Stella frowned. There were also far too many Soul Fire Realm cultivators to watch them fight one by one. Disaster could strike at any moment. If I were the culprit trapped inside a tournament realm, what would make me show my true colors the fastest? Stella stared off into the distance for a moment as she thought back to the Azure Clan tournament realm. She hadn't felt pressured into making a move besides her greed because they assumed she was one of them. We already offer outstanding rewards for this tournament, so improving those won't make them act. No. What I need to do is put pressure on them. Make them feel they are in a pot of water about to boil them to death if they don't run. Grand Elder, Stella said. Yes, Princess. He turned and faced her. I need a favor from you and the Redclaws. Oh, what would that be? Stella's gaze and tone turned ice cold. Someone dared to harm the trees in Ashfallen City. As you know, the immortal is directly linked to these trees, so harming the trees is like cutting the immortal directly. Who dared? The Grand Elder's face twisted in rage. We don't know yet, that's the problem. Then what should we do? Stella smirked. Spread the news. Someone dared to hurt the trees. The Grand Elder looked at her with concern. Is that really wise, Princess? If the enemy knows we are looking for them, they might run before we figure out their identity. That would be perfect as it would make them stand out, Stella retorted as she sat back on the throne. A cornered rat always bears its claws. Let's see how long they can take the heat and lay low. As you wish, Princess, the Grand Elder said, giving a short bow before he left the room to fulfill her orders. I should get going, too, Stella said as she rose and stepped into the ether plane. In a flash of silver, she reassumed her investigator outfit. She planned to head back to Old Bill and try to use ether chi to determine the culprit's affinity type. After all, if she could figure that out, then it was all over for the rat. Serena was sure of it. The investigator, who had vanished like a ghost mere moments ago, was now standing on a rooftop through the portal. Making sure not to make direct eye contact, she watched the strange mortal out of the corner of her eye. This novel's true home is a different platform. Support the author by finding it there. Of course, there was a chance that there were multiple investigators, but she could see a few strands of blonde hair poking out between the hood and the mask. However, the most notable defining feature was how arrogantly the person stood. It was as if they were looking down on people despite being mortal. The investigator's head moved slightly as their gaze, obscured by the jade mask, swept over the crowd. Serena lowered her head further. Stupid trees and mortals. If I had known the pills sold here were so good, and this Ashfallen sect had such high capabilities, I wouldn't have dared to even look at the trees, let alone damage them. But what was done was done. Now, all Serena needed to do was dispose of the leads, integrate into this sect, and drain it of all it was worth before leaving and continuing the search for the Abyssal Tide sect stone. No matter how good this place was, she couldn't stay for long. Converting untamed chi into Abyssal Tide chi was too slow, and she would die of old age before she reached the nascent soul realm at this rate. Cultivation realm. Serena glanced up and saw a cultivator who, judging by his strikingly similar features to the Redclaw Grand Elder, was likely part of the Redclaw family. Ninth stage of the Soul Fire realm, Serena replied. This cultivator seemed at a similar level of power to her, so there was no point in lying. The man nodded and simply gestured at a road off to the side that seemed to have few people walking down it. You will stay in the Red Village in House 109 until you are called to participate in the tournament. This village will be housing the Soul Fire Realm cultivators. Please know that setting up formations inside your house is not allowed, and fighting outside the arena is not tolerated. We will personally review any violations. The man gave an unkind smile. Don't expect the punishments to be lenient. Do I make myself clear? Serena nodded. Good. The man looked past her. Next. As Serena left and walked down the cobbled stone road, she glanced over her shoulder at where the investigator had been standing on the rooftop. Yet all she saw was a small flash of white flames, and the investigator was gone. Huh, what was that? Serena sat in House 109, gazing out the window at the sky. 9 moons dominated her view from the horizon to the zenith, backdropped by a swirling lilac cloud that seemed alive as it ebbed and flowed around the moons. Serena had to admit the Ashfallen sect had gone all out with the illusion array, as it almost felt like she was in a different dimension. Of course, such a thing would be impossible, even for a sect as impressive as this. If a monarch realm cultivator really resided here, the name Ashfallen would be in the history books, and stories of their might would be passed down by the elders for generations. After all, monarch realm beings didn't just appear overnight. They were historical figures, usually from before the era of Ascension, whose influence and feats echoed throughout the realm's history. Though it is strange for a nameless sect to have so many Star Core realm people. Just what is going on here? Serena sighed as she stopped being mesmerized by the sky and decided to look out the window at the village square. Red flowers grew from a large circular flowerbed encircled by a dozen similar-looking houses, which was likely why this place was called Red Village. Hours had passed since she arrived here, and she had spent them sitting and gazing out the window. She had tried to cultivate but felt too on edge as if something was watching her. The trees have eyes, Serena muttered to herself, then snorted. How ridiculous. She stood up, her wooden chair screeching across the floor as it was pushed back. Shaking her head, she walked to the middle of the small room, where there was a large cushion. Plopping down on it, she brought out the bottles of pills she had bought. Since she had a few days to kill before her matches likely started, she thought now would be an excellent time to test these pills. Serena opened her eyes the following day. Her brain was buzzing, and her body felt refreshed. I'm starting to realize why this place has so many Star Core cultivators, Serena mused as she cycled her chi through her clearer spirit roots and soul, which were devoid of the heart demon she hadn't even realized was suppressing her progress. Cultivation has never felt so easy, and the quality of the chi here, it's unbelievable. No place on the land had compared to the Abyssal Tide sect thus far, but Serena had to admit. The Ashfallen sect impressed her greatly. While marveling at how much her cultivation had progressed toward forming a star core in a single night, she felt her stomach grumble. To think a cultivator as powerful as I still needs to eat, Serena clicked her tongue and stood up. If I remember, I passed Red Village's tavern on the way here, where there should be free food. I guess I'll try the cuisine here and gather some intel from the other Soul Fire Realm cultivators. Serena then thought back to the mustache man whispering something into the investigator's ear. Unsure of what was shared, she fished out one of her spatial rings. Inserting some chi, she retrieved a simple mask that covered the top of her face and a spiritual nullification pill. It was a profound tier pill capable of concealing a cultivator's aura, making them appear far weaker for a few hours or days, depending on the quality and strength of the cultivator. The stronger the cultivator, the less it could suppress. A mask would definitely make her stand out, but so would her foreign-looking features that she hadn't seen anyone else on the land possessing. Eating the pill, she cycled it and frowned. Shit quality. Looks like I got scammed. Exerting her aura, she estimated that she appeared to be in the lower stages of the soul fire realm now. Whatever, I only need it to alter my cultivation realm enough to appear like a different person. Just in case the mustache man deduced my cultivation stage and passed it on to the investigator. Serena picked at her food as she glanced around the tavern. It was some unfamiliar purplish meat and orange potatoes. It was tasty enough with good seasoning, but she missed the fresh taste of seafood. Glancing around, she saw quite a lot of people in this tavern. The fights were quite fun to watch, honestly, a man with a hearty laugh at a neighboring table told a bored-looking woman. They put 100 of those Chi Realm weaklings in the arena and told them to have a brawl as the Ashfallen sect's grand elders watched on from their private booth. Did any die? The woman asked dryly before taking a swing of alcohol. No, that's the best part. The man said excitedly. They all had these light shields around them, and the moment they shattered, someone used telekinesis to pick up the weaklings like mangled dogs and carried them out of the battle. Once the hour-long fight ended, a dozen or so of them were told they passed. But that's not even the crazy bit. Oh, the woman raised a brow. The person who was the last one standing. The man paused in suspense. They didn't get chosen. Huh, why? The man leaned back on his chair, causing it to creak. The princess personally stood up and told them they were a talentless coward and unfit for the Ashfallen sect. Ah, so the princess of slaughter has made her appearance. The woman crossed her arms. I've heard the stories from those who saw her effortlessly kill the rogue cultivators in the mine but never laid eyes on her myself. The man grinned. Even if you don't watch the Chi Realm fights, she should be residing over our matches, so you will get a good look. Is it true she is young? I'm not sure. The man rubbed his chin. She looks to be about 16, but you know how it is. Chi greatly slows the aging process, making it hard to tell the age of prodigies. The woman nodded. True. A moment of quiet spanned between the two before the man leaned in, and his voice dropped to a whisper that Serena barely heard over the noise in the tavern. Did you hear the rumor going around? Someone dared to harm one of the sacred trees. Serena dropped her fork on her plate, and her blood ran cold. The woman's eyes widened. No. Did that really happen? Yeah, but here's the crazy part. The Ashfallen sect haven't caught the culprit yet. Nobody has ever harmed the trees and gotten away with it. The woman shrugged dismissively. It's only a matter of time until the princess catches and executes them to set an example. The man laughed as he stood up. Ain't that the truth? I almost feel bad for them. No matter how far they run, it's impossible to escape the gaze of the all-seeing eye. True. Serena watched the pair leave with a sinking feeling in her stomach. I need to learn more about this princess as soon as possible. I should be able to see her during the Chi Realm matches today, but I also need to know stories about her. Who are her allies? What are her weaknesses? How can I avoid her? Is there a way to beg for her mercy? Having no more appetite, Serena searched the tavern for someone to ask. Most were in groups, or it looked like they might be trouble asking, like the few red claws scattered around. Oh, what about her? Serena thought as her eyes landed on a young girl who couldn't be older than 10, stabbing at her food with a fork. She had bright green hair and seemed to have many cute little jasmine flowers intertwined with it. From the doll Serena had seen that other kid holding earlier, this princess seemed popular with the kids, so maybe this girl would know some stories about her. Leaving her half-eaten food behind, she strode over to the table. Hey, is this chair taken? The girl looked up from her food. No. Why are you asking? Can I sit here? The girl looked around at the empty tables with a hint of confusion before shrugging. Sure. I know this might be a strange question, Serena said as she sat. But do you know anything about the princess? I've heard a lot about her and wondered if there are any stories about her. The room suddenly went deathly silent, and it seemed like every pair of eyeballs in the room turned to look at her. Did I mess up? The green-haired girl lowered her fork and looked at her strangely. Yes, of course, I know about the princess. She is my master, after all. Chapter 356. Princess of Slaughter. Jasmine hadn't been enjoying her time while waiting for the tournament to start. Her master was busy hunting down the person crazy enough to attack Ashlock's offspring in his own city, so she was left alone in the Red Village. Too nervous about the upcoming fight to cultivate, she tried to ask some of the people in this village if they wanted to spar, but they all turned her down. Spar with the princess's disciple. What if you get hurt? Will I be hunted down? And my whole family slaughtered? No, master isn't that crazy. Saul can heal me. Waste my chi on sparring. Are you crazy? Do you think chi grows on trees? The chi in here is so dense. Can't you just cultivate it back? You just want to figure out my techniques beforehand, don't you? No, I don't even know who you are. It's just practice. These were just some of the answers she received, and no matter how much she retorted, they brushed her off. So here she was, sitting alone in the Red Village's tavern, eating the free food to kill time. Master and the others were always so open and willing to help me. Is this how cultivators usually are? Selfish and suspicious of everyone else. I just wanted to practice using my new whip. Jasmine hadn't expected making friends, let alone a simple conversation partner, outside of the Ashfallen sect to be such an insurmountable task. She glanced around the room, and any eyes she caught quickly looked away. They fear me. The story of Stella killing the rogue cultivators in the mine and earning the title, Princess of Slaughter, was famous in Ashfallen City. In addition to tales of how effortlessly Stella disposed of the cultivators terrorizing the citizens, there were also stories about the Princess of Slaughter's bloodthirsty disciple. Jasmine stabbed her fork into the potatoes. The rumors around her were honestly even more ridiculous than Stella's, and her recent transformation from absorbing the poison plant into her soul wasn't helping her beat the allegations of being a demon. Everyone was interested in her, but nobody dared to get close. As if she were a poisonous cactus or something. So, that was her current situation. Jasmine sat alone yet was the center of attention. Everyone was stealing glances at her from their tables, yet nobody dared to come and talk to her. That's why she was so confused when a masked woman suddenly appeared and asked if she could sit opposite her. Everyone else also seemed to share her confusion, especially when the woman asked if she knew anything about Stella. She's your master. Jasmine wanted to punch herself, seeing the woman's reaction. Here she was, lamenting that nobody would talk to her. Yet when someone finally had the courage to, she just had to scare her off with her master's name. Yes, she's my master, Jasmine said dismissively. Why do you want to know about her? The woman looked around and seemed deeply uncomfortable from all the stares she was receiving. I only arrived in the city a few weeks ago, and after learning about the tea tournament, I entered closed-door cultivation. So I never had a chance to learn much about this place. Oh, Jasmine narrowed her eyes. Darklight City and Ashfallen City saw almost no visitors from outside cities. The airship routes were closed, and as far as outsiders knew, there was little here worth going through the hassle of visiting for. Stella had warned her that cultivators were more dangerous and crafty than monsters in the past, and Jasmine hated it, but she couldn't help but mirror the suspicion of those around her. What reason did you have for coming here? I'm looking for something. The woman frowned. My sister. She ran away from my sect, and I have spent the last few years searching for her. I drift from one city to the next, looking for clues. Jasmine didn't have a sibling, but she could imagine how terrible having her family run away would feel. I'm sorry about that, really. Jasmine said. Does she have a name or any defining features? I could ask my master about her for you. The woman seemed startled at that suggestion, and no, it's quite all right. I wouldn't want to trouble your master. She seems very busy. You wanted to know stories about her, right? Wouldn't it be better to see her in person? Jasmine pushed her chair back and hopped down, as it was just a little too high for her legs to reach the ground. The trouble of being only 8 years old. No matter her cultivation realm, she was still held back by the limits of her small body. Most of those stories are made up anyways, Jasmine muttered as she glared at the people watching. Right. The woman seemed a bit bewildered. Determined to kidnap her new friend, Jasmine grabbed the woman's hand and led her outside. The air outside felt refreshing as they left the tavern and the intense stares behind them. You're the first person who dared talk to me, Jasmine smiled. I'm Jasmine. What's your name? The woman glanced around quickly. My name. It's Daisy. Daisy. Huh, you're also named after a flower like me. That's right. Jasmine grinned. They had another thing in common. Don't worry, Daisy, there is nobody in this world that my master and her father can't find. I'm sure they will be able to find your sister in no time. Jasmine said proudly. The woman nervously chuckled. Is that so? Serena felt her heart pound in her chest like a drum as the little girl led her toward the arena, dominating the skyline. It was a truly colossal structure that left an impression. Serena had looked for an opportunity to ditch the girl and run, but there were too many eyes on them. Despite it being so early in the morning, a stream of people headed toward the arena, likely to participate in or watch the Chi Realm fights today. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. All of them parted and stared at her as she passed. It's the princess's disciple. Keep your voice down, or she will tear out your throat. Would she really do such a thing? Are you kidding? She casually followed the princess into that den of thieves and relished in their screams as they died despite being so young. No, it's far worse. She's a demon that feasts on human flesh. Serena looked at the little girl leading her as she listened to the rumors. Maybe those stories are mostly made up, as Jasmine claimed. I can't imagine such a sweet kid doing all those things they are saying. Jasmine appeared unfazed by the gossiping, as if she didn't even hear them. Serena searched the faces of those making the remarks and noticed none were wearing the cloaks from the cult of the all-seeing eye. It seems some of these mortals aren't too accepting of how things are run around here. Serena mused, but she couldn't blame them. This place and the people in charge were crazy. I do wonder why they are bothering to participate in this tournament in the first place. Do they have no plans to join the Ashfallen sect? Then Serena remembered the fierce storm outside compared to the pleasant weather here. There was also free food and housing. There was also no rule saying they had to participate. Some people were here just to watch the fights and would then head back home through the portal at night. Serena looked down the road, running parallel to the arena, and saw people going in and out of the still open portal leading back to the Ashfallen Trading Company's building. I still need to deal with that mustache man, Serena thought as she glanced away. But let's first see what the princess is like in person. I didn't expect to encounter her disciple, but this isn't so bad. So long as the spiritual nullification pill lasts long enough, they shouldn't be too suspicious of me. A shame such a cute girl has been turned into a demon by that evil god-worshipping princess. What a terrible master to be stuck with. Serena had been lost in thought but felt Jasmine pause and turn to glare at a man in the crowd. You can say what you want about me, Jasmine said, letting go of her hand and walking toward a smirking man. The crowd stepped away with haste to give space to the green-haired girl. But don't spout such nonsense about my master. She is a great person and master to me. I disagree. The man crossed his arms and glared at Jasmine. You're just brainwashed like the rest of these cult freaks. Jasmine tensed up and balled her fist but then relaxed and took a long breath. Okay, could you explain your hatred for the all-seeing eye? What have they done that makes you despise them? The red-faced man with a strong smell of alcohol sneered. We all thought cultivators were heaven's chosen to lord over us. From birth, we were told that the gap between us and the cultivators was bigger than heaven and earth. Us mortals groveled in the mud and toiled away as their slaves while they enjoyed the fruits of our labor. The man raised his voice so all could hear, but that was all one big lie, wasn't it? With a simple pill, we also became cultivators and realized it was nothing special. You aren't heaven chosen. You were all hoarding a power meant for all. Serena's eyes went wide. What was this madman talking about? Mortals turned into cultivators. Such a thing wasn't possible. Cultivators were heaven's chosen, and that had been a fact since the dawn of time. Why are you accusing me of this? I was a mortal once too, Jasmine started but was cut off by the man. Why the sudden change of heart? Why gift us mere mortals the power to defy the heavens? Out of the kindness of your cold hearts. The man snorted as he swayed on his feet. Don't make me laugh. The princess of slaughter isn't so kind. Murmurs spread throughout the crowd. Think about it, people, the man shouted even louder. When have you ever heard of cultivators sharing resources with the common man? They are selfish beings in human skin. Using their chi directly affects their progress in cultivation, so such acts of kindness make no sense. They have to come from a place of greed, or fear. What could the cultivators possibly be scared of? Serena asked. Greed, she could understand. If they really did have the ability to turn mortals into cultivators, raising them up to be used as pill furnaces or to use their souls as fuel to power demonic rituals was quite a good idea. But fear. What did cultivators possibly have to fear? They were the apex predators on the land that bowed to nothing but the heavens themselves. The man's lips curled, the beast tied. It comes for us all, even the cultivators. Serena was confused. She had never heard of this beast tide, but it seemed the crowd had as the murmurs grew louder. It's said this will be the largest and most powerful beast tide in history, yet there has been no news about reserving spots on airships from the Red Claws or the Ashfallen sect, which can only mean one thing. They plan to stay, which would be a suicidal idea despite the sect's strength. But that's where we come in, right? The man gestured to everyone around, hundreds of thousands of mortals, all turned into cultivators and pumped with pills. A questionable investment unless they all reach the Soulfire realm before the beast tide arrives. In that case, this will be the largest army of cultivators in the wilderness. No, actually in the entire realm, and you bet they will lay their lives down in the name of the god who so generously gave them this opportunity, the all-seeing eye. Jasmine twisted her face in confusion. I don't even know what to say, she said quickly, stumbling over her words. That's such a fabricated lie, that's so far from the truth. Is anything I said wrong? The man shrugged and spread out his arms. I've said my piece. You can silence me by killing me now. Jasmine stared at the man strangely. I never planned to kill you. We are having a civil conversation, are we not? Because there are too many witnesses, right? There are not only mortals here but also a few cultivators from Darklight City's academy. The man laughed. Go on, it's fine. Silence me like the rest. Those in the mine figured out the truth and were labeled undesirables and slaughtered, weren't they? More nonsense. Jasmine stamped her foot. They were stealing food and robbing people. According to who? You. The man shook his head. Don't make me laugh. That's like doing an internal investigation and finding yourself not guilty. Everyone who went to that service for the all-seeing eye emerged as crazy people. I saw it with my own two eyes how friends and family started worshipping trees and saying they would do anything for a giant fucking eye. The world has gone mad, and I will expose it. Hey man, a person wearing the cult's cloak stepped up. What you said about the beast tide might have some merit, but the all-seeing eye is the real deal. I doubt we will even need to step in to defend this sacred land with him watching over us. I saw the extent of his power that night. It was truly godly. Some horde of monsters couldn't possibly compare. What was the nonsense story again? The princess snapped 50-star core cultivators out of existence with black lightning. Come on, man, listen to yourself speak. What's more likely? 50-star core cultivators present in a single location and being defeated so easily, or it all being an illusion? I swear it was real. The person's voice trailed off as he frowned. I have to agree with the man here. This place is too weird and ridiculous. Something ain't right. Serena glanced over the crowd and saw a mixture of reactions. Some looked at the man with hatred, while others seemed to deeply contemplate his words. Stop twisting my master's kindness into something vile, Jasmine said with an expression of irritation. Stella saved the people of Sleemere from certain death when they had been abandoned by the Voidments. Grand Elder Douglas worked tirelessly day and night to build Ashfallen City for you all. Food was purchased with sect funds to feed everyone, and then the sect went a step further and gave mortals a path to become cultivators. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yet all you do is spit in the face of my master's kindness and spread made-up rumors. Little girl, the man leaned in, such kindness doesn't exist here in the wilderness. It's not the monsters you should fear. His eyes flickered between everyone present as he put on a crazed grin. But it's each other. You sure listed a lot of acts of kindness your dear master has imparted on us, poor mortals. So I ask again, what is her goal? Jasmine looked to the ground as she tried and failed to form a response. Do I need one? Everyone's heads whipped around to a teenager standing there with her arms crossed. Despite her youth, she had a domineering presence like no other and deep bloodlust hidden in her pink eyes, partially obscured by a fringe of blonde hair. Serena didn't need to have met her in person to take a guess at who this was. The Princess of Slaughter had arrived. Chapter 357. First Impressions. Stella had been observing the tournament realm from the shadows when she came across her dear disciple engaged in an argument with what appeared to be an angry drunkard. Curious to see how her disciple would handle the pressure, she hung back and watched the events unfold. However, the more the man spoke, the angrier Stella became. As Jasmine pointed out, the man was twisting all of Tree's actions and spitting in their face. Go on, Jasmine. Kill him. Rip out his throat. Come on. Stella was a little peeved that her disciple hadn't learned that the best way to deal with arguments was with arrogance and lethal force. Entertaining these idiots wasn't worth it. Looks like I'll have to step in. Hold on. Ashlock's voice echoed through her mind. Are you about to do what I think you are going to do? Damn it. Stella paused with one foot in the ether and looked at the sky with an innocent smile. Whatever do you mean, Tree? You can handle the situation however you please as it involves your disciple, but I just wanted to point out that many people from Darklight City's academy are in attendance. While we have an information blockade around the city, there are still ways they could alert their families. I suspect many are participating in this tournament for that reason. To gather information. Should I kill them too, then? Stella didn't understand the concern. If there were no witnesses, then there was no problem, right? Honestly, we are stronger than everyone in the region except maybe the Patriarch at this point. Anyone they send to deal with me will become my food. So you can do as you please. Just bear in mind that whatever you do will be the first impression they have of you, beside the exaggerated rumors, of course. First impression. Stella grinned. Oh, this is going to be fun. She took off her Phantom Veil amulet and let her 7th stage of Star Core Realm pressure and Bloodlust run free. If there was an impression she wanted to give to these people of the Blood Lotus sect, it was that the Ashfallen sect and herself were not to be messed with. If I can make them fear me now, then hopefully, I won't get dragged into as many meetings in the future. Stepping through the ether, Stella appeared a few steps behind Jasmine. The moment she arrived, her pressure descended on the area, causing everyone's heads to snap in her direction. The Princess of Slaughter, the drunkard went pale as he staggered backward. What are you doing here? Stella ignored the drunkard and surveyed the crowd, finding the variety of reactions to her appearance interesting. Those wearing cult clothes had nothing but respect in their gazes, and some even bowed. The mortals that weren't part of the all-seeing eye, despite the incentive of joining to be led into the tournament realm early, all stepped back in fear as if they had done something wrong. Meanwhile, the few Soul Fire Realm cultivators who belonged to various noble families from the Blood Lotus sect watched on in interest. As Ashlock had warned her, this was the first time those from Darklight Academy had been allowed so deep into the Ashfallen sect's affairs. Until now, they had been kept at arm's length and in the dark as much as possible regarding what was happening on Red Vine Peak. But with the Ashfallen Trading Company selling pills and creating Ashfallen City, there was no point in hiding anymore. Now, all that was left to do was leave a lasting impression. Stella stepped forward, and the crowd behind the drunkard solidified into a wall of people, preventing the man from being able to retreat any further. He glared at them with hatred before turning back to face her. He tried and failed to form a sentence under the intensity of her glare. What? Cat got your tongue now that I'm here, and you can't bully my disciple anymore. Stella crossed her arms. I heard everything you said, so there's no point pretending to be a mute now. Come on, say your piece to my face. Someone from the crowd pushed the man forward, causing him to stumble a few steps. Stella reached out to steady him by the shoulder. You know this is a rare opportunity. She hissed in his ear. It's not often I have enough patience to hear people out. She pushed him back. As he reeked, now tell me, why do I need a goal? The man gulped, because such kindness doesn't exist in the wilderness. So you must have a goal besides being nice to us. I know it. There's no need to shout. We can all hear you. Stella sighed. But yeah, you caught me red-handed. I do have a goal. The man looked at her strangely. What? Did I ever say I didn't have one? Stella snorted. As you said, nobody is that nice. Especially me. See, I was right. The man turned to the crowd. She has ulterior motives for turning us into cultivators. Yeah, of course I do. The man grinned. What is it? Stella tilted her head. Why would I tell you? The man's confident expression cracked. Because, the people deserve to know. They don't deserve shit. Stella glared at everyone gathered, and they all took a step back. The Ashfallen sect and the cult of the all-seeing eye aren't a charity. Right, exactly. We don't deserve all of these free things, as you say. So you are raising us as cultivators to fight off the beast tide, right? The man said triumphantly, and murmurs of agreement spread throughout the crowd. Stella flexed a hint of her cultivation and bloodlust, making everyone fall silent at once as their eyes widened, and many collapsed to the ground. As they all groaned, Stella snorted. What in the 9 realms would you pathetic weaklings do against a beast tide? If anything, you would just be food for the monsters. Stella met the gazes of the few Soul Fire Realm cultivators from the academy that remained standing. The Ashfallen sect and the all-seeing eye will be the ones protecting the land and its people. Not the other way around. If anything, I'd rather you all stayed out of my way while I deal with the monsters. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen from Royal Road. Please report it. Then why go through all the effort? The man grunted from the ground as he struggled under a hint of her soul's presence. Turning mortals into cultivators. Providing free housing and food. It doesn't make any sense. It's simple. Really? Stella paused as everyone strained their necks, clearly curious about the depth of her schemes. I just wanted more money, Stella shrugged. Running a sect is expensive, you know. Wah. Money. The drunkard's face twisted in confusion. How is giving out free things a way to make money? Stella crouched before the man, looking at him like an injured puppy. Oh, you poor soul. She placed her finger against his skull. There's not much in here, is there? Let me spell it out for you so your empty brain can understand. What does the Ashfallen Trading Company sell? Pills, the man said, gritting his teeth. Good, Stella smiled. Now, who would we sell the pills to? Cultivators. The man said hesitantly. Sure, but there's some problems. The only cultivation family here is the Redclaws, who assist in making the pills. Okay, are you following me? There are certainly rogue cultivators in Darklight City, but they aren't known for having the deepest pockets. Basically, they are poor. The people of Darklight City Academy were also potential clients. Stella glanced up and met the eyes of the curious students gathered around, who were all likely older than her despite being so much weaker. But as I'm sure even they will admit, they aren't the most favored children of their respective families, as they are studying in this backwater city and therefore also have shallow pockets. So, I ask again. Who can the Ashfallen Trading Company sell pills to? Stella could see the wheel turning in the man's head as he put the dots together. You made us all cultivators, not for war but so you could sell pills to us. Stella grinned. There we go. Why should we sell to other cultivator families when we can mass produce and sell weak pills to hundreds of thousands of mortals turned into cultivators? As you all advance, so will your need for pills, and the Ashfallen Trading Company will be there by your side to provide high quality and affordable pills. But what about the free housing and food? What does that have to do with selling pills? Stella laughed. These stone huts were easy to make, and we purchased the food from the farmers at a fair price. The money returned to us anyway, as the farmers turned around and used those same spirit stones to buy pills from us. That's evil, is it? Stella tilted her head. We just figured the easier lives people had, the more productive they would become, and the more money they would have to purchase pills. Nobody is forcing them to buy our pills and pursue the path of a cultivator, a life many of your buddies in the crowd seem to have decided to reject. Which is fine. We sell to those who want it and leave everyone else be. Murmurs spread throughout the crowd. Listening in, Stella concluded that revealing the truth behind Ashfallen's generosity seemed to be doing more good than harm to their public image. Such generosity, especially out here in the wilderness, was understandably met with suspicion. So, learning that their generosity came from greed for their money helped ease people's fears, as it was a far better outcome than being turned into cultivators to participate in wars or act as pill furnaces. Bullshit. The man spat on the ground in disgust. You expect us to believe you will be as kind to those that don't buy into your little scheme. There's no way you will let us who disagree with your evil methods go. What of the people in the mine? Why did you kill them? They were pests waiting to be culled, Stella said simply. That's not a valid justification. What heinous acts did they commit? Do I need justification? Stella increased her spiritual pressure, smashing the man to the ground. I'm the judge and executioner around here. My job is to eliminate inconveniences or threats to Ashfallen. There was something about them sacrificing citizens, but honestly, the most criminal thing they did was cause me to waste my entire morning in a meeting about their antics, so I slaughtered them. Is that so hard to understand? Stella lessened her pressure as it seemed the man was struggling to speak. He coughed violently for a moment before getting enough air in his lungs to utter a reply. Psycho bitch. That's harsh, Stella pouted. I can be quite nice and diplomatic when I want to be. White soul flames sprouted to life across her shoulders before snaking down her arms and wreathing her fingertips. It just so happens today is not one of those days. The man's eyes widened in horror. You are going to kill me. Isn't that what you wanted my disciple to do earlier? Stella asked, tilting her head innocently. Why the sudden change of heart? But the witnesses. Everyone here will see your act of cruelty. A powerful cultivator killing a mortal for speaking the truth. Stella nodded along and acted like she was thinking it over. Right as some hope had returned to the man's eyes, she paused and looked straight into his gaze. But I don't really care, though. Wah. Whether you said truth or lies, your fate was already sealed, Stella said dryly as she picked at her nails, flickering with her soul flames. You picked on my disciple, spoke poorly of the Ashfallen sect, but most criminal of all, Stella narrowed her eyes at him. You're an eyesore. Stella flicked her finger, and white flames jumped from her fingertip, impacting the man's forehead. A pulse of white spread throughout his body. Along his veins. The man seemed unaware of what had happened as Stella released her pressure. He stood on wobbling legs and glared at her. I knew you wouldn't kill me. He smirked as if he had won. You don't have the guts. Neither will you, Stella said dismissively. The man sneered, a glint of mockery in his eyes. The hell do you mean by da? Before he could finish, white flames erupted from his body as the ether answered Stella's call and latched onto his skin from within like ghostly white claws. There was a brief expression of twisted horror on the man's face as he looked at the ghostly fingers emerging from his body before his flesh was peeled away in grotesque strips, unraveling from his bones as if the ether was obeying the command of an unseen butcher. His scream pierced the air, raw and desperate, but was cut short as the ether claimed his lungs, silencing him forever. The white flames of the ether didn't stop there as they rapidly spread throughout the rest of his mortal body like wildfire, devouring his organs next and reducing him to a mere shell of what he once was. As quickly as everyone realized what was happening, nothing remained of the man but a pristine white skeleton, suspended for a breathless instant before gravity exerted its ever-present authority. With a hollow clatter, the skeleton fell forward onto the cobbled stone street. A disturbed silence overcame the area as Stella casually dismissed her soul flames and snapped her fingers to close the doorway to the ether plane. Since the man had been in the lowly chi realm, orchestrating such a brutal death had been child's play. His chi was so faint that while the man thought she had spared him, Stella had effortlessly commanded her ether chi to invade his body and mark everything but his bones for transport through the ether. By sending every part of his body to different locations, he was basically torn apart by reality itself, with only his skeleton left behind. Against such a weakling, this gruesome technique felt like overkill. To silence him, a single swing of her sword would have been far more practical, saving both time and chi. But Stella did this to leave an impression, and judging by everyone's stares, she had been successful. Smirking to herself, she spun on her heel to face her disciple. The little girl looked understandably horrified and pale, but perhaps the person who looked the most taken aback by the whole thing was the cultivator standing next to Jasmine. She seems to be around the second stage of the soul fire realm. Not strong enough to be the one who cut Ashlock's roots, but wearing a mask is rather suspicious. Jasmine. Why yes, master. Jasmine gulped. Stella gestured to the woman standing next to her. Aren't you going to introduce me to your friend? Chapter 358. Diplomatic Solution. Serena was in total shock and could hardly keep her face straight. She had heard rumors of what peak star core cultivators were capable of but had never witnessed it with her own eyes. The higher cultivation a person achieved, the more elusive and reserved they typically became, spending months or years in closed-door cultivation and becoming very averse to fighting. After all, it became harder to progress the closer one got to nascent soul realm, and while star core cultivators could live for centuries, they weren't immortal. The amount of chi a cultivator had to accumulate in preparation to form an infant soul was staggering, and the depth of their Tao comprehension had to be absurd. Time was ticking, so to waste chi on disposing of someone in such a spectacle of power when a simple sword swing would have sufficed was insanity. Or it should be, but this girl, the Princess of Slaughter, seemed to be an exception. Serena looked at the princess's youthful face and felt deeply inferior. Here she was, judging how this girl used her powers so casually because she would only have centuries to gather the chi for a nascent soul while she appeared near the peak of the star core realm at such a young age. The princess didn't need to be considerate about her chi usages. Unlike the talentless grand elders suppressed by impassable bottlenecks, she must have laughed at the heavens for trying to hold her back. Serena felt a chill run through her spine. It was a universal rule throughout the realm that star core realm and above cultivators didn't care for the actions of those weaker than them so long as you didn't offend them or those close to them. You simply weren't worth the effort of them exiting closed-door cultivation and wasting their precious chi. But this girl seemed free of such constraints. I need to get out of here. Serena made the resolute decision to leave right away. Trying to stick around when such an unreasonably powerful person was in charge would only lead to death. She had held out a sliver of hope that the grand elders of this sect would be dismissive of those below them, and she could lurk under their elusive gazes, but this princess proved that point wrong. She went out of her way to argue and kill a drunkard mortal simply because he spouted some nonsense claims against her. If such a gruesome fate at the hands of a grand elder awaited those who talked badly of the sect, what fate awaited her for killing one of their cult believers and damaging a tree? This is Daisy. I met her in the tavern. The princess's disciple introduced her with the fake name she had made up earlier by looking around and seeing a flower bed with some daisies growing in them. She wanted to know stories about you. Serena snapped back to reality and wanted to strangle this dumb, grass-haired girl. Keep your mouth shut. You're going to get me killed here. Oh. Stella took a single step closer, and despite her best efforts, Serena's entire body tensed. She could feel a primal fear buzz at the back of her mind from the bloodlust emanating from the Princess of Slaughter as the girl curiously encircled her as if she were a statue. Finishing her rounds and coming to a stop before her, the blonde-haired psycho had an innocent smile made all the worse by the skeleton of the mortal still in clear view behind her. So, do I live up to the stories? Absolutely, if not worse. You're more diplomatic than the stories suggested, Serena said instead and gulped. With people like this, she found it best to lie to their faces and tell them what they likely wanted to hear. The princess hadn't seemed so thrilled to be called a psycho bitch despite being won by the mortal earlier, so maybe this was a better approach. Stella glanced between her and the skeleton a few times. You really think so? She mused before nodding to herself. I suppose you are right. At least I heard this guy out first. It is a step in the right direction, Jasmine agreed with her master. Wait, what? Serena was in disbelief. She could be worse. Stella ruffled the little girl's hair. I know, right? I'm sorry I haven't had time to spar with you over the last few days. Far more people than we thought turned up for the tournament, and let me tell you, trying to pick out talented people from a 100-person brawl is no easy feat. Stella tilted her head and looked straight into Serena's eyes. We have also been looking for someone. Does she know? Oh, Master. Daisy here is also looking for someone, her sister. Do you think you could find her? Jasmine looked at the ground. I can't imagine how terrible it must be to lose family. So I hoped you could help her. Serena looked up at the illusory sky and silently begged the heavens to strike this girl down. How could a girl with such a heart of gold be the disciple of such a dangerous person? Was this some sick joke? Finding a person. That's easy enough. Stella smirked. So Daisy, what does your sister look like? It's hard to imagine her features when you're wearing a mask. Serena hated this feeling of being toyed with. Why was the princess acting and speaking as if she had already figured her out yet making no moves against her? It was deeply unsettling and made her second guess any retort she could come up with. I don't know what the mustache man said to the investigator. What if the princess has been informed of what I look like and goes around murdering anyone with my features without asking questions first and giving me a chance to reason with her? I have no idea how much she knows. Why did I think saying I was after my sister was a good idea? Sure, it tugged on Jasmine's heartstrings and made me seem less greedy than saying I was after my sect's treasured stone. But that was stupid. Sorry, Serena stuttered, realizing she was taking too long when the princess began to frown. My sister has black hair and blue eyes. That's not very helpful. Stella gestured to the crowd behind them. Look how many people have black hair and blue eyes. That's one of the most common combinations. What's her name, affinity, and cultivation level? Her name is. Serena blanked. She hadn't thought this far. All that appeared in her mind was that darn stone. Abyssa. Yeah, that's her name. She has water affinity and is in the soul fire realm. Right, I'll make a note of her and ask the immortal to begin keeping an eye out for her. If she's somewhere in the Blood Lotus sect, we will likely find her soon. The princess stared into Serena's eyes for an unsettlingly long time before turning to Jasmine. Speaking of finding someone, have you seen a rich-looking woman with many spatial rings in the soul fire realm village? She hasn't been told about my appearance. Serena thought and had never been so glad to have bare fingers. Her dozen spatial rings sat securely in her fur coat's inner pocket. No, Jasmine shook her head. What about you? She asked Serena. No. Serena shook her head. I've done nothing but sit inside and cultivate since I got here. Which was true. If you encounter this story on Amazon, note that it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. The princess clicked her tongue. I've been so busy, and I can't be bothered to search every house. If you see someone like that, let me know, and I'll have the investigator do a search, too. I haven't gotten any other details thus far, but I'm sure someone would have seen her face. Once the investigator confirms what she looks like, there will be nowhere for her to run. There was hope. For whatever reason, that strange mortal investigator had yet to inform the Princess of Slaughter about all the details regarding her. Thank the heavens. Dealing with that weak investigator shouldn't be too much hassle compared to trying to survive a single second against the princess. Master, what will you do when you find this person? Jasmine asked curiously. Just ask a few questions. She is merely one of many suspects right now. Stella shrugged. Though she is the most promising one, and if she's found guilty as the person who harmed a tree, she gestured to the skeleton behind her, it's not going to be pretty. The mortal man's raw screams from before he was ripped apart by the white flames echoed through Serena's mind. Staying here was an absolute death sentence. She had to run and cover her tracks by any means necessary and get far away from Stella. Grand Elder Stella, a tall man with sharp features and a piercing gaze said, causing Stella to turn on her heel and glare at the person who had interrupted her. The crowd of mortal onlookers had mostly dispersed, but there was now a small gathering of Soulfire Realm cultivators behind Stella, who seemed to belong to the noble families of the Blood Lotus sect by their demeanor. Or would you prefer the title Princess of Slaughter? Who are you? Stella asked, looking the man up and down. The man smiled. My name is Evander Starweaver. He then patted the head of the short girl beside him. She was incredibly beautiful. Her eyes were like swirling galaxies, and her hair was black as night, intertwined with streaks of blue and gold running down her back to her legs. And this is my sister, Celeste Starweaver. Stella looked between the two. Okay. Am I supposed to know you? You don't know me, but you may remember that Celeste participated in the alchemy tournament. After winning first place in the second round, she was robbed of a spot in the top 3 in the final round by someone called Rosalind, who clearly cheated one way or another. Evander shook his head sadly while recalling the past. Then there was the whole debacle with Dante's attempt at taking over Darklight City, but I digress. Celeste is planning to participate in the upcoming Soulfire Realm duels, and we wanted to ensure those light shields would survive an attack from our cosmic affinity, as Archie has a habit of ignoring defenses. We don't want to be responsible for any unwanted casualties, after all. Serena didn't know either of these people, but she had heard stories about the Starweaver family during her journey through the cities of the Blood Lotus sect. Unlike the Ashfallen sect, which had somehow kept to the shadows of this backwater city, the Starweaver family had a reputation for being an antagonistic family openly displeased with how the Blood Lotus sect is run but was left alone by the Nitros family as their cosmic affinity was one of, if not, the most lethal. If someone with cosmic affinity was to go supernova, Serena doubted anyone could survive the fallout. They were like walking disasters. That might be a good idea to test, Stella nodded. While the light shield is made from She at the peak of the Star Core realm, I've seen the power of the cosmic affinity before. Evander nodded, greatly appreciated, and I must say it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Grand Elder Stella. Your name has become quite well known, and I have been meaning to meet with you for a while now. Have you now? Stella frowned, and even Serena could feel Stella's impatience growing. Evander continued, since I'm in the Star Core realm and unable to participate, I was hoping we could have a meeting to discuss some. No, Stella said resolutely before vanishing in a flash of white flames. Evander swallowed his words and stared at where Stella had been standing. The other nobles that had been gathered behind Evander glared at his back. Way to scare her off, Evander. That was a rare opportunity for us to speak with the Immortal's daughter, and you blew it. A noble from a family Serena didn't recognize sneered. But she didn't care enough to stick around and find out. With Stella gone, this was her opportunity to run. Sorry, Jasmine, Serena said, and the grass-haired girl looked up at her. After witnessing your master's impressive display of power, I feel the heavens' whispers calling to me. I must be on the cusp of enlightenment, so I will leave you for today. Jasmine's eyes widened. Enlightenment. Forget about me. You must hurry, or you might miss it. She pointed toward the portal. You should buy some pills to help, too. I know there's one that helps with enlightenment. Thank you, I will. Serena nodded and took advantage of the girl's naive kindness to escape. Walking swiftly but without trying to draw attention to herself, she headed through the portal. While the princess is distracted, I must dispose of all my tracks before the investigator begins searching around the Red Village. Stella mentioned they would be looking for a rich-looking woman with many spatial rings but didn't seem to know my physical appearance. So long as I eliminate everyone who has seen my face, including that investigator, there's a slim chance I can get away from here with my life. She was desperate, but what could she do? With the airships down, escape from the Ashfallen sect realm of influence that appeared to cover the whole Blood Lotus sect would take too long. She had to cover her tracks to have a chance of escaping. Anyone who had seen her face had to die. Feeling the temperature change as she stepped through the portal into the relatively quiet lobby of the Ashfallen Trading Company, she glanced to the side. She was relieved to see the mustached man seemingly just starting his shift as he took over his same spot at the desk from an older white-haired man. See you later, old Mike. The mustache man called over his shoulder and laughed as he received an angry response from the white-haired man who had vanished into a back room. Serena waited off to the side as she watched the man reorganize the items on the desk and flatten out the creases in his shirt. Since everyone was busy with the tournament and it was quiet here, he seemed to be the only one on duty. Serena approached the counter after ensuring they were mostly alone except for a few random mortals wandering around. Hello. I want to buy some pills, she said, putting on a slightly different accent and keeping her voice low. Her words seemed to break the mustache man out of his wandering thoughts. Oh, absolutely. What can I get you? One of everything, she said. While her goal was to kill this man, she did want to buy some pills. Since she was never going to return here, getting her hands on such amazing pills at a 50% discount would never be possible again. If only she had heeded that mortal's warning about the trees and not let her pride get in the way, causing her to kill him for lecturing her. As she watched the mustache man excitedly bring out all the pills, she stealthily brought out 2 spatial rings from her inner pocket and slid them onto her fingers. There was another reason she wanted to buy so many pills at once, and that's because she needed to give this man as many spirit stones as possible to ensure his death. One of these rings contained a pile of spirit stones, while the other contained an egg of an abyssal creature from her homeland. It was of utmost importance the egg and the spirit stones were kept separately. Serena was betting on the mustache man being unaware of this fact. Here are your pills, the man smiled kindly. Is there anything else I can get you? No, that will be all. Serena's rings flashed with silver light, and a large pile of spirit stones appeared alongside the abyssal egg. The egg looked as unassuming as a random black pebble, yet it had already begun slowly draining the chi out of the nearby spirit stones. The mortal worker, however, was unaware of these subtle chi fluctuations and simply placed the pile of spirit stones onto a piece of jade. A runic formation lit up, quickly counting the number of spirit stones present and confirming their quality was of high grade. After verifying that the amount and grade of spirit stones were correct, the man waved his hand to put the pile into his own spatial ring. Serena copied him and took all the pills into her spatial ring. All that was left was the abyssal egg. The man eyed it curiously before pushing it toward her. I believe this is yours. Consider it a gift. Her voice dropped low. It's a rock said to be blessed by the all-seeing eye himself. I won it in the tournament. She flashed him a flirtatious smile. You should treasure it. The man gulped as he looked at her lips. Are you sure? It seems quite valuable. Please. She pushed it toward him. I would feel dishonored if you were to reject it. The man nodded in understanding and absorbed the abyssal egg into his spatial ring. Thank you for doing business with the Ashfallen Trading Company, the man said, giving a small bow and smile. I hope to serve you next time, miss. Serena wordlessly nodded and left. Except there won't be a next time unless we meet in the afterlife. Heading back through the portal, she was now on a time limit to find and kill the twerp and the investigator before the egg hatched and caused mayhem. Chapter 359. Abyssal Egg. Sam opened his eyes to a dark room. Something felt wrong. A shiver ran through his body as his eyes darted around. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Shadows danced across the table under the window, which had his few belongings haphazardly dumped on it. Opened pill bottles were scattered around him as he sat deathly still on the cushion. His senses were heightened as he subconsciously cycled his chi. His eyes darted at every movement. He was possibly acting paranoid, but ever since becoming a cultivator, he had started depending more and more on his spiritual sense. It helped reveal the truth of the world around him, and he had learned to trust it. Right now, it was telling him there was a lurking unseen danger. Slowly standing up while careful not to make a sound, he stepped over to the table and clasped his hand around his sword's handle. He had been sharpening its blade in preparation for the upcoming matches and had left it out. Should I escape out the back door and run to Hugo for help? Sam thought. His friend from Darklight City had entered the tournament with him and was staying a few houses away. I could also run into the street and call for a Redclaw to protect me. Deciding that was a good idea, Sam curled his fingers around the sword's hilt. Picking it up with ease and still surprised at how light it felt since reaching the Soulfire realm, he raised the sword and saw how the moonlight reflected off the blade. His heart froze. He locked eyes with someone through the window. It was a half-masked woman shrouded in black cult robes, and upon seeing him, she smiled. A predatory smile. Found you, she mouthed before rushing off to the side. Sam stood there dumbly, rooted in place in sheer terror. The off feeling that had awoken him from his meditation had been that woman's encroaching bloodlust. She was here to kill him, and worst of all, he recognized those lips. They belonged to that arrogant woman who had pulverized him into the mud a few days ago. Fear gripped his soul. While he had experienced a power up to the Soulfire realm, he knew the difference between them was still vast. She had humbled him greatly that night. The door rattling broke him out of his stupor. He turned and staggered through his dark room toward the back door. Half-empty porcelain pill bottles shattered underfoot as he desperately ran toward the exit. There was a loud crash behind him, and he barely had time to sidestep a flying part of the door. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. His breathing became erratic as he spun and saw the woman's figure backlit by moonlight through a cloud of dust. I finally found you, the woman said as she stepped inside. Thick soul flames like water flared across her body as she brought out a sword that glinted in the moonlight. As I expected, you recognize me, don't you? What do you want? Sam stuttered as he raised his sword and desperately pushed his earth chi into the blade. Brown soul flames wreathed the metal, and he felt a constant tug on his soul core. Dead men tell no tales, the woman said simply. Or should I say dead boys in this case? I suppose you are quite talented to reach the soulfire realm at your age. She tilted her sword and pointed the tip at him, and I hate talented people the most. A dull rock is more talented than me, Sam retorted. To be labeled as talented was ridiculous in his eyes. Had she seen the effort he had put into training for months without results, would she say the same thing? He locked his eyes on her and slowly backed up toward the door. If he could just reach Hugo, no, his friend wouldn't last a minute against this woman. He needed the Red Claws or the help of his master. Maybe you're right, the woman sneered. Even a rock would know there's no chance of running. She rushed toward him so fast that he barely raised his sword in time. An ear-shattering clang echoed through the room, and Sam immediately felt his arms numb from the impact despite his muscles and bones being hardened by his earth chi. Is the difference between us really this vast? Sam gritted his teeth as his arms strained. I could barely block a single attack. You really have gotten stronger, the woman sneered as she shifted her body weight forward, causing Sam to lose his footing and send him stumbling back. But it's still not enough. Sam desperately blocked the next few sword swings from the woman. While she had impressive strength, her technique was lacking, which let him bridge the gap a little. Why isn't she using any chi techniques? Sam wondered as he noted the black flames flaring across her body, empowering her muscles. He had only just stepped into the soulfire realm and hadn't had time to learn any techniques yet, but she should know a few. Is she trying to kill me without leaving a trace? It was then that Sam remembered where he was. It's no wonder she is trying to kill me quietly. If she earned the ire of the Ashfallen sect, especially the princess, there is no way she can survive. Sam knew there was no way for him to survive parrying any more attacks as his arms were dead weight at his sides. So he breathed in as much dust-filled air as possible and screamed at the top of his lungs, help. Somebody is trying to kill me. Help. It was shameless, but he didn't care. You twerp, the woman hissed, and he could feel the impatience in her voice, just die already. She became a flurry of attacks. Sam barely blocked 2 strikes, but the third finished him. His sword went flying out his numb fingers, clattering to the ground. What followed was a horizontal slash aimed at his neck. He managed to lean back enough to prevent himself from being decapitated, but the blade still cut cleanly through his throat, painting the nearby wall in his blood. The burning, hot pain that followed made him scream, but all that came out was a gurgle as he began to drown in his own blood. This is your fault, you know. The woman smirked as she leaned over him, pointing the bloodstained blade at his face. If you had kept your eyes on the ground like a good little mortal, you could have lived out the rest of your miserable life. Sam still didn't understand why this cultivator had gone so far out of their way to kill him. Dead men told no tales. What the hell was he going to tell anyone about? How he got beaten up and left in the mud? What would he gain from telling anyone that embarrassing story other than Hugo? It was over there. A voice shouted from outside. Sam saw the woman's arrogance twist into utter fear at the voice. Her sword vanished in a flash of silver, and she didn't even give him a second glance as she dashed out the back door. They are on the move. The voices shouted, and he could hear them getting further away. No. What about me? Sam cried out in his mind as he lay there, staring up at the ceiling. He couldn't breathe, his ears rang, and his vision darkened. He was so tired. His whole body was numb. Is this how I die? Unauthorized use of content. If you find this story on Amazon, report the violation. When he heard that the Red Claws could be called upon for security, and considering how many cultivators lived in the Red Village, he felt safe living here. But in the end, his lack of personal strength was his downfall. Sloppy swordsmanship, and she never used her chi, so it's hard to tell if she is the one I'm searching for. Sam's eyes widened as he tilted his head and saw a cloaked person emerge from the shadows. They wore a jade mask that covered their entire face and seemed to distort their voice. If not for their mutterings, I would have never noticed their presence. How long have they been there? Wait, that's not important right now. I'm dying. He raised his arm with all the effort he could muster to draw their attention and slapped it down. The masked person glanced at him. You're still alive. The person crouched beside him and ran a finger along the slit in his neck. Ah, you used earth chi to stop the bleeding and harden your neck so the sword didn't bite as deep as it could. You earth affinity cultivators sure are tough. Let's get you healed up. Sam saw a flash of infinite white encompassing his entire vision, paired with the feeling of falling through the floor. The person stood over him, looking down at him and tilting their head. You look familiar, they mused as the infinite white was replaced with a vast canopy of red leaves and the roar of a ferocious storm. If you want a job after the tournament, you should speak with Grand Elder Douglas. We are always looking for people capable of construction. What is happening? Sam was so confused, and his head was spinning. He squinted as a blinding light came into view. Don't worry, Saul here will heal you up. The person said before they turned to leave, I've got a rat to catch, so this is goodbye. In a flash of white, the person vanished like a ghost. Wait, don't leave me here. The blinding light got closer until it was pushed into his forehead. A wave of refreshing coolness washed through his body from his head to his toes. The burning pain in his throat vanished, and a few moments later, he gasped and sat up as he desperately took in a deep breath. I'm alive. Sam patted himself down in disbelief. As the rush of battle faded, he hated to admit a tear rolled down his cheek. Since becoming a cultivator, his life has been open to new possibilities and dangers. In a single week, he had almost died twice. He'd thought mortals had it rough as cultivators could easily kill them, but it turned out to be even worse as a cultivator. I hate that woman, he said, his voice shaking. How can she treat people like this? Killing people for simply looking at her. It took him a while to calm down. He simply lay there on the purple grass. There was a bench nearby, but for some reason, his spiritual instincts told him not to sit on it. The strange wooden creature supporting the orb of light that had healed him wordlessly lumbered back to its position under the massive tree, leaving him alone. Sam looked up at the tree that towered over him, and a realization slowly set in. Isn't this Red Vine Peak? He scampered to his feet and glanced around. Hello. Is anyone here? Sam called out. Master said if I ever made it to Red Vine Peak, I would learn the secrets of cultivation. While I got here in a different way than I expected, it should still count, right? Nobody answered him for a while until Sam saw the silhouette of someone walking through the intense rain. A person. Someone is here. He gingerly walked toward them, and as they got closer, he noticed they hadn't gotten taller. A tiny person, barely reaching his chest, emerged. They wore a black cloak that seemed to be made of almost skin-like material and had two giant glowing blue eyes. The monster looked up at him. Great potential, you have. It said, pulling out a parchment from its sleeve, take this. Sam hesitantly took the parchment and unrolled it. This must be the secret to cultivation. He thought as his heart pounded in his chest. He had dreamed of this moment for months. With bated breaths, he read the title. Mudcloak's Realm Domination Scripture. What an imposing title. Sam hissed through his teeth in awe. This must be a powerful cultivation technique. While the tree slumbers, follow the teachings. Powerful you will become. The monster said before giving a small nod and vanishing into the rain. Good luck, human. Sam didn't know what to say as he looked between the scripture and where the small monster had left. While the tree slumbers, he looked up at the demonic tree lording over the peak. When it awakens, will it take this scripture from me? Sam hurried back to the grass and sat down. Before sunrise, he would learn as much as he could about the secrets to cultivation. Stella passed through the ether and returned to the house where she had found the half-dead kid. The place was a mess, with signs of a battle all around. Broken furniture, pieces of porcelain strewn around, and blood-stained walls. She had been scouting the area when she heard a loud clang, so she teleported and watched the final moments of the battle from the shadows. No traces of chi. What affinity did that woman have? Stella was very curious. Since Ashlock was asleep as it was the night, Stella was left alone to deal with this mess. Though, she could command the Ents and Redclaws as she pleased. It's only been a minute, so the woman couldn't have escaped far. The Redclaws are locking this area down, so there's only one place she could flee. White flames engulfed her as she once again silently stepped into the ether and remerged in the lobby of the Ashfallen Trading Company. Nobody was here so late at night except for a single employee behind the counter. The same man she had asked questions to the other day. Has anyone come through here? Stella asked, pointing at the portal. Ah, investigator. The man awoke from his daydreaming. Yes, a few have. Any in the last minute? The man nodded. Yeah, a woman came rushing through here a moment ago. Actually, now that I think about it, he twirled his mustache in thought. I believe I sold her pills earlier. I didn't get the best look, but she seemed familiar. I see, thank you. Stella turned and was about to leave when she felt a ripple of chi behind her. Looking over her shoulder, she saw the man looking at his spatial ring in concern. Cracks were appearing on its surface. Stella wasn't sure what was wrong with it, but she instinctively shouted, quick. Throw the ring to me. Oh. The man yelped in surprise and threw the ring at her. As it arced through the air, the ring shattered into 100 pieces, and something began to emerge from a corrupted-looking portal that manifested where the ring had been. Stella stood there patiently as the monster made its appearance. The disgusting-looking creature took advantage of her lack of action and slithered out of the portal with unsettling grace. It resembled a nightmarish amalgamation of various predatory features, such as an elongated body covered in an oily black carapace that seemed to absorb the surrounding light. Its head was a hideous blend of a serpent and an insect, and the creature made a low thumping noise, matching the rhythm of the pulsating, crimson veins that decorated its body. The monster looked around with multifaceted eyes that glowed with an eerie violet hue, observing its surroundings with unnerving intelligence. What in the 9 realms is that? The mustache man stammered as he stepped back from the counter. I dunno, you tell me. It came from your spatial ring. The monster lumbered toward Stella with hunger. A viscous, dark substance dripped from its row of jagged, uneven teeth and hissed as it hit the ground. Clearly, it was a corrosive fluid similar to what tree used to melt his prey. Tentacle-like appendages extended from its back, like featherless wings. At their tips were sharp bones that looked like they could impale anything. Investigator, you should run. I can call for the princess. No need when I'm right here. Stella thought and smirked behind her mask. The monster lunged at her to take a bite. Stella unleashed her soul pressure and bloodlust, flattening the monster and stopping it in its tracks. The monster let out a strange whimper. What an odd monster, Stella thought as she patted it on the head and felt it shiver under her touch. You're my pet now, understand? She whispered, and the monster seemed smart enough to agree with a pitiful cry. Good. Now stay still. Stella stepped around it and faced the mustache man. Why was this in your spatial ring? The man gulped. I have no idea. Have you been given anything strange recently? Stella asked. Your spatial ring is linked to the Ashfallen Trading Company's vault underground that stores all our spirit stones, so there should be nothing but spirit stones and pills in there. The man's face scrunched up in deep thought before a look of realization struck him. That woman, his eyes darted to the doorway that gave way to the ferocious storm. She gave me a strange black pebble as a gift. Said it was blessed by the all-seeing eye and that she won it in the tournament. Stella snorted. That bitch never competed in the tournament. Walking toward the storm, a sword appeared in her hand, and she whistled to her new pet. Come on, we got some hunting to do. The nightmarish creature lumbered forward, and the unlikely pair headed out and vanished into the rainfall, leaving the pale-faced mustache man muttering to himself behind. Chapter 360. Guppy. Serena sprinted down the main street of Ashfallen City, uncaring of the mud she was kicking up as the ferocious storm roared in her ears and bombarded her with rain that felt like hail. If not for the fire chi flowers growing on the demonic trees lining the road, letting off a subtle warm glow that pierced the mist, she would have no idea where she was going through the darkness. Are they still following me? She kept casting frantic glances over her shoulder at the Ashfallen Trading Company's building. It was impossible to miss even in the storm and darkness of night. It stood as a monolith of power that pierced the stormy sky with its sharp silhouette outlined by the ghostly glow of the hidden moon. Compared to the dull stone single-story huts all around her, the grandiose structure was a constant reminder of who ruled these lands. The people she was currently desperately fleeing from, the Ashfallen sect. She had barely avoided capture by running out the back door when she heard a distant voice and headed down a back road to reach the portal without being found. She had vanished into the storm without even stopping to look at the man behind the counter of the Ashfallen Trading Company to whom she had given the abyssal egg that was no doubt close to hatching after absorbing the spirit stones in his ring. Her only goal was to run non-stop from here to Darklight City and then lose her pursuers among the sprawling city and millions of people. Then, when the airships began operations again, she would take one as far away from here as possible. With the twerp dead and the distraction that's about to happen from the abyssal creature's birth, I should have bought myself enough time to escape to Darklight City. I should be able to vanish there as I eliminated the people who knew anything about me. Well, everyone except that investigator, but I couldn't find them no matter where I looked. The streets were thankfully empty this late at night, and the storm did a great job of covering her tracks further. The Red Claws who were chasing her used fire chi, so the dense mist brought on by the downpour acted as a natural shroud for her escape. I might have actually gotten away with it. Serena cheered as she kept running down the road and didn't encounter any troubles. Making it halfway to the gate that gave way to a dirt road between here and Darklight City, she noticed a tree that stuck out like a sore thumb into the road. It was shorter and thinner than all those surrounding it, but its presence was far more than an inconvenience in her way. Even in the storm's chaos and her desperation to escape, she found herself slowing down to glare at it. This tree, it had sprouted from that mortal she killed. Coming to a stop before it, a certain phrase replayed in her mind. The trees have eyes. Her eyes darted around. Everywhere she looked, there were demonic trees along the roads and between the houses. Recalling her journey here, she hadn't paid it as much attention at the time, but there was a literal forest of demonic trees between Ashfallen and Darklight City. If that wasn't bad enough, she now remembered there were even more trees growing throughout Darklight City like an infestation. They had just been less aggressive about leaving the trees alone there, so she hadn't paid it as much thought. No matter where she ran, there were demonic trees for miles in all directions. If they truly did have eyes, it was only a matter of time before she was found. Terrible weather for a late-night jog, isn't it? Serena felt her heart leap out of her chest as she stumbled back. They can talk. They do sometimes. A figure stepped out from behind the tree, the source of the voice, but not this one, at least not yet. Serena would recognize that jade mask, distorted voice, and non-existent presence anywhere. It was the investigator that had haunted her like a ghost. She quickly spread her spiritual sense through the mist, expecting to find a dozen Red Claws or other investigators of Ashfallen closing in on their location, but there was nothing. Not even a group of mortals was sent to slow her down. While it contains the soul of a mortal, it will take time for old Bill here to recover, having his soul twisted to fit the vessel of a tree. The investigator continued as they patted the smaller tree beside them. Now tell me, Daisy, how did you kill old Bill? How did you know? The investigator shrugged, a matter of deduction and your questionable attempts to cover your tracks. What did they mean by that? Serena wondered. Her escape plan had seemed perfect. Where could she have possibly messed up? Her eyes narrowed as she caught onto the investigator's scheme. They were mortal and were the only person standing in her way of making a flawless escape. Of course, they would bluff to buy time for the Red Claws to catch up. You're alone, Serena stated. Yes, there are no other cultivators here, the investigator replied all too calmly, just you and I. This must be my lucky day. Serena smirked as she drew her sword. I had regrets about leaving the investigator alive, but to think they would come and present themselves alone to me like this. It seems fate is finally smiling at me. What are you planning to do with that? The investigator asked as they tilted their head at her drawn sword. Serena snorted. What a strange question. She raised the sword and pointed it at the person who had been a thorn in her side. To kill you, of course. There was an awkwardly long drawn-out silence before the investigator began to giggle, which turned into full-out cackling laughter that sounded harrowing as it was distorted by the jade mask. The laughter was made all the more ominous by the roar of thunder and flashes of lightning briefly illuminating the investigator's featureless mask. Is this mortal insane? Serena had suffered disrespect before but had never been outright laughed at by a mere mortal. Flaring her soul pressure at the mortal to silence them, she immediately felt something was off. When her pressure typically made a mortal kneel, it felt like it had impacted an impassable wall. Raising a brow, she put more effort into it, but the results were the same. No matter how much her soul hummed in her chest and pulsed with power, the investigator continued giggling, utterly unfazed by her attempts to make them kneel. Serena stood there speechless, her expression grim. She was at the peak of the soul fire realm, a level of power only achieved by those with access to immense amounts of resources and some talent for cultivation. She had yet to step into the star core realm, as that was a level reserved for sect elders and even patriarchs. Few survived the star core tribulation, which is why Serena was searching for her sect's precious stone. She planned to use it to guarantee her ascension. So, it was suffice to say she was no weakling. Quite the contrary, she should have been one of the strongest in this backwater city. Phew, sorry. That was just too funny. The investigator leaned against the tree and got their breathing under control. You just said it with such a serious and arrogant expression that I couldn't hold myself together. Serena bit her lip and felt her face heat up with embarrassment. What right does a mortal have to laugh in the face of a cultivator? Who the hell are you? She snapped, unable to handle this anymore. Whatever artifact this mortal was using to resist her pressure didn't give the mortal the right to laugh in her face, and she couldn't wait to see how they fared against her blade. The investigator trailed off as they seemed to fall into thought. Serena didn't need to take advantage of a mortal being distracted to defeat them, but she also didn't want to wait around to be captured by the extremely powerful Ashfallen sect, so she charged forward. As with the twerp, she refrained from using any of her abyssal tide chi in the attack to keep her tracks clean. A simple sword slash was all she would need to butcher this weird mortal. This book was originally published on Royal Road. Check it out there for the real experience. Or so she had thought. Despite still looking lost in thought, the investigator managed to barely sidestep her sword swing within a hair width. What lucky timing. Serena couldn't believe it as she went for a kick that was also barely dodged. Bringing her sword back for a horizontal slash, the mortal jumped over the blade that harmlessly cleaved through the rain. Dodging in such a way once, maybe twice, she could understand. But 3 times. Either this mortal was blessed by the Tao of luck, or this person was highly trained. Do assassins need names? The investigator mused as they effortlessly landed and were even so brazen as to turn their back to her as they looked up at the tree canopy. Serena shook away her wandering thoughts and decided to end this. Infusing her sword with abyssal tide chi, viscous dark blue flames wreathed the blade, illuminating the investigator's back in a blue light, and she went for an overhead slash aimed at the darn mortal's head. This time, they didn't dodge and accepted their death. Do you mind? I'm thinking here. Serena blinked in confusion. Rather than the mortal's head going flying like she had envisioned, her sword seemed stuck on an invisible barrier. A high-grade defensive artifact found from the rifts, perhaps. How many artifacts do you have? Serena didn't finish her sentence as a soul pressure smashed into her chest, sending her flying a few meters backward and impacting the mud hard. Her sword followed her, spiraling through the air before planting tip first into the mud a mere inch from her face. What the hell was that? Groaning, Serena sat up. Her clothes were drenched in freezing mud, and her white hair clung to her mask and cheeks. Gritting her teeth, she curled her hand around the hilt of her sword while eyeing the investigator suspiciously. The investigator turned and met her gaze. What do you think? Do assassins need names? The investigator asked her as they stood there under the canopy of Old Bill, the mortal she somehow turned into a tree. I mean, on the one hand, having a name could be cool, but doesn't that defeat the whole point of going undercover? Serena ignored the strange mortal's ramblings and pulled her sword out of the mud. She had no time to humor jokes. This situation was a matter of life or death. The commotion caused by the abyssal monster's birth would only last so long. After all, it wouldn't be able to grow that large from the few spirit stones she had given the man. Perhaps the size of a person at most. While she wanted to kill the investigator, it seemed the Ashfallen sect had mobilized their immense wealth to outfit this person with the most ridiculous defensive artifacts she had ever seen. The only solution to an immovable mountain is to go around. So, while keeping an eye on the investigator, she attempted to walk past them down the road. Where do you think you're going? I'm leaving, Serena replied without looking back. Why? Weren't we having so much fun? Serena turned to look at the mortal weirdly. Fun? What about this is fun? True. This isn't as fun as I envisioned. The mortal crossed their arms. It's not my fault though, you know. Hunting you down was entertaining, but now that I have found you, you are far too weak to be worth a fight. Serena felt a vein bulge on her forehead in anger. If you're so strong, why don't you just kill me already? I have some unanswered questions that would be troublesome to extract from your corpse. Serena sneered, and why the hell would I humor a mere mortal? The investigator ignored her. First question, what is this monster? What monster? Serena asked, but the large shifting darkness behind the investigator made the words die in her throat. A familiar clicking noise as the nightmare incarnate lowered its head under the canopy, and the dull orange hue from the flowers bathed its dark, oily carapace in a warm light. Serena felt a shiver run down her spine. What is a dark tide devourer doing here? This is Guppy, my new pet. Pet, Serena screamed in her mind. You cannot tame a devourer. You can only beg as it reaps your life. The investigator patted the monster on its head, and instead of biting their head off, it let out a small, helpless cry. As it opened its mouth, globs of viscous black sludge fell from between its jagged teeth onto the soil below, causing the ground to hiss as the sludge ate through the mud down to the tips of the tree's roots. Serena gulped. While the Dark Tide Devourer was a tough monster due to its keen senses, speed, and hard body, making it resistant to most weapons, that corrosive saliva was the true terror. Able to melt through solid stone, if an island became invaded by the Dark Tide Devourers, by morning, there might be nothing left but a sad crater-filled rock that promptly became flooded with seawater and was then uninhabitable unless an earth cultivator miraculously existed on the island. The monster's saliva could also melt through weapons, clothes, and skin. Noticing the problem, the investigator promptly smacked Guppy's mouth shut. Slobbering everywhere is bad manners, and if you hurt any trees, I will kill you. Understand? Guppy cried again, closed its mouth, and lowered its head. Serena felt her worldview cracking even more than it already had, and she regretted ever setting foot on Ashfallen sect's soil. If she died, she swore she would haunt this place and deter anyone from entering ever again. Now, I was told by the man behind the counter that you gave him a strange pebble that was supposedly blessed by the all-seeing eye. Utter nonsense, but I have to wonder, how does that pebble relate to Guppy here? Serena turned tail and ran. There was no way she would stick around when that nightmare was here, which turned out to be a terrible idea. Guppy was faster than Stella had been expecting. The serpentine horror slithered through the mud and caught up to the fleeing rat in no time, pinning the girl to the ground. The woman had been right. If not for the unanswered questions, Stella would have put a stop to this farce and ordered Guppy to kill this woman already. Stella had far better things to be doing than tormenting a random soul fire realm cultivator in the middle of the night and with such terrible weather. Also, after having witnessed her sloppy swordsmanship and laughable attempt at covering her tracks to escape, the thrill of the hunt was gone. But Stella did face a new problem. How was she supposed to get information out of this woman before she died? That's where Guppy came in. That nightmarish creature that was half insect, half snake seemed to instill a fear like no other into the woman as words began to frantically pour out of her mouth as she desperately struggled in the mud and parried the limbs ending in sharp bone spikes that grew out of Guppy's segmented back like deformed spider legs. It's a Dark Tide Devourer. The pebble I gave the man at the counter was an egg. If exposed to enough chi it will hatch into one of these. I see, Stella mused. Are they usually this big and strong upon hatching? It was around the peak of the soul fire realm, just like the woman. Yet it was seemingly overpowering her with ease. No. The woman shrieked as the clang of her sword on bone reverberated through the storm. With how many spatial stones I gave the man, it should have been born the size of a person at best and been in the chi realm. Just enough to kill that mortal and cause a scene. Stella looked at Guppy. Her new pet was quite large, being around 4 meters tall when it had its back straight. Though, its total length was even longer than that. And it was supposed to be in the chi realm. Then why did it match this cultivator in strength upon birth? Is Guppy a very promising and talented Dark Tide Devourer or something? Why is it so big then? Is this Dark Tide Devourer truly the one that birthed from that egg I provided the man? Stella nodded. Yeah, I saw it hatch with my own eyes. Just how many spirit stones were in that ring? The woman said between grunts as she fought for her life. Though Stella had told Guppy to not go for any lethal attacks and to avoid the throat. She needed the woman to be able to spill her secrets, after all. Stella paused. Quite a lot. That spatial ring linked to the Ashfallen Trading Company's vault. The woman scoffed. Well, there you go then. Dark Tide Devourers are difficult to deal with because they absorb chi from spirit stones to grow in power. You can say goodbye to all those spirit stones you had. This glutton likely siphoned all the chi from them, already reducing them to dull stones. Stella knew monsters gradually grew in strength by absorbing chi, but she had never heard of one growing this strong and quickly from directly eating spirit stones. It's why these monsters are the biggest threat to us island dwellers of the Abyssal Tide sect. They invade our shores in search of spirit stones, and they will melt entire islands into the sea to get what they want. So, this woman is from an island in the vast monster-infested sea. No wonder she seems foreign. Abyssal Tide sect, though. Interesting name. I'll remember that. As if angered by the slander, Guppy put more of his weight onto the woman, and she yelped. Oi Guppy! Don't squash her for telling the truth, Stella berated her pet, and the monster reluctantly reeled back. She then looked at her fingers, which had many spatial rings, and tried to remember which one accessed the Ashfallen Trading Company's vault. It should be this one. Inserting some chi, she delved inside, and sure enough, a mountain of 100,000 dull stones greeted her. While this vault didn't contain all of Ashfallen's wealth, it contained a lot of their profits made from pills. Stella looked at Guppy and let some of her genuine anger and bloodlust leak. Who said you could devour all of our profits? Guppy trembled, and the nightmarish creature turned to her with what she assumed was a pleading look, but it was hard to tell even for her by how malformed it was. Taking advantage of Guppy's negligence, the woman scrambled from under it. Stella got ready to command Guppy to finish the job when she tried to run again, but to her surprise, the woman staggered toward her for a few steps before she dropped to one knee. My name is Serena Blacktide of the Abyssal Sect. Investigator. I confess. I killed Old Bill, plucked a fire serpent rose, and tried to cut the root growing around one of the demonic trees with this axe. Her spatial ring flashed and an axe with some of Ashlock's cursed sap dried on its blade edge appeared in the mud between them. I was an arrogant fool who thought I would be the strongest in this backwater city and could, therefore, act accordingly. Please, find it in your heart to forgive me and let me go this time. It was a series of honest mistakes, and the princess will murder me if she finds me. Stella slowly stepped through the mud under Serena Blacktide's expectant gaze and crouched before her. Reaching up, she removed her mask and smiled at the woman's look of absolute horror.